Hello and welcome to the RIT Overwatch Spring LAN event for 2025. We have 4 teams here today competing, and our first map is UT Arlington versus Syracuse, and we're starting on Ilios, I believe.
Yep.
We have no more information.
We need the player.
Our teams are
UT Arlington, starting roster, Jupiter, Foyen, Buckle, Trace, and Saint. For Syracuse, it's Speed, Glasses, Azer, Lunar, Saint, and Law.
We should start in a second, but our first map's Ilios, so we're starting with Control. I don't know who won the coin flip, but that's what we picked.
Mm-hmm.
This is an exciting event. This is, I think, RT's first LAN event. Or RT Overwatch's first LAN event, excuse me. And we have a lot of good players here today. It's going to be some fun games to watch.
Yep, looking forward to it. Looking forward to getting into the match.
And we're going in.
Should be a good match. Both teams evenly matched.
And yeah, we're going in.
Should be going in very shortly. So stay tuned. There's going to be a lot of matches today. Go until 5. So should be a lot of Overwatch. Should be a fun time.
And here we go into the game. Map 1, Ilios. Starting on Lighthouse, I believe. Or no? Yeah, we're starting on Lighthouse for our first one.
Yeah, we're getting into it. All right. Getting right into the action with UT Arlington versus Syracuse.
What country are we in? I think we're in America.
For Ilios?
For Ilios? No.
No.
They're asking. Ilios is in Greece.
Yeah, Ilios is in Greece.
So UT Arlington is starting off with looks like a dive comp with the Diva Genji. Probably looking to control high ground with their backline of Anna Brigg and the Sojourn set up. Syracuse is open up with a Sim TP, maybe to TP out of spawn, or we'll see if they stick on that. They do have a Orisa, so they're going to be favoring the Brawl compositions.
Brawl going to be sort of hard to play. Probably going to be anchoring point here.
We're going in.
Going in.
They switch off the Sim, so they definitely TP out of spawn. Back to Genji. So both teams are having the Genji. We have an Ashe on one side against the Sojourn. So it's going to be a big fight for those starting high grounds.
Yep. Now both teams fighting for space. Genji going deep into the flank. Genji looking to create some space. Orisa falling low, has to force out. Sleep comes out onto the Sojourn, going to try and capitalize off that. They do not end up capitalizing. And now, first pick for the side of UT Arlington.
Syracuse lost the Ashe and Anna early in that fight, so they're starting down 3. To see if they can stagger it out. It's a 3v5 right now. They're trying. Well, UT Arlington, their Diva is D-Max. They're lacking a bit of a tank presence.
Brigg falling low. Genji trying to clean up here for the side of Syracuse. And Syracuse has been able to flip this point, clean up the fight. And now this the flip will go to Syracuse. So UT Arlington getting a good early start, but won't be able to secure much percentage.
We're not seeing a lot of ults coming up first, but UT Arlington does have a big advantage on the Genji ult at 70%. But Syracuse does have the Orisa ult coming at 90% already. Big dynamite to start off the fight, and nade.
Genji, actually it's Jupiter. The Ana from the side of UT Arlington falling low first. Genji was able to find value, get dives, and now it's just a bit of a Genji 1v1. Trying to get this late kill, won't be able to find it. And so now Syracuse hanging strong.
The Ashe from Syracuse is pretty steadfast on the center high ground. It's making it a bit tricky for the UT Arlington to switch, but they do pull out the Ashe to mirror.
Yep.
And so we're going to see a lot of sniper battles between them.
Nano Blade comes out from the side of UT of Syracuse, but gets slept and sent off the map.
Oh my goodness!
So that's 2 key ultimates for Syracuse gone. UT Arlington forcing the Brigg ult, and now basically off that huge swing into momentum, are able to capitalize and flip the point back in their favor and start getting more percentage.
Beat also comes out for Syracuse. I didn't see that. But so now UT Arlington does have a big ult advantage with the Genji Blade coming up and Diva Bomb for the sustain. So we're probably going to see a Blade early in this fight. Try to get it out before the fight. So big nade early on the Ana of Syracuse.
Now Diva going in, will be forced back. Orisa ult is popped, as well as the Bob for the side of Syracuse. Trying to create some more space, capitalize off this dive. Bomb comes out for UT Arlington. Doesn't find, or it does find a kill onto the Orisa, but is traded out trying to DMAC. Now Blade from UT Arlington trying to secure the fight, and not sure how necessary that Blade was, but
it does look like it does the job though. Ash falls late in the fight, so still a bit of a scrappy fight, but UT Arlington does come out on top and keeps control of the point.
yeah. How do you think this dive versus brawl is shaping out?
Oh, big pick from Syracuse early. I do like the dive on this map, but I think it's very useful for helping the Ash control the high ground. But
now it's a bit of a scrap on the fight. Syracuse gets 3 on point, trying to just focus this Diva Genji. A little bit of a Genji 1v1 going on the side. Azer will fall, so Saint getting the better of that is nanoed, but the flip does come through for Syracuse.
Yeah, we're seeing a very scrappy fight between these. Not a lot of full engagements, a lot of fights late, a lot of fights taken very stalled out and deaths late. You're seeing a Bob come out from UT Arlington, but that's their only ult that they have, so they're going to have to play at a disadvantage against the Nano Blade that coming out. But if they can hit a sleep like they did last time, it should be in their favor.
Yes.
We'll see. They have to do big nade early from on the back line of UT Arlington.
Syracuse, using the Nano Blade, is able to find 3 actually. A huge 3K from Azer. And now it is final fight, and there won't be anyone to touch. So UT Arlington losing the point, Syracuse up 1 point.
Yeah, I do think in this, I mean, personally, I prefer the Winston, but the Diva does have an advantage, I think, for controlling the high ground against the Ash. So if they can get a good positioning, they have the advantage there. But the anchoring on point from Syracuse is definitely forcing the fight away from the high grounds, which is giving them a little bit of advantage in these points.
Definitely. On dive, you aren't able to brawl on the point as much as you aren't able to get like as much
value
on the point, yeah. And so
especially in that closed space of Lighthouse. We see a lot of switches from UT Arlington to the Zarya Juno Cass instead of Sojourn and Ana. So they're definitely going to be matching the brawl here. So we'll see how that works. Ruins is a very open map, so the Sojourn is going to put a lot of pressure on that Cassidy Juno in the back line, but I'd like to see how the tank matchup fares off. I think Zarya is very strong here, especially against the oppressive Genji player like Azer is been right now.
Definitely, and the Zarya is also counter to the Orisa. So as you can see, Syracuse being forced back, but Orisa uses both cooldowns gold to force out this Zarya, but
big right click.
The Sojourn for the side of Syracuse going down, so it's a 4v5. In favor of Arlington, are going to try and capitalize on this advantage. Saint finds a key pick onto the Ana, and so now numbers advantage yet again favoring UT Arlington, and now they just really have to clean up this fight, make sure no one gets picked, no one loses in the scrap, and so UT Arlington getting first flip.
They're also nearly to Juno Ray, so that's going to be probably used. We're going to see that early. That'll be a big fight advantage, unless the Saint can hit a big nade to try to stop that, but it's going to be a bit leaning towards UT Arlington. Syracuse does pick the Orisa Shield perk, which is a bit detrimental to the Zarya, so it does help shut down that beam.
Now Ray coming out for the side of UT Arlington, looking to capitalize. Ray finding a pick on the Lucio, and now just looking to clean up this fight. Really off the back of just a Ray, UT Arlington is able to win the fight. So ult advantage in favor of UT Arlington.
I'm really liking the Juno play here. I think it's a good, strong pick into this open map. The Pulsar Torpedo opportunity, especially on the Orisa, who's trying to force the point, gets a lot of damage and healing output, and it's just kind of allowing them to play a bit aggressively and hold these open spaces a little bit better.
Yeah, now Orisa trying to force their way onto point. Noon from the side of Syracuse looking to zone. Ooh, big grab, but it will not be able to turn the fight as Syracuse just had too many bodies on point and now are looking to clean up this fight, flipping the point.
We saw the Nano Orisa come out. It caught the Zarya, I believe a few, the Cass in High Noon as well. Kind of shut down that hold. It was a good push. Both teams are coming up with a few ults. We're going to see Blade on both sides and Overclock for Syracuse.
Yep.
But they do have, if Lucy can build beat fast enough for that Blade, it should help them sustain the fight.
Now Overclock for the side of Syracuse coming out and Rally in response. Catches the ulting Sojourn. So now UT Arlington really just able to get back onto this point almost immediately right after the fight. Break falling low is an anti, does get traded.
But the UT Arlington is still up here. They just got to pick at the last supports. They're staggering back. They do live. It will have Syracuse up with big stagger.
Yeah, Saint gets staggered, so Syracuse won't be able to find a fight down their main support, their main source of healing. And now Azer also falling, so 2 staggers on the side, from the side of Syracuse. And now we're really coming into last fight territory here.
We do see the Kiriko swap from Syracuse, maybe to deny some of the dive potential. Beat early engage.
Beat push into the early engage, looking to catch this break off guard. Will UT Arlington weathering the storm, now going with a blade of their own. Looking for the Lucio, won't be able to find it, forces Kiri. Now a Juno Ray coming out, looking to turn the fight, but right now Syracuse is a bit of a scrap.
Big blade comes out from Azer, finding 2 in the back line, which really turned that fight around for them. It's still not over. The UT Arlington does find a late pick on the Lucio, so it is a 2v2 off of point right now.
It is a 2v2, but both are falling dangerously low. No healers, and now Zarya either has to get out or
attempt to turn the fight. The Juno and Brig are back, so
a big grab, a Hail Mary grab, catches the Kiriko loose.
Zarya barely lives. They do pull out the High Noon, so it does look like the advantage is on Arlington right now.
Yeah, but High Noon getting speared out. Now Syracuse has down to Kiri, has to play cautiously, but
Orisa falls.
Their Orisa falls, which is their main source of tanking. So now it's just really cleanup for UT Arlington. They are going to take this second point and tie us up.
Maybe.
Rally comes out.
Unless the stall
just
comes
looking
out.
for this Tracer. Sojourn's trying to slide, but won't be able to touch.
We're going to map 3 on well. This is a turned out to be a good fight. I do like, the Zarya did work very well. I like the Juno Zarya. I think it really helps against that Orisa, who's just oppressive on the brawls that were slowing them down. So it's a good swap.
Yeah, good adaptation from UT Arlington.
This next map is a bit tricky. Personally, I don't know what comps is strong here. I like the dive here. We're going to see a Reaper swap from UT Arlington off the Genji.
Dive is definitely really good on this map. It's so open, so many different paths you can take. But if you want to try and force this Zarya, you're going to be wanting to play grouped up, as UT Arlington's comp suggests, with a Reaper Cass, really just trying to eat the dive from Syracuse.
Yeah, and Syracuse does switch to Hazard, so they're definitely going full dive here. And so that's going to probably try to dismember the Juno Cass. It's causing a lot of issues, it seems, for their back line, or for the front line.
Now as you can see, the back line is sort of split. UT Arlington trying to capitalize on this. Meanwhile, the front line from Syracuse is definitely trying to capitalize on the rotation of UT Arlington. Now, Zarya on point, getting really charged up, will be able to put down a lot of damage on whatever they choose. Now, Reaper Fade is being forced, and Zarya, off the back of a perk, is going to be able to get back up. Juno falling low on the side of UT Arlington, and so too are the tanks. This charged up Zarya really doing so much for UT Arlington, putting out a lot of damage, weathering the storm of the dive, as we had talked about. Genji just dying to the charged up Zarya again. From these dives, the Zarya is just getting a lot of charge and being able to put in a lot of work.
Yeah, they're definitely, you can see they're trying to hold, UT Arlington's definitely doing a good job of holding that close high ground, not allowing the supports to get any amount of setup. It's being very tricky because if the hazard gets split onto the point where they're trying to hold on that left side mini, he just gets destroyed with no support from his Ana Brig. And their Zarya Tress is doing a very good job of holding a high charge and not dying, just keeping them back with that.
Now looking to go early, a big grab onto the Sojourn and the Hazard. Will find the Sojourn, not the Hazard, but that is to be expected as Hazard is more of a tankier character. Now, UT Arlington looking to aggress even more. The Zarya and has unfortunately split from their team. Hazard ult comes out, catches the cast, Reaper, my bad, doesn't find a kill though. Rally is forced from the side of the Brig, trying to hold, UT Arlington trying to hold this point.
There's no tank.
Now, later Brig ult from Syracuse, able to re-aggress onto the point and find the cleanup on UT Arlington.
Syracuse gets the flip. UT Arlington had 60%. They do have Juno Ray and Reaper ult coming up. They do have the ult advantage over the single overclock, so it's going to be a bit favored UT Arlington's side. But if Syracuse can get a decent setup and prevent that high ground control UT Arlington's trying to take early, it will be good for them. They do seem to get that close high ground early.
Yep, now Ray push going for the side of UT Arlington. Gonna try and Ray. Ray comes out, looking to catch this Hazard off guard, will force him out. Now, Cass on a flank will find the hit scan Ash for the side of Syracuse. So now, numbers advantage for UT Arlington. There is a Sojourn split in the back line. They're going to try and look for them.
Yeah. Sojourn with OC dies with OC. That's unfortunate. Zarya falls very low, but they can't follow up on that. So there goes OC. That's not a good ult usage for Syracuse. That's their main win condition here, I guess. So they are going into 80% cap with no ults on the horizon.
Final fight territory from Syracuse, going to have to win this fight. But a Reaper Blossom comes out and gets 3. Now it's only the tank, but he will fall for Syracuse. And now UT Arlington in a prime position to take this map.
Anna gets the touch, but there's not a lot she can do by herself. Falls, and that's... I don't know if they get another touch here. That might be the map.
That might be the map. They boop the ball back, and yep, just like that, Syracuse cannot touch the point.
So map 1 goes to UT Arlington. That was a good... that was actually a really fun first map.
Really fun first map.
Okay. So the Zarya clearly worked very well in that fair. She was holding a high charge almost the entire game.
Yeah, they just were able to capture or like weather the storm of the dive, and as a result, the Zarya was able to hold a high charge. And
then would destroy the Genji in the dive. She was a very good peel, and the Reaper constantly got bubbled, so it was very difficult for them to try to get those picks on the TP, and so they had a very good anchor on that third point.
Definitely. I think Syracuse is more favoring the dive, while UT Arlington is definitely more of a brawl-centric team.
Well, I don't know about if they're favoring the dive. They clearly want to try the Orisa, but the Zarya does burn through that Orisa, especially if she drops Fortify. So
yeah, they did have the Hazard, though. They were trying to like go on the back line, try and dive the back line.
The Genji Hazard could not find the Juno. I'm assuming she got bubbled. We didn't see very much bubbles to the Juno, but if a bubble goes on that Juno and you're locked in on the dive, and Zarya's behind you high charge, there's a lot of follow-up. If you don't get the follow-up on that, you don't pick the Juno, you're very out of position, and the Zarya just burns you from the back, especially with the Reaper also, just pummeling damage into your Hazard.
Yeah, definitely. So UT Arlington up 1 in this series, taking the first map of this RIT Overwatch LAN.
This is the best of 3, so
they really only need one more map to go their way, and they will take this series. Okay, so
we got a little bit of a delay, but Syracuse gets the next map pick. I'm assuming they do like the Orisa, so they're probably going to go for an Orisa-centric map.
Either that or a dive map.
Or a heavy dive map, because we did see the Diva from UT Arlington, but it didn't seem like their Zarya seemed a lot stronger.
Yeah.
And if they're playing Diva on the map over the Winston, they might be favoring the Diva dive, which, in my opinion, is a bit weaker than the Monkey
Diva dive. It can be.
Especially with if they have a strong backline like the Brig Ana, I do think the Winston's fair, but I think we'll see I don't know what map type is next. Do you know what map type is next?
No, I'm not sure. It might be hybrid.
It's hybrid. So, judging by the Zarya preference for UT Arlington, I don't think Syracuse is going to go Kings.
Yeah, definitely not. They don't want to try and force that Orisa into the Zarya anymore than they have to. Right now, we're just looking at the map pool. We're not exactly sure what maps they have to select, but obviously it's probably going to be something to counter that Zarya. There are no hero bans this tournament, as far as I know. So
no hero
you can't just outright ban a hero from the enemy team. So they're going to have to pick a map to do so.
So hybrid, we have Eichenwald, Kings Row, Midtown, or Nimbani. We might see the Nimbani come out for the dive favoring with the hazard, especially.
Yeah, definitely.
The first points can be very strong. I do also think we pick Kings Row, so we're going to Kings.
Yeah, Syracuse picked Kings Row.
Yeah, so we're probably going to see an Orisa come out again for Syracuse.
It's an odd choice, though, because I feel like Zarya on Kings Row is very good.
Especially against an Orisa.
Yeah, especially against an Orisa. So I'm not sure what they're going to want to try and do. Maybe they're going to try and mirror the Zarya. Maybe they think they're better at the Zarya comp, but we haven't seen that look. So we're going to have to definitely see what they can bring to the table on Kings Row.
We only saw 2 tanks come out in the first map. I think that if the Zarya comp is going Juno, especially in that first defense, they're probably not going to try to be as strong on high ground, especially since they seem to favor the more brawly DPS over the pokey Sojourner Ashe. So we might see a low ground setup around Hotel, favoring the high ground from UT Arlington. But that does give an advantage, because we saw a lot of Brigana from Syracuse that looked pretty strong, especially against the dive early on.
Yeah.
And so we're probably going to see a strong high ground setup from the Brigana on first point Canes. Let's see who's on defense first.
Definitely.
Syracuse starts offense. They're on Ramatra. Azer's switching between characters. We're probably going to see the Widow for early pick potential. We do see the same comp for UT Arlington, the Brig Juno, as expected.
Yeah, early Widow, always looking to get a headshot or an early pick, opening pick. Although it doesn't really happen that often. You know, you just sort of like waste a couple seconds and then swap back to the character you're trying to play. But we will see. Maybe this will work.
I do feel like how old is this game? 9 years old at this point. I feel like the Widow pick is a bit.
It has fallen out of favor, I feel.
So they are doing the hotel setup, like I said earlier.
Genji, going to try and find it. Yep, as we predicted, going back to their character.
2 Pharah, that's interesting. They do have the cast for the hit scan, but it will put a big dent on Zarya's shield health.
Definitely. Pharah just looking to spam the grouped up team. As we see here, they're all grouping up in hotel.
2 early picks on the supports from Buckle and Cass.
Yeah, just
clearly hitting a lot of headshots.
A big flank from Buckle will secure the fight for UT Arlington.
He got that. The Kiriko very early in the fight. It did not allow any space to be taken by Syracuse.
Yeah, if you lose your Kiriko, especially in this comp, that's your main source of healing. You're just going to fall over if you don't find a trade.
Yeah, but that Pharah is dishing out a lot of damage, especially to the very grouped up comp of Syracuse. And big Ravenous Vortex.
Definitely. They're just trying to burn the Zarya's bubbles, I feel. UT Arlington rotating through hotel. Now Zarya all charged up, is going to find the Lucio back on point. And now everyone, they won't have speed, Syracuse. They won't be able to get out of here. And now, as you can see, the result of that is just a wipe from UT Arlington.
Sagar on the Kiriko Surge, and they're going to have a bit of late spawn. It won't be too bad. Lucio lives, gets out.
Oh, a Ray.
Misclick, I think, from the Juno. That's very unfortunate for UT Arlington.
Yeah, that was a bit of a fat finger. So now UT Arlington down an ult. It is a very key ult, too.
That might be the thing that Syracuse needs to break this hold on first point.
Yeah, watch for UT Arlington's grab here. Their High Noon comes out from UT Arlington big grab,
into the
High Noon. It was a big setup. Syracuse used Ram ult trying to turn the fight, but now it's just a wasted Ram ult.
I don't think it's actually wasted. It's 1 ult for 3, I guess. We do see Blade and Brig ult coming out. So they're gonna, Syracuse is still taking this fight down and all. They only have Kitsune, but it can be a very open early Kitsune.
Now Kitsune coming out, trying to catch this Zarya. They will find it. They did not have enough bubbles. But Saint with the deflex, shooting Saint killing Saint, apparently. And then now the Blade comes out, flips the point,
gets out.
Trying to find the Sojourn, but will go down to the Ashe. And now Spawn's favoring the attacking side.
Now Arlington is a big ultis advantage. They do have the overclock coming out from Syracuse, and we're going to probably see that early, and that'll definitely turn the fight toward their favor. They do not manage to get the cap even after that big early pick on the Zarya.
Yeah, Brig falling low, but now there is a chance here for Syracuse to advance on there because their Genji will not be back. But Ray comes out from the side of Arlington, beat in response, trying to find any value with this beat, but Ray just a better ultimate in this exchange.
Yeah, the Ray counters the overclock and they find the Sojourn out of position and it shuts down that overclock. We do see a Bob coming up. No swaps from either team. They're going to keep trying to push the Ram comp. This high charge Zarya just burns the out of position players. They need to be very cautious about that high charge. She's already 100 charge. If they
keep shooting the Zarya. I mean, they're trying to burn the Zarya, make her use bubbles, but at the same time, you're giving her a ton of charge. Now Bob comes out into this High Noon. The High Noon will take out the Bob from Syracuse. Now Zarya falling dangerously low, but also Lunar, the tank for Syracuse, also falling dangerously low. Just trying to eat this Zarya's damage. Sojourn looking for, now Kitsune coming out, looking to try and force the point.
Trade of DPS, and the Brig falls for RIT Arlington. Grav comes out, but I don't think there's anyone to fall up on it.
Yeah, Lunar's ult seems to have done a lot of damage and zoned UT Arlington, so now we will be able to, Syracuse will be able to unlock the point, but it was in overtime. They wasted 4 minutes and it won't have a lot of time to push this payload.
Yeah, that was a very good hold for UT Arlington. They did fall at the end, but getting them to overtime is a big, because this next point can go very, very long, especially in this tight corners.
Yeah, UT Arlington, if I'm them, I'm really happy holding that objective for that long, because you win 1 or 2 fights here, and you're looking at final fight.
And they are coming up with both support ults, so they do big from early from the Sojourn onto the cast. They do mirror with the rally.
Definitely UT Arlington trying to salvage that pick. Rally will force the side of Syracuse back, and they lose their tank, so they will have to fully back off this objective.
They did not trade any ults, but it is unfortunate to lose that initial space because pushing to the choke can be very tricky. I mean, the Zarya does not have Grav as of yet, but when it comes up, it can be very large. Ray comes out early.
Ray comes out from the side of UT Arlington. Syracuse smartly just backing, not trying to fight into it, and now they can go with their own ults. Syracuse pops the overclock. Azer trying to find any value, looking at the Zarya, just trying to shoot her, but it will be Azer falling instead. And now UT Arlington, the Zarya is fully charged once again, just beaming this Ram, trying to kill this Ram, trying to find her any more staggers, and now UT Arlington definitely finding a lot of value with that. Yeah,
that once again, the Zarya is decimating the front line, and the Sojourn keeps getting caught out of position. Like right there, she was right in front of the Zarya, but the Zarya is high charge, and if she's beaming you, there's not a lot your supports can do to keep you up.
Yeah, now UT Arlington will have 3 ults for this next fight. Probably not going to try and use all of them, although Grav High Noon would be big here. Now Kitsune and Grav, a bunch of ults being thrown out for both teams.
Both support ults for Syracuse and Ram.
Kitsune, that is a devastating combo as UT Arlington will fall to the combo.
Very good ult trade in UT Arlington, or Syracuse's favor. They trade both supports and Ram for the High Noon, Grav, and Pulse. So they're going to be at a bit lost for the support ults, but they do have the Bob coming up to hold this or try to take this final stretch of the second point.
Saint, the tracer for UT Arlington, seems to be caught in the back, will go down. So although UT Arlington has 2 support ults coming online, they are down a player. Going to try and focus this Sojourn. Brig will fall to the, or sorry, Sojourn will fall to the Brig. Now there's a Cass in your backline. Now Brig popping rally, trying to stabilize and fight on this point. Ram, the only player on the side of Syracuse. They have to keep touching this objective if they want to keep overtime, but they won't. And now that's just the round from UT Arlington.
Yeah, I really think the Zarya is the stronger character here. It just, Ram has to use a lot of his forms just to block. So it's wasting a lot of the aggression potential of Ram's alternate form instead of using it just to save himself. I also think that the Juno, those rays are really just allowing UTR to take fights very aggressively early and pushing back Syracuse to the spawn like we saw earlier.
Yeah, Syracuse definitely trying to like burn the Zarya, burn their bubbles, but it is giving them a lot of charge, and the Brig Juno backline from UT Arlington is keeping that Zarya up, so it's going to be just really hard for Syracuse to focus the Zarya down, and so that as a result, they're just like, there's just too much damage for the side of UT Arlington.
I also think, I mean, the Ram Soj, while Soj is very strong on this map, as she is very strong in general, the Ram is very pokey, and so there's not a lot of long angles that they can capitalize, especially on that last corner of second point. The Ashe doesn't have a lot of positions where she's either not vulnerable or where she can dish out a lot of damage, especially to the backline. Because while you could hold on that forward high ground right above the cap position, it does put you in a very vulnerable spot to the Juno or Cass. We do see the...
now UT Arlington, they're going for another cheeky Widow shot, much like Syracuse did at the first, but it won't find anything. Now it is a Zarya mirror for the side of Syracuse. Interesting, they want to take this mirror. But Buckle finds an opening pick onto this Ashe. That's a key damage player down from the side of Syracuse. They won't have a lot of sustain now. Now they're all in a tight room, and UT Arlington off the back of Buckle's early pick just gets to walk onto point, and Syracuse just falls over.
Yeah, that was a very... Not having the Ashe set up on the high ground means UT Arlington can kind of push for free. The Genji has no pressure, their backline has no pressure, and they can just walk and take control of Hotel and push Syracuse all the way back. They do see we saw a Orisa swap from UT Arlington, or Syracuse.
Yeah, they want to favor this Orisa. We saw it on Ilios. They love playing the Orisa, but I'm just not sure how good it is into the Zarya.
They need, especially if they keep giving her a lot of charge. While Gold Form does prevent a lot of that damage, her Spear Spin does not deflect rays.
No.
So.
Yeah, Genji was forced out on top. He was trying to mark the other Genji, but Fall got picked. And now he dies. Azer not able to find a regroup with his team. Now, numbers advantage again favoring UT Arlington. They're going to push this. They're going to try and capitalize, find any late kills. And now Syracuse not doing a very good job of dying together. And so there's a ton of staggers coming out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now it's just basically last fight territory for Syracuse.
And UT Arlington has nearly 5 ults coming, except for the Brig ult. They have Grav, Blade, High Noon, and Ray, and they're probably going to push early with the Ray. Not let Syracuse get any space here.
Now,
it's looking pretty grim for Syracuse.
Azer is going to try and build this Blade first, but UT Arlington uses Grav Ray. That's just a deadly combo, and Syracuse is going to fall to it, and now they just get wiped again.
And UT Arlington wins our first match of the LAN with a 2-0 victory. It looked close on Ilios, but UT Arlington clearly liked that Zarya, especially on a heavy raw map like Kings Row. It seemed to favor them this entire time.
Now we see the play of the game from Buckle, the cast for the side of UT Arlington, hitting at some nice shots. Very clean aim.
That was a good first map.
Yeah, good first match even.
Yeah.
Second map, kind of a wash for Syracuse, but
we do see a few strong performances, especially from the DPS on the side of Syracuse. The Genji, I mean, especially in Ilios, the Genji had on Ilios Lighthouse, the Genji was destroying UT Arlington's backline. So clearly the switch to the Juno over the Ana seemed to favor them in that regard, allowing them to sustain those dives a little bit longer.
Yeah, definitely, but it just wasn't enough for the side of Syracuse, that Genji performance.
No. And Buckle consistently getting picks early on a support or DPS that would just poke their head out was not helpful either.
His aim was clean, so definitely will be a player to watch, Buckle.
Me on Cassidy.
Me on Cass.
I never miss. And clearly Buckle doesn't either.
All right.
So we're going into a break. Our next match starts at 11. That's 20 minutes.
20 minutes, yeah. It will be Champlain versus RIT.
Good match. Home team.
Home team, yeah, Rochester.
Okay.
So playing their first match.
It's a round-robin tournament, so every team is going to play every other team. So that was our first map of Untitled versus Syracuse. And we'll go through every rotation and best of 3 for this first segment of the round-robin, and then we'll get into the finals.
Yeah, but if that's any indicator of the matches to come, there will be good, close matches.
Edge of your seat, a lot of good fights.
Yeah.
Intense fights.
A lot of good moments from key individuals.
Definitely.
But
and we'll be right back in 20.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome back to the RIT Overwatch LAN. We're on our second match, which is Champlain versus RIT. We're starting once again on Control. After the coin flip, we'll see which map they decide to play.
Versus the host team.
Yeah,
Excited to see how they perform.
trying to avoid favoritism here, but
Yeah, trying to avoid favoritism.
we do like the RIT. We're friends with them, but I think this is going to be a very
Interesting
strong match. Yeah,
Very interesting. Hopefully it's a close match like the other one,
yeah.
which was somewhat close.
Maybe we can go to map 3. I would like to see that.
A map 3 would be fun.
So we're not only limited to hybrid and Control, but I still think this will be a very good map. We are having a bit of technical difficulty, so it's not one's in yet.
Again, it is a best of 3, so only 2 points are needed to secure the overall win.
So the roster. For RIT, we have Frost, Adbon, Naptime, The Storm's Eye, and Skomo,
Yeah, Naptime subbing in for Seb.
who we'll see
the
tomorrow.
Regular main tank, yeah. And then for the side of Champlain, we got Plankton, Ni, Kazuma,
Rigpig, and
Rigpig, and
we can't see the names currently, but... And our first map for Control is Lijiang Tower.
yep, Li Zhang. Now that's an interesting map. It's going to be probably more. What would you say? Would you want to run?
I think well, it depends what point. I think for markets and for tower or gardens, we're probably going to see a bit more dive than brawl. I think it excels a little bit more. But I definitely think during Control Center, we're going to see a very heavy brawl from both sides.
Yeah.
Which you might see the Ramatra, Zarya.
Ramatra, Zarya, look out for those. I mean, Zarya, good at peeling for supports and like getting charge, but you really rely on that charge, as we saw in the last map. But Ram, good at poking and then going in to finish the kill. Playing more brawl than Zarya
Yeah.
at some times.
We haven't seen what either of these teams are comfortable with, so we can't tell the comps yet. We also don't know what point we're starting on. But Legion's a fun map. We're probably going to see a Lucio for both sides consistently. I love Boops and Garden. So hopefully some fun environmental kills to start us off.
Yeah, hopefully. Hope to see some good Lucio gameplay. Lucio is such a fun character. Love speeding around.
Okay, so we're going to the first map. I think we're starting on Control Center. So very brawly map. But this map definitely doesn't have one consistent character lineup pick for the first 3 points. I mean,
yeah, definitely. This is going to be what we were talking about, the more brawly map. So expect to see either a Ram or Zarya again. And yeah.
So RT Orange is starting off with Cass, Junkrat, Zarya like we expected, Lucio and Kiriko. Champlain's vying for the Ramatra pick. I don't know about the Junk on this point. I guess he's very strong in those tight chokes.
He is, but he's going to get countered by Farah, really.
Yeah.
Not going to be able to
Take her
really
out of
mark
there.
that Farah.
Yeah.
Going to be on Frost to sort of get that done.
Both teams sim TPing out of spawn. It looks like RT got there first and vying to stay on the Symmetra. Those turrets will be a hassle for the Ramatra trying to push through that choke point.
Yep, now they're all grouped up, want to try and, but Adbon taken down really fast by the side of, from Ni, by the Sojourn. Now looking to finish, Champlain looking to finish off most of RT Orange. They just get wiped immediately.
And that's first, pause.
But a pause, technical difficulty.
Yeah.
Maybe that explains as to why he went down so quickly.
Could be the issue.
I'm not exactly sure. He sort of just died immediately from Ni, the Sojourn. So
yeah, I do think the sim could be strong here, especially if the Ram gets caught out. But the Champlain is clearly trying to play around that far on point, the more open space, which is not favoring RT's positioning in white, the white room.
yeah, definitely. One thing, the Zarya will be able to get a love charge from the spamming Pharah. So hopefully they can utilize that to their advantage.
Yeah, for those aggressive high charge Zar picks.
And then Sim. I'm not sure as to why they wanted to run the Sim. Maybe.
I'm expecting to see a swap after on the Pharah. Sim doesn't, especially if that Pharah is just flying around in the open area. It's gonna be very tricky to punish her with
Sim cast.
Yeah.
And as we saw, there were Lucios. Wanted to see some of that.
Was Champlain on Anna, I think?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think that was an Ana.
So that's also going to be interesting. They do have the cleanse to counter big nades and bubbles. So the nades is going to be a bit less of an issue. But the sleeps and nades will still be a concern for RT if they want to try to push out of that little room that they were trying to take the first fights in.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to want to brawl a little bit more than Champlain. So now we're just getting technical difficulties out of the way, trying to fix that up. Should be back momentarily.
Yeah. And back to this Legion Tower fight.
Yep. Looking forward to seeing RIT sort of adapt to what Champlain was doing. It is first fight, but first fight is important to start getting percentage back onto the objective. And now Champlain capturing the objective.
We do see the switch to a Tracer, which can help put pressure on the Ana and Sojourn, which don't have as much peel, especially with the Lucio.
Not sure how the Tracer is going to get in, really, though. Tracer wants to flank pretty hard. Now, RIT Orange pushing forward. Zarya has extremely high energy.
And walking
looking at this Ana. Now, Ram forcing the backline, trying to trades on the supports. Now trying to, Zarya just looking to get on the point, take space away from Champlain. It's turned into a bit of a scrap, everyone falling low. Now Adbon able to capitalize on that scrap and take down Champlain.
And they do get the flip. We saw a trade from the aggressive dive from another pause.
Another pause called.
We did see an aggressive dive from the Lucio of RT Orange.
It looks like we're going to be getting one fight and then pausing. So.
But that trade on the Ana was very impactful for turning that fight. I do think losing the Ana is very detrimental to the Ram to sustain. So once that Ana fell, they can just kind of walk through.
Yeah, and then it turned into a scrap, which the Tracer just loves to pick off easy to kill targets that are low.
Yeah.
And get in, get out sort of thing. So it definitely favored RT Orange at that point.
We do have another pause, so I assume it's the same audio issues we've been facing for the beginning of this match.
Yeah.
Still 1-1. From what I saw, neither team really seems to have ults coming up yet, so we're still going to be a very neutral fight. At the end of the map, we were leaning closer, but RT had big advantage on DPS ults, while the Ramatra had a large lead on the
tank.
Ravenous, or the tank ult. So we'll probably see something like that. They also, the beats are pretty equal, and the Skoma's character does have the advantage on Kitsune, so we'll see probably some DPS ults and Kitsune coming out early from RIT Overwatch.
Now, what did you think of the Pharah? Did you think that was getting a lot done, or just?
I think they did a pretty decent job at checking the Pharah. It was just unfortunate when the Ana dies early. So I think it definitely worked in the first point. I think it's going to continue to work. I don't think it needs a swap, especially once Barrage comes out. If they catch the Zarya cast out of position, it can be an easy early pick.
Yeah, it might be hard for this. Seeing as RT Orange did cap the point, did win the fight, it might be hard for the Pharah to push back into the team.
So we're coming back into the game. RT has point control right now. They just got 10%. So Champlain does have the current advantage. The Tracer's looking for the flank, probably looking to catch the Ana or Sojourn off guard.
Looking to sort of being annoying in the backline, trying to find an opening to go deeper into this backline. Sojourn caught out, will slide out, will be getting some peel from the Lucio. In the meantime, the tank for Champlain going down, and once you lose your tank, it's going to be very hard to push in. And so RIT Orange winning another fight.
They did use Pulse, but it was a pretty good alt-conserving fight for them. We didn't see exactly what happened, but the ramp did seem to get caught out without any support.
And now Naptime has made up that tank advantage or tank disadvantage ult, and now we'll have the Zarya grab. High Noon coming out, forces the Ram to ult, but that Ram ult is crucial in killing the cast. Now RIT Orange really split, really down a lot of players, and off the back of just one ult, Champlain able to retake this objective. But late pick from the Storm's Eye on this Sojourn. Might be able to do something with that, but...
Bit of a stagger. If RT can regroup, they are playing with the advantage. We're looking for the Lucio to taxi Sojourn back to point to take the fight even. A lot of ults kind of...
All right, Kiri using Kitsune Nano to respawn. Kitsune looking at Zarya looking to beam down the this Pharah. Beat comes out. Zarya will grab in response. So the beat a little early from Champlain, and that just allows the Zarya to get a free grab and finish the fight.
A little bit too late and a bit too early. They did miss the Pharah pick, so they started the fight down one. It's an unfortunate time, but they do have both DPS ults coming out, and that has a big opening for a big aggression.
They have also swapped the Lucio. They are on Juno, so what do you think of the Juno swap?
I like the Juno swap. I think it's very helpful.
Oh, but Adbon immediately picked by the Sojourn. The Sojourn has some very good aim. Naptime trades it back onto the Ana, but it's not enough, and RIT Orange will be flipping the point. But they are at 96%, so they only need to win one more fight.
Champlain is catching up, but they're a bit behind. We do have at least one or two more fights for this map to see the winner. But we do have a barrage early, and if this Fair can get a nice setup, it's going to be, RT Orange is going to have to be very careful about that barrage coming up to just destroy their front line.
Yeah, has to carry the barrage. This is going to be last fight as both teams have almost 90%. But Frost getting picked early by the Pharah. Tracer recall Forest off the map. Storm's Eye looking to trade back. Gets the Sojourn for the side of Champlain, but this Pharah just putting in a lot of work, not really getting marked that much, and Champlain will take this first round out of RIT's grasp.
Yeah, the Pharah on defense is very strong there. You can set up on this little ledge or on anywhere in that open room, and it makes it very difficult for the other team to push in, especially those tight chokes where she can just get a lot of damage before they even take the fight. So
yeah. Ideally, you want your cast to mark that Pharah, but it's easier said than done. It's a lot of when you're pushing into the Pharah, you can't really get a good angle, and the Pharah can just like fly away, and it's hard for the cast to get much done. So now we're seeing an adaptation from RIT Orange, going to be running a Pharah.
And Sojourn instead of Cassidy. Champlain makes a big swap to Monkey, so they're on full dive on this map, which we'll have to make sure that Kiriko doesn't get picked out. Both teams opting for the Sim TP again.
Yep, except this time RIT Orange will not be on Pharah, but Pharah from RIT Orange gapping the other Pharah will find that opening pick, and now off the back of really just one pick, RIT Orange in a much better position than Champlain.
Takes the first capture point of this round. So both teams opting for the Pharah is interesting. There's not a lot of pressure on either of the Pharahs. The Ana might be a bit more aggressive, but she is very out of position early.
As you saw there, Ana was low, but Naptime dies trying to chase that Ana that fell dangerously low. Now down the tank is going to be tough for RIT Orange to sustain. Now Champlain taking care of business, taking care of kills, and will wipe the fight. Now getting flipped. So RIT Orange, a little bit of percent, but not much.
Yeah, two really early fights. The point wasn't even open for RT's first point, so first fight win, so they barely got enough progress before the second fight started. And they just caught the Zarya off guard early, and with no bubbles, just not a lot you can do there.
Yeah, if you're caught out early on Zarya with no bubbles, you don't have a lot to escape. Now, trade from tanks onto Sojourn. Now, big trade for RIT Orange, as the tank is a big form of sustain on this point. Now will be wrapping onto the point. Looking at this, Naptime looking at this Sojourn. In the meantime, 2 kills go the way of RIT Orange, and now Staggers coming through for the side of Champlain.
And the
but they
tank
are
is
going
back.
to try and clutch it. But two alive.
RT does manage to get the flip early in the fight, so they get a lot of capture progress before the monkey can get back to the point. And still not looking at a lot of ults. We do have overclock for Champlain, but the Sojourn falls early.
Sojourn definitely falls early to Adbon. Adbon doing a lot on this Pharah as soon as they swap to it.
Beat goes out, or Nano Boost goes out for Champlain. Finds an early pick on both supports.
Yeah.
And that's basically the fight over. Just have to stagger that Pharah and Zarya.
So although Adbon gets an opening pick, won't be able to capitalize on that from RT Orange. They get split and Nano monkeyed. So that was a lot for RT Orange to sustain through.
Big ult fight coming up. 4 ults from the side of RT and 4 also from Champlain coming up. So we're going to see a lot of ults this fight. I don't know exactly what is going to happen, but RT does vie to take the right position.
Monkey coming in through the flank. Kitsune comes out, will be killed by the Sojourn. Now a lot is going on. Naptime finding 2 picks. Primal forced. So many ults being used from both teams, but Primal doing a lot more. And now Frost will be killed. And it looks like RT Orange will not be able to sustain. Oh,
well,
but
they are turning. Tank pick on the monkey does give a little bit of advantage back to RT Orange. And we'll see how this fight keeps going.
So low, and then they aren't able to sustain as their supports were staggered. So RT Orange getting a lot of picks, but not finding a clean team kill.
And Champlain does hold on to the point, going at 90%. So if they can hold this, is last fight territory. But they are looking against a beat and overclock. So
now overclock comes out from the side of RT Orange. Barrage onto a Zarya, that's crucial. But they are able to trade it back, RT Orange. And now, off the back of a Sojourn, Overclock, and Beat, will find the team kill and finally find a breather on this point.
Yeah. There was a Beat at the end, so they did have to force Beat to win that fight. And that does put them at a bit of a disadvantage. Looking at 0 ults coming up. So, and they are against a Nano Monk, and most likely Nano and the Monkey are far. So that's going to be a big hurdle for RT to overcome if they want to keep this point.
Trying to build this Zarya grab, but Nano Winston coming into this tight little room won't have a lot of sustain for RT Orange, and now, unfortunately, Naptime not able to get the grab in time, and now it's a desperate fight for RT Orange if they can even touch. Now, Storm's Eye trying to touch, Lucio off the map, Tracer going to touch, but it looks like RT Orange is just out of steam.
Yeah. They very much try to favor that right room or the mega side, opposite a point. And it did put them at big disadvantage with the Monkey Fire just able to get so much splash damage into that small little room with a lot of options to leave if they need to.
So Champlain taking the first round. Frost play the game. Let's see.
Big shot to Pharah.
Yeah, nice shot onto the Pharah.
Big grab there.
Big grab.
Yeah.
Really just able to clean up after that. And yeah.
So it was a good first fight. We did see I counted 2 boops, which I'm very happy about.
2 boofs?
Yeah. Going either way. One on the Lucio, one on the Sojourn, I believe.
Yeah, I saw that boop at the end to prevent the Lucio from touching for RT Orange. It was big.
I think a big issue we saw, especially in that last fight with the Nano Monkey, they all were clumped up, and if you can't put a lot of pressure on the Monkey, especially if Zarya doesn't have a lot of charge built up at that point, he can just kind of go walk through your team, do a ton of damage, especially with the Pharah spamming, and you're trapped in that little room. There's not a lot of opportunities for the DPS to try to make space and get the picks on the Pharah or put any pressure on the back line. And just kind of, they were trapped there constantly and wasn't optimal.
Champlain really showing that if you just play around the Zarya, not enabling her by giving her charge, the comp sort of falls apart.
Yeah.
And now we'll be going on to the second map. It is hybrid, which is good for usually more brawly stuff.
It is generally more brawly.
Unless RIT pick, if they want to keep brawling, picking the Zarya, lean into their comfort more. They can go to King's Row, like we saw last map. Definitely don't want to go to Mimbani because that's more of a dive map.
If we're not seeing a lot of, we didn't see, well, maybe they're not comfortable monkeying that point specifically. We might see more dive characters come up, but if they are favoring the Zarya, they definitely do want to avoid the more divey maps. And from what we saw, they do seem to favor the Zarya over anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I liked the Pharah from Adbon there.
Yeah.
As soon as he swapped, he started getting a lot of value.
It became a bit more even. It still definitely leaned towards Champlain's side. They were very strong with that, the monkey in the front line. And I didn't, from what I saw, their backline wasn't very pressured often, which did lead to them being able to sustain these long, drawn-out fights, where even if they get the tank pick early, they come back because their supports stay alive long enough for him to respawn. There's a lot of drawn-out fights that map.
Yeah, there were a ton of scrappy fights. Really, RIT getting some picks, but not enough to like cleanly wipe a team. And if that happens and you're not in control of the point, it's just building more percent for the enemy team. And at that point, it's just hard to get back into the game if you're just staggering and not in control of the objective.
Yeah, they had to use 3 ults, including beat, to just sustain for that last final push where they got the cap. But the other team was already at 99%, and going into that with 0 ults and
it was
way less cap progress is very tricky to turn that map around.
We have gotten word that we are going to be going to King's Row, so RIT definitely wanting to lean into their strengths so far that we've seen, which is more of a Zarya-centric comp. They seem to be doing well against on the brawl, but so they're just going to try and lean into that.
Definitely favoring the brawl.
Yeah.
We did see a little bit of RAM from our first point from the Champlain, but I think their comp more lean towards the setup from the DPS.
Definitely.
And if they can't get that RAM into that aggressive positioning that they want, it might be a bit tricky for the DPS to hold, especially with the long sight lines, first point, and especially in that back high ground around point. If the supports can set up strongly there, it will be very tricky for that Pharah to get the openings that she wants.
Yeah. For the side of RIT, might see a Pharah, might see a Genji here. If they are attacking, Genji can get onto the high ground and synergize as well with the Zarya if they choose to run that.
So RT's on attack first, we see. Champlain is vying for the ram again. Also Torbjorn, which will put a lot of pressure on that tank. They're going to have to take care of that turret. It's going to be, if a tricky turret setup can be very annoying to break, especially if your DPS can't deal with it early.
Yeah, Torb, people often joke, Torb has a turret, they call him the 6th man, because it just doesn't die if you don't shoot it, and it can get sneaky good value.
A lot of damage that you don't really notice until it's about too late. RT is going Juno Brig. We didn't see the Brig first map, but I think it's very good on this the tight quarters of King's Row. Once again, going for the Zarya. We see an Ashe instead of Cassidy from Frost, and still on the Pharah from Adam, which we did like earlier.
RT Orange trying to rotate. Scomo getting anti-nated, will be caught out on the rotate. So now RT Orange not being able to cleanly rotate, and now the Ashe for RT Orange is trapped, split, and will die, which is really bad as it is a bit of a stagger.
Yeah. Here's first point. The Zarya is building up charge. She's at 50 already. She'll have a bit of a higher charge for coming up to this next fight. See me rotating through Hotel early, trying to take out that turret, the Torb turret.
Yeah, nap time trying to just get some charge, get some damage done, try and maybe build an ult, looking to kill that turret as that sneaky damage will not be felt. Now, Sojourn for the side of Champlain, falling dangerously low, does get killed. Now, Zarya looking to aggress on this 5-man advantage. Pharah looking for a flank, sort of capitalize off that damage from the Zarya.
Finds the Ramatra in Hotel, but does fall to the Torb, but there's not a lot else he can do, especially falls late. The Ana does get the Brig late in the fight, so maybe there is openings for recontest from Champlain, but I don't know if it will happen. Yeah, they back up and give first point.
Champlain seems to be content with giving up the point. Now RIT Orange will take that.
Yeah, the last fight they did manage to dislodge the Surge from high ground and capitalize on that very strongly, which did allow them to take that first point very relatively quickly, only 2 fights.
Yep, this Ashe in the corner really poking out that turret, does not want it to get any value whatsoever. And on Torb, if you don't have your turret, you're not doing a lot. Now grab comes out from RIT Orange, catches 4 players. It's a huge grab and will take the fight. Now RIT Orange just getting able to push this payload even farther.
Yeah, that was a great grab. One ult fight. We do see both support ults coming from Champlain, a bit of a advantage, but also both DPS ults from RIT Orange. So I might see a Bob or Broad just trying to hold this space and ensure they get this cap. But still a lot of ults from both sides, so it could go either way easily.
Yeah, expect this fight to get messy. RIT Orange trying to set up with this barrage. Will go in deep, but is traded out, finds the Sojourn, but won't be able to find any more. Bob comes out for RIT Orange. Ray respawn, now will be kited by RIT Orange, and they just want to like sustain and kite back and then go in with their support ults.
We still see Nano and Ram, so this fight will still last a while. Turret down, there goes the Nano up, and Ramatra ult.
Oh, but it's getting kited. Although their big slow from the Ram will prevent people from leaving so easily, but the Ray comes out from RIT Orange in response, is looking to find value, but the Torball really zoning out RIT Orange, not being able to use their Ray.
The supports can't get across or above, so they does shut down the Ray pool. Torb falls early in the fight. We see the rally from RIT Orange.
Now our Sojourn split will be taken down. Ram looking to find any trades, as that is the key to winning the fight, but will fall in the end. And now RIT Orange looking to find these late kills, try and get staggers, because that will be crucial. Oh, sleep, try on to nap time.
Saves the Ana, allows her to get out, which is very, very good. So maybe they don't go for recontest, but they do have a good position for this 3rd point.
Yep.
They do also have overclock from the Surgeon, so that'll be very scary for the Far, especially if she can. This Surgeon can't hit her shots, so it will be very difficult for the Far to get as aggressive a positioning.
Yep. Look to see Knee trying to pop the overclock soon. Far just taking an angle, trying to spam while waiting for the fight to really begin. Now RIT Orange sends a grab out catches this Juno. Now that's a key player gone, but nap time is traded out. Zarya down.
The overclock finds 2.
Yeah.
Farah and nap time.
And now just some late kills for Champlain, and now RIT Orange will have to be sent back to the drawing board.
Very good return, very good trade off from the Juno, allowed them to win that fight. Good stronghold. Now they have this very forward position. It's gonna be very tricky for that Farah to get set up against the spam from the Sojourn and Torb. So we're gonna have to really work to get through that first corner.
Yep, now RIT Orange coming up on both DPS ults, going to send in a Bob early, try and zone out this tank, but tank gets nanoed in response, is looking to go deep, does have their ult if they want to choose to use it, but are instead choosing some good discipline and backing up.
Yeah, the Bob did split him, but it didn't. Both 2 ults kind of go there, didn't do very much, just kind of pushed the fight along.
RIT throws out the barrage, finds the Ana, almost finds the Ram, but somehow two RIT Orange players have fallen, and really looking good for RIT at first, but
yeah, the Torb was left unchecked in the backline. The Juno had to push up to attempt to keep the Farah alive through her ult, and the Torb found that opportunity to just keep a poke in the flank and give a lot of spam damage down that long hallway.
Yep, now on a Genji from Advon instead of a Farah. Senses that they aren't getting a lot done. Ray comes out from both sides, so it's just a Ray push, but the Ram has his ult. He didn't use it earlier. He had good discipline, and now it is paying rewards, but he goes a little too deep with it. Discipline not there this time, and now RIT Orange could have a bit of an opening. Torb turret on the ceiling.
Fun part. Champlain does swap to Winston for this last point. The Torb is still alive. They're trying to pressure him, but he's not fall. So Champlain does manage to hold this next corner without too much progress from RIT.
RIT falling, all players falling low, have to back out, get topped up, and this is just draining clock off of RIT Orange's attack. Now RIT pops the Brig ult, gets antied, however, and Brig falling dangerously low, but will get a health pack. However, meantime, Frost will be separated and split, but RIT does find the trade onto the Torb, so definitely looking good. As grab comes out, but Nano in response onto the solo Winston. They probably wanted to get a little bit more with that grab.
Yeah, Champlain holds that's pretty strong. They do find a late trade on the Sojourn, but if they can capitalize it, it might be a quick turnaround.
Yeah, this is final fight territory for RIT Orange. They only have 30 seconds left to complete this map. If they want to complete it with time, it's looking a little dangerous. Without time, they won't be able to attack again if they complete the map. Now, Champlain popping the overclock will find both juniors are down. Ooh, some nice shots from Knee will delete most of RIT Orange, and now a desperate touch will be required for RIT Orange, but this late kill onto nap time is not going to make that easy.
Yeah, attempting to touch with the Tracer, but it doesn't look likely, and that's round one for Kings Row. They had a very strong hold on that last point. The supports were very far back in it. The DPS couldn't get past all the spam from the Torb that was just constantly coming from that little mega room.
Yeah, the Torb, it did end up favoring Champlain. It started to work better once there was less open areas and more just like you have to push through a certain angle.
Yeah, that grab from the Zarya caught the monkey, but he was in bubble still, and Zarya does not burn through bubbles very fast, so they couldn't finalize that pick. And with the Nano, it really turned that fight around for Champlain's advantage.
Yeah, they were just able to, once that grab ended, the monkey was able to just jump onto the back line and cause a lot of disruption and a lot of damage amplified by that Nano.
Mm-hmm, definitely. So, a decent push for RIT, but they will not push this map to overtime rounds, so Champlain does have to just get to the 55-meter mark on the third point. And
yep.
Seems very similar comps from both teams. RT does match the Torb on the defense side.
It is definitely holdable for RIT. At the same time, it is definitely winnable for Champlain as they did not complete the map RIT Orange.
Mm-hmm. We're seeing the Widow once again, early picks.
Yep, looking for a pick.
Most likely going to switch back to the Pharah after the first thing. Tries a shot, no one's peeking.
Tries another shot.
Yeah, and there goes the swap.
There goes the swap. Now Ram rotating off, finding the turret, will take that down. So now is going to set up on the high ground, going to try and force these supports into a position that they do not like for RIT Orange.
Yeah, they do use the speed ring to close the gap. The Ram makes it, and they're walking fast with Ram form.
Yep, definitely. This is a bit of a brawl. Everyone playing up top, which is a different angle than for most on Kings Row. Now, it's just a bit of a waiting game, wanting to get their cooldowns back. Zarya is really charged up, going to be doing a lot of damage, but it's not going to be a lot of valuable damage if you're just shooting the Ram.
Yeah, the Ram can't seem to push up through this little choke. There's a Torb spamming the backline, and he's on it in Hotel and just not allowing Champlain to push up at all.
Genji on point will get a tick for Champlain, which is crucial as that is permanent progress. It will not be, they do have 33% and it will be closer to unlocking. Now just Naptime looking for a flank onto this Genji, going to try and mow him down. Nano comes out onto the Ramatra, looking at this Torb. Everyone's in a hotel, which is not a good place if you want to survive a Ram Nano. And now everyone's in a group and RIT Orange will fall.
Yeah. They once they gave up the high ground from, they had a great hold on the high ground, but they peeled to the Torbjorn, which kind of displaced them all. And Champlain was able to find an early pick on the Juno, which allowed them to really turn the fight to their advantage pretty quickly.
Yeah, definitely. Once they gave up that high ground, it was a long fight. As you saw, neither team wanted to give up that high ground, but as soon as it happened, RIT just was not able to regroup.
A few ults coming up. RT does have the large advantage because the nano was used, but both teams do have a lot of ults to take this next fight on.
Now, Naptime looking to aggress. Doesn't want to get too aggressive as one bubble was popped. Now looking for this big grab, another big grab.
Two.
But now just a big scrap. Ray comes out from the side of Champlain looking to aggress off the aggression of RIT. But RIT uses so many ults but does not get enough value with them.
Find the Genji though, so they are currently up in this fight. It does look favored towards RT for this immediate fight, but not a lot of action going on right now.
Yeah,
a bit of slow fighting.
Yeah, but since they used all their ults, they're using another one, Ray, but it is easily kiteable, and now they're just a Ram to shoot out, but Ram takes so much damage and won't die. And now it's Champlain's turn to attack. Will find Naptime and the rest of RIT. Adbon getting antied at the very end, looking for these final eliminations to stagger him out, and will find them.
Yeah, that's the team wipe. They really pushed with putting all their eggs in the basket, I guess, with the Juno ult, but the Ram just could sustain for the entire thing with his farm and then Nano, which just really allowed them to flip it in their advantage and pressure the Brig, who's very far up with the Zarya.
Yeah, now Brig rally. Bubbles will come out onto this rally, looking to again force this Ram out, but then Blade pulled for the side of Champlain, looking to aggress further, and they will get the next checkpoint.
Yeah. These staggers come up, RT might not be able to get a good positioning on third point, and are already on the back foot with no ults, and the Ram and Juno ult coming out first Champlain. Yeah, it's going to be a hard fight for RT to hold this last point.
Definitely. The Champlain only has to win really one fight. It seems as though RIT wants to shoot the Ram, but it's just not working out. He can sustain too much. Now on D.Va instead of Zarya for Naptime, but will be taking dangerously low. Suit does. You do not want to lose your Suit on D.Va, but this is the final fight, it looks like.
A pull off the map from the Ramatra, catches the Genji, and they're down two almost immediately.
Now it's just a Ray and a Ramatra ult. Not much you can do. RIT did not have enough ults, and they will be eliminated, or not eliminated.
Lose
but
the second
They will
round.
lose.
And that is the match win to Champlain. A very, very strong look from them. They had a very... They did a very good job of kiting major RT abilities and allowed them to definitely take the fights in their advantage.
Yeah, now here's a replay of this huge grab. It was absolutely massive. Kiots kills 4 and is able to win the fight off that.
It just seemed they kept, as you said earlier, they kept trying to focus the Ram, but in form with a double support pocket like that, with the Juno Ana just constantly healing him, there's not a lot you can do, even with high charge on Zarya.
Yeah,
the Ram does have a massive amount of sustain.
Champlain did a good job of recognizing that and then just carrying their Ramatra, keeping him up constantly, and then they would nano him, and at that point, RIT invested so much into him that they didn't have enough to really sustain a Ram attack.
And then even halfway through that form, he could just turn it around if they push aggressively, find that Brig early, like in that fight with the Ray, and once the Brig or Juno falls from RT, they lose all the sustain to take that long drawn-out fight.
So definitely Champlain looking very dominant, looking like the team to beat almost. It will be very exciting to see UT Arlington versus Champlain, which will be coming up as it is a round robin. And so currently UT Arlington and Champlain both have 1 win each, and RT Orange and Syracuse at 1 loss each. There's still a long way to go. Each team has 3 more matches today. Long day. Could go any which way. Yep, UT Arlington versus Champlain. That would be an interesting match to see. They both like the brawl, but as you can see, UT Arlington, we saw last round, was playing more Zarya, and Champlain seems to have the Zarya on lock. They seem to know what to do and know how to play around it.
Yeah, especially since Ram is very strong right now. If they can continue keeping the Zarya in check like they did with RT Orange, and UT Arlington can't figure out how to break that kind of play style, it seems like it currently would be favoring Champlain.
Definitely, definitely. Now, Syracuse versus RT Orange, that would be also an interesting match. Both teams looking strong at points, but not being able to really capitalize off their picks and really get a clean wipe.
Yeah. So it's 12 right now. Our next match is starting very, very soon.
Yep.
And we're going to have a little break before that.
But stick around for the coming action.
Definitely. Be a fun match.
Yeah. And RIT Overwatch LAN going well so far. Both tons of great players from all teams showing their abilities and teamwork.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. It'll be a fun day. We'll be right back.
Be right back.
Hey, welcome back. We did a little caster switch out. No, we're not shapeshifters.
Unfortunately.
My name is Teddy,
I'm BiteNode.
and we're about to get into the next game with Champlain versus Syracuse. It's going to be on Ilios, so looking forward to some more Lucio.
Yeah. Good performances by the teams all around in these first two games, and I'm looking forward to see what Champlain and Syracuse put out in game number 3.
Yeah, so let's see if Syracuse can bring their team a win this time.
Well, it just looks like we'll just have to wait and see.
Of course. While we wait, let's do a little. What kind of teams are we going to be seeing on this map?
I'm probably thinking Lucio is definitely going to be picked here. Lucio with the speed boost. Maybe we'll see a Juno, because speed is definitely very key for these maps. As Ilios also does have that center area with the well that people can go in. Maybe see Farah.
Yes, this is Boop City, as one of my great RIT YouTube or one of my great Overwatch YouTubers would say, Frogger.
All right, looks like we're seeing Lucio Kiriko from Champlain, and we're seeing more of a divey comp from Champlain with Lucio Kiriko enabling speed boost and protective Suzu respectively. We're seeing the Winston for leaps into backline. We're seeing Genji, so it's going to be a bit of a dive comp.
And on the side of Syracuse, we have Orisa, which I'm not sure if they were playing that the first time.
But they are running Juno so for the speed boost. They're going to try to get to the center as fast as possible, try to make as much space for their teams as possible. We're about to see early engagements. Nothing big happening yet. Winston taking the high ground on the left side, trying to make space. Ooh, an early pick onto Ash will definitely change things up. Down 1. Oh. A second pick onto the Winston, and 3 picks from Syracuse. Yeah, looks like the first fight is all but won here. Unfortunately, unable to secure the kill on the Lucio.
Yes, Syracuse with a very decisive opening here.
Interesting switch to Sombra here. Might go for a bit more of a heavy dive for going the Ash for Sombra. Shit. Plankton back in the back lines, not in the back line, that's the front line from my point of view. All right, let's see this. Oh, early pick for Kazuma onto the Sojourn. They might try to do something with this.
Syracuse's first death of the game.
Everyone's looking relatively healthy. Oh, never mind. The Orisa goes down. This might be a retake from Champlain. Oh, Genji hacked and is killed. So we're Syracuse down 2 again. Brig now has ult, might use it late in next team fight, but they're unable to secure any last kills there. So Champlain does manage to flip the point.
So looking into this next fight, Syracuse is going to have the Brig rally coming up, so they're going to have a powerful push forward through this choke point with Orisa.
Yeah, good chance. Ooh, Speedglass is taking a lot of damage here. Might even get killed. Winston popping Primal and a counter rally in order to prevent Winston from taking out the Sojourn, but Azer is taken down. Ooh, a big boop from Champlain, trying to push the advantage that they get. Managed to secure 3 kills now. It looks like this fight might be over for Syracuse, getting 4 out, and maybe a team kill, and it is a team kill for Champlain.
So Syracuse did use the rally, but in response, Champlain did pop, beat, and...
Syracuse is now coming into their DPS ults with their support ult and tank ult. And Champlain does have 3 ults to their name. It all depends on how it's used. Going for an aggressive push from... Oh, an EMP managed to... Oh, a lot of ults are coming out all the time, same time. 3 hacked right now. Azer gets 2, which should help. Kazuma low, so seems like this fight is turning in Syracuse's favor. Another team kill immediately from Syracuse.
I didn't even see the EMP come out. When did that get like canceled or something?
No, it came out. Got 3 of them on Syracuse.
It was a fast fight.
It was a very quick fight. Very decisive.
We've still got
Lunar
Champlain
taking a lot of damage
with
here.
Genji ult.
Oh, using Kitsune to try to force. Oh, getting an early pick on one of the supports for Syracuse. Using Terra Surge. Ooh, it is not looking good for Syracuse right now. Down their tank and a support. They're just getting picked off quickly by the teammates. And now their Winston now has Primal Rage, which will be interesting to see what they do with it.
Yeah, it's pretty even right now, 82 to 72. Either team could still win this. Champlain does have a slight ult advantage, though, with Primal Rage as opposed to
Syracuse is closer to their support ults, but it might not matter, seeing as there's only a few seconds left before Champlain takes it.
They're going to need to get to the point fast, but Winston's not going to...
Winston's
trying to keep him off with Primal.
Brig is coming up on ult. Brig might use it soon, depending.
It's even.
It's even-ish. Oh, no. Oh, Brig does use ult. Brig manages to use ult and barely saves herself. Oh, never mind. She is unfortunately taken out.
Syracuse got the point flip, so they're ticking it up right now. Waiting for Champlain is just trying to build up that ult charge right now.
Lucio is coming in on beat. They might try to use it in order to make sure that they do secure that. Yep, they do use the beat here. And with that, it might look like Syracuse is taken out with their tank and the support down. So just switching to Lucio to see if they can contest point quickly.
What
are we looking at? Yep, no support ults, no ults at all really here. So it's honestly just a game of attrition at this point. Looking close. Azer coming somewhat close to a pulse bomb might be used with it. Azer looking at 88%. It's honestly so just a close fight all around. Syracuse is almost retaking the point.
Oh my god, they took it back.
Azer is coming up on Pulse Bomb at a kill here. Oh, a kill on the Kiriko from Azer will help Syracuse here. Ooh, and a overclock from Speed. So it seems like it does turn favor in Syracuse's favor. Syracuse might just win here.
Wow, Syracuse's Sojourn Speed glasses there. Just
right, and will anyone be able to contest? And no, it seems like Syracuse will take this first map.
What a clutch!
That was definitely one of the faster-paced games we've seen here today.
Wow, what a close match.
Lots of flips.
What a close game.
Let's see if they change it up for the next map.
Or it's round game match is the scale.
Yeah, I think so.
So that was a round.
All right. Seems like we're having Lunar on Hammond, or Wrecking Ball, depending on however you want to call him. And a switch to Symmetra Lifeweaver, playing for more of a safe comp, I guess, trying to make sure that they can't get picked off as easily. Plankton opting to use Echo, someone we haven't seen this tournament so far. Using Teleport for fast engagement. Azer switching off to Genji. So this is just like they try to get the point as fast as possible. Let's see what's going on.
We're actually
here.
going to be looking at
an early pick from Lunar onto the enemy Tracer will definitely turn the tide in favor for Syracuse here. Genji being pushed by the Winston, but is peeled for by his teammates. The Juno not looking so good, and antis onto Saint and Lunar might affect what they do. Azer does get a kill here, but we do see the Larissa use both of her expensive cooldowns, so she might be in a bit of a precarious position. Oh, and good anti onto the Brig does manage to secure the kill, but while this was happening, Syracuse did take the point, so they are getting ticks. Genji pushing the Ana, but is summarily defeated. Winston not looking so good, but it does seem like the Champlain has won this fight, but Syracuse is trying to get as much tick as they can before they get taken. Unfortunately, the kill is secured.
And
so
the point goes back to Champlain.
Juno will be staggered and will not be able to contest for a little bit.
Yeah, so during that fight, that was like one really long fight. During the middle of it, it went to Syracuse and they got 24% up. But then Champlain eked out the fight and got the point at the end.
Ana is coming up on ult. Let's see where they use it. All right. So Champlain does have a better ult economy here. They are coming up on Nano, Primal Rage. Oh, they immediately use Nano on Echo to try to save. See anything happen out of this. Nano is used. Primal Rage is now ready for the pick onto the using Primal Rage to try to secure the kill on the Sojourn, and they do secure the kill, which all but guarantees them this fight. And unfortunately, the Orisa is trying to stay alive, which will mean that they are. Oh, they do use ult here in order to stall for more time on point, so they get a few more ticks of point here, because Syracuse did manage to take it during all that, and we missed it here. So it's around even right now. Champlain does have 2 ults here, Duplicate and Pulse Bomb, and Saint has their Rally.
I was going to say maybe Lunar was going to switch off the Orisa, and that's why he opted to use Terra Surge there, but no.
I honestly think it was just a key point for a little bit longer. The Rally used, and Rally is currently being used, but now Champlain has 3 ults. Beat comes out, and they do manage to get a pick on Saint, but Syracuse does manage to convert this into another swap. So they do get a few more ticks of stuff, and they do force out Pulse. But unfortunately, Syracuse did use 3 ult stat engagement as opposed to, well, no, both teams used 3 ult stat engagement. Rig Pig coming up on Nano once more.
Yes, we're close to Nano boost from Champlain.
And Syracuse is looking relatively low on their support ult, so they might not have support ult for this fight and the next fight. Rig Pig coming up on Nano. Immediate Nano usage on the Winston in order to save. This allows them to get 2 picks, and it does seem like Champlain will be able to take this point for this. Azer is recontesting and does manage to get a stick on the Echo, but unfortunately it will not make a difference.
Azer said, "I'm taking you with the way out."
It is now going to map 3, to one of my personal favorite maps, Ilios Well. Both teams have been doing great so far. Let's see what happens at this ultimate point in the game 1.
I am looking forward to some well kills. This has been a very close.
We're not really seeing many. Oh, we are seeing a switch to Hazard from Syracuse.
This is going to be new for me.
Hazard is a relatively new hero. Is he the newest hero? Or was that Juno? Oh, Freya. I'm not sure if Freya counts, but they're going for Juno Brig, trying to go for more of a brawly comp. Oh, no, they're switching back to Orisa.
They're just
teasing us with Hazard. All right, they're taking the high ground early. Champlain taking the high ground early in order to try to contest. Oh, Yuyo going for a jump into the enemy backline. And it does manage to get 2 picks. Oh,
I think they
Syracuse did not handle this well. Syracuse seems like it's going to be a team kill before point unlocks. A bit unfortunate for Syracuse. Champlain did manage to take the high ground and just collapse on Syracuse.
Yeah. So Champlain had the Winston jumping on one side while the rest of the team.
Syracuse switching to Hazard for their tank and Ana for one of their supports. See what this change does.
No one is more than 50% of the way to ult. I mean, we might be seeing a Pulse Bomb coming out from Champlain with this fight.
A good sleep onto the Winston might change things. They are contesting point. The Hazard going for a jump into the back line and using a block. Right here. Oh, Kazuma looking relatively low, but Champlain is down 2, and unfortunately, he survived that.
He can climb walls.
He can climb walls.
Right.
I almost thought he wouldn't survive that, but never bet against Hazard, I guess. Ooh, knee taken out by Hazard, and it looks like Azer might be. Oh, popped ult from the Winston, just trying to take out the Sojourn. Unfortunately, it seems to have lost sight of the Sojourn, but a lot of Syracuse is looking relatively low here. and are unfortunately unable to convert, although they almost did.
It almost looked like Syracuse
Champlain
was gonna...
does have both support ults for next fight, which will definitely aid here, but Syracuse is also coming up on 3 ults, that being Hazard's ult, Ana's ult, and Briggs' ult.
Champlain was holding that point with dear life, like they were hanging on with a thread.
Champlain might be trying to go for a sneaky pulse bomb here.
It almost went back to Syracuse.
Oop. Hazard has ult. Will he use it here, or will he wait? Suzu and Swift Step and has been used, so the Kiriko is currently at her lowest point. Oh, used Suzu, and oop, lots of ults coming out. Nano, Rally, and Hazard ult all came out in quick succession, but Lucio still does have beat. This might still be useful here. Will they use
like
beat?
Most of Syracuse is down.
Lucio does not use beat here, and Syracuse is able to recontest, but it is going to be a bit difficult for them to mount a full defense due to the fact that a lot of people are dead. But if they can, Sojourn does have ult, but I do not believe they will be able to.
And that is
that seems to be
going to Champlain.
And that is the end of game 1. That was very good plays all around from both teams.
Yeah, it was really close for the first 2 rounds, and then that last one on Well, Champlain just did not give it up.
Yeah. All right. Yes, nice double kill here, triple kill here. Assist from teammates. Overwatch is a team game, fellas. You gotta work together with your team in order to secure those kills.
Yeah.
I particularly enjoyed that first round on Ilios Ruins. Very fast-paced, many switches in the quick succession. Definitely what I like seeing.
Yeah, that first round on Ilios Ruins was like, it was 99-99, and I still couldn't tell who was going to win.
These teams are very strong. These teams just really have a lot going for them. I'm just excited to see what will happen in these next 2 games, hopefully.
Do you know what's the next game mode going to be?
I believe it's going to be hybrid. Hybrid is going to be the next game mode. Let's see what they choose map-wise.
Hybrid's always been one of my favorites.
Hybrid is a fun one. 2CP was also something, but unfortunately they did get rid of it when Overwatch 2 became a thing. Flashpoint I do enjoy, but I personally prefer 2CP. I do miss Hanamura, Temple of Anubis, those maps. We did get a sort of, like, what's the word, reminder of Temple of Anubis with the Flashpoint map. But I still am ready for 2CP to eventually come back, hopefully. Although it might be a pipe dream.
Then the inclusion of Clash as a game mode was kind of that. They had the Temple of Anubis map in Clash.
Yes, that is what I meant to say. I meant to say Clash instead of Flashpoint. They both end in Lash. Like, it's one letter off.
Exactly.
And I am also excited for what Season 16, or what Stadium is going to bring into Overwatch for the future. It's definitely going to be interesting. I personally have been enjoying the totally normal watch game mode. If you've seen any of those clips flying around about Rhine just drifting and not stopping and just taking someone along for the ride, Torb's extremely large turrets, Ana becoming a sniper with 1 shot in her biotic rifle. Totally normal watch is definitely a very interesting game mode. It seems like I'm getting word that our next map choice is going to be King's Row. Seems similar to what we had in Game 1.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of deja vu here.
Yeah. King's Row is a very fun map, in my opinion.
It's a favorite for a lot of people.
Yes. The first choke point is very, very tough to get through, but it is very interesting map, and a lot of high ground allows for a lot of vertical play here, and therefore expansion of strategy.
Mm-hmm. It's got a lot of room for many different play styles. We can see Dive, Rush having a lot of success on King's Row. It's really up to the team what they want to play and what their strengths are.
Yeah. I'm excited for what happens in Game 2. Let's roll the tapes. All right, looks like we've got a nice, is that dawn or dusk? I can barely tell. But looks like we've got a nice twilight for our fight here. All right, looking, both teams going Juno, Rom. Syracuse having Widowmaker, I would assume, for an early pick. Azer going Pharah due to this map having quite a high verticality. You see both teams having a Ramatra because Ramatra with his tier 3 perk allows for easy grabbing of opponents in the sky with the Ravenous Vortex, which will allow for easier picks. Ooh, Torbjorn is not something that you see here, but we have Plankton going Torb here. Torb is very strong against tanks right now. Going for an early pick. No early picks are detected from Speed Glasses. Does get a shot off on the ROM. And no one else seems to be pushing up, and so Speed Glass is going to swap, yeah.
The turret goes down already.
Sojourn. Sojourn is currently very strong with the easy left clicks into right click. Ooh, knee not looking so hot, very low. Ooh, a good anti onto the backline, hits 3, forcing them to back off a little. Anti is anti-healing, so that means they can't heal for around 3 seconds, for those who don't know.
I love how both teams were Mantras were just standing behind the statue, just punching at each other for like 8 seconds straight.
Turret is taken, Plankton's turret is taken out, and that is a pick onto Law, which might end this fight. Oh, never mind. Champlain's Ramatra is taken out, which might yet again turn the fight in their favor. And with attacker advantage, so Champlain is going to be down a tank for this push. Ooh, Azer taken out by a good, nice headshot from Torb.
Torb is a sniper.
Torb is a sniper. Widowmaker, never heard of her. Looks like Plankton is trying to grab attention with the turrets. Ramatra using Nemesis form in order to tank damage and do that sort of stuff. Ana coming up on Nano might use it here. Try to secure their point. They do manage, Syracuse does manage to get a tick here. Ooh, and a kill onto Pharah will allow for things. Oh, a second kill onto the enemy Sojourn. That means that both DPS are out for Syracuse and taking 3. And the supports are in the backline. This means that they most likely will get staggered for the next fight. And Syracuse, and
oh no!
Oh, and the sleep. And there's just massively staggering the Juno.
You cannot get
so
staggered.
Juno will be staggered very, very hard. But they are coming up on 4 ults here. Syracuse is coming up on 4 ults here. Barrage, Annihilation, Rally, and Orbital Ray.
Champlain
see what happens.
Really only had to use Nano that last
Rally's
fight
coming out. Rocket Barrage is coming out. Securing a kill on the enemy tank. Kazuma using Orbital Ray in response. Let's see if they use their Orbital Ray. No. Seems like Syracuse might take it here without having to use their Orbital Ray, which is a very big boon here. So they will have Orbital Ray for next recontest.
Yeah, that was a lot of ultimates that were just thrown out that fight, but Syracuse comes out on top.
We do got to keep in mind that Champlain's Ramatra does have Annihilation and Overclock. Champlain has Annihilation and Overclock, both of which are very strong ults.
We're going to see Champlain's
Ramatra.
Let's
see what happens. There is Orbital Ray, so if either of them ults, there might be an Orbital Ray in response. Oh, there is 2 kills from the Ramatra. And this will mean that the fight is nearly over, and a 3rd kill onto the Juno cements it. But they do have attacker advantage, so they can come back out really quickly. They just do not want to get staggered here.
This is a very powerful choke point to defend. Right underneath the arch there.
Champlain's Ana coming up on Nano Boost, which will definitely be able to turn the tide of a fight. They might try to go for a Nano Overclock here.
Looks like they're going to be pushing over the high ground above the choke
early
point.
Kill onto Azer might definitely change things up.
They've just completely flipped
Orbital
the map,
Ray, so now they're Orbital Ray coming out from Syracuse. And doesn't seem like anything. Oh, Knee is unfortunately taken out here. Champlain needs
to be
playing
careful about getting
really good
surrounded.
defense. A nano used for Champlain. And Speed might use here. Speed getting 2 kills, which might turn the tide in Syracuse's favor.
It's looking like...
Unfortunately, Azer does get taken out by the ROM, but ROM gets taken out by the other ROM. And Overclock still hasn't been used on Champlain's end, or Syracuse's end for that matter.
Yeah, Syracuse really took the initiative and just wrapped all the way around Champlain and just kind of flipped the map. So even though Syracuse was on the attack, they were on the defense side. So they just had Champlain
Syracuse
surrounded.
does have both DPS ults for this fight and is coming up on one support ult and the tank ult. But Champlain also has both DPS fights. The Molten Core can definitely block off some points. Champlain gets a nice overclock headshot onto Azer, definitely pushing their advantage. Oh, pushed up a bit too far and is recontested via 3 ults, lots of ults coming out here. Azer still hasn't used their, does manage to get the kill with the Annihilation while
sleeping. Despite taking a nap, he still had his damage field, and that just finished
Azer
off.
still has ult, might use it here to make sure that they do not get the checkpoint over here, which will bring their spawn up forward. Cosmo using Orbital Ray to recontest the... Oh, ooh, a kill on Azer and Speed Glasses and Lunar, and that seems like Champlain will be able to defend here.
That sleep dart onto Azer just completely shut down the barrage.
And unfortunately, it does seem like Saint is going to get staggered, so they'll have to wait a little bit longer for the respawn on Juno.
That was a very...
Ramatra has Annihilation here, but there is law with the rally, but there's only 30 seconds left, so Syracuse is going to have to make this count.
That was a very fast fight, the last one from Champlain. And we're coming in right away. Ramatra just jumping in the back with Annihilation.
Spicy 2-man.
And that was a little anticlimactic at the end.
Oh, what do you think, Teddy?
It was just a very strange fight, that last one. Ramatra jumped into the back with Annihilation and took out 2 people, and then the rest kind of just dropped left and right, kind of far away from the point.
Syracuse did also do well, managing to take point and push it almost all the way to the checkpoint near the area where the checkpoint is. It's not really that explanative, but they pushed it pretty far.
Yeah. They were so close to the checkpoint there on 2 fights that were very decisive. I've struggled with that word 2 times now. Yeah, there was one. The first fight that they got to the checkpoint, they almost had it, but
Lunar switching up Ramatra in favor of Orisa here.
Champlain just managed to barely hold right before the checkpoint, and that might be what wins them this game. We'll see what happens.
Can't wait with bated breath. 18 seconds left before the next game starts, and I am very excited to see what happens here.
It's Champlain's turn to do the little widow pick at the beginning. Let's see.
Let's see if anyone is able to get picked off by Knee's Widow.
No, very patient.
Been looking for shots. Fortunately, no picks were able to be garnered. And we do see the switch back into Sojourn. Sojourn is very strong as of recent. Seeing a lot of play. Seeing her in every match, effectively. Nano on, all right. Ooh, that's an early pick.
Champlain's support line is just getting kind of singled out here in the alleyway.
Ooh, Syracuse is taking out Champlain relatively quickly.
It looks like the fight was kind of over before it even got to start there.
Yeah, unfortunately that early pick just meant that Champlain was down a member for that fight.
They just couldn't get the ball rolling.
Yeah. very quick ult building from Lunar, sitting at 65%. Both hyper rings have been used. Oh. All right. Syracuse pushing. Lunar's pushing out a little far. Trying to see if they can do anything with that. Ooh, an anti. Oh, early Terra. Everyone's to get an early Terra Surge. Manages to clean up 4 of them handily.
That was
the
kind of
Ramatra is going to most likely be staggered. And that is a team kill.
Champlain tried the exact same thing a second time with trying to get everyone into that alleyway. They actually did succeed in getting everyone there that time.
Lunar does get slept and does take a rock.
Unfortunately, Lunar was there with the Terra Surge, just completely shut down that push. We're going to see
Azer
how
coming up on ult soon.
Can decide to get into this point. They're struggling a little bit.
Yeah. Does get a pick on Azer, which will change things, as Azer was closest to ult. Nano boost. Champlain now has nano boost here, and they might not need it after getting 2 picks. So they do manage to get first pick here.
Yeah, it looks like 1 pick was all that Champlain needed to get in.
Azer coming in with the nano. Not nano, with just a blade. Nano blade, hold the nano. Managing to get 2 kills here. So this, Ana on the high ground, but is also being contested by the Pharah. So they do trade here. So the fight is still like pretty even, but this might change with Syracuse's orbital ray if they do decide to use it.
Wow, Syracuse managed to bring that back. I really thought they were going to lose the point there. Azer coming in real clutch there with the blade. And he also, I think that Plankton might have accidentally killed his own Ana by shooting the deflect.
Yeah. Orbital ray is there. Both teams have orbital ray.
I'm getting some deja vu.
Both orbital rays were just used. And unfortunately, their tank was caught out. And so Champlain is down a tank here. Syracuse does use this time to take out 3 members of Champlain.
Wow, Syracuse just completely split up Champlain. That was the hardest split I've ever seen.
Everything is not going well for Syracuse.
There's 20 seconds left in the game, but Champlain does have 2 ults.
My bad. It is going well for Syracuse. That is 14 seconds left on the clock. Champlain's going to want to have to do something drastic in order to do this. Pop in.
Syracuse splitting off Champlain again.
Unfortunately, will they get the contest? Do they get the contest?
They touch?
They did not touch. That was an amazing showing from Syracuse here. Looks like we will be going to a Game 3.
Game 3. I'm excited.
You have any thoughts so far, Teddy?
Syracuse on defense was just very controlling. They did not
the early Terra
let
Surge here.
Champlain get in past the choke point. And every time they did, Syracuse was so quick to just split up the team, split off the Ramatra, and just completely break down that push. Just did not let Champlain get in.
Yeah.
And when they did, that one time they got a pick, and Champlain was able to get into the point and get about a tick and a half. But Syracuse was very quick to come back and just win the fight back with Blade.
I agree. The ult usage from Syracuse was very strong, and especially I do believe that early Terra Surge definitely helped. Orisa did build ult very quickly that one, so that was just something to see, and I can't wait to see what happens in Game 3. What about you, Teddy?
Yeah, well, I think this is going to be the first Game 3 that I've seen, because I missed the first game.
It is our first Game 3.
Yeah. So first for the tournament, that's exciting.
First going to Game 3, let's see what happens. The excitement is palpable.
I can tell that this is going to be one of the closest matches that we've had so far this tournament.
Yes, I agree. It's going to be definitely something to see. Lots of strategy changes now, but both teams know what each other team knows what they're doing. Now that both teams have had a feel for the other team, it's definitely going to be more interesting. They'll know who to be wary of, who to focus first, and they'll know how they fight. So I think this is going to be a great map 3.
And the more that these teams play against each other, the more they get to download each other and really figure out how to win, how to beat the other strategy. And right now, it seems like Syracuse has been downloading a little bit faster. On that most recent fight, Syracuse was really holding it down.
Now let's see if will Champlain retake here for a 2-1 victory, or will Syracuse reverse sweep that is yet to be seen.
Yes, I would love a reverse sweep, personally. I think they're very dramatic.
Everyone does love rooting for the underdog.
Yes.
But in this case, there aren't really any underdogs here. Just 2 matches have been fought, and it's a 1-1 standing even here. Let's see which of these will make it to the top.
Which of these fine teams will win? Do you think, what other maps do, like, we've seen Syracuse really keep playing Orisa on every single map, except that one time they played Hazard.
Yes.
In which he just popped off. That was crazy. Like, he killed 3 people in like 3 seconds.
Yeah, personally, I believe we've been seeing a lot of Sojourn due to the fact that Sojourn is just quite strong currently, due to the fact that they can build damage and then use a boosted headshot can take out quite a few switchies on the roster. Torbjorn also has seen some play with the ability to hit shots from a distance without the fall off that hit scan characters have.
Crazy.
And the combination of the close-up shotgun, so they can shred tanks quite effectively, which is surprising.
I think Torbjorn is a slept-on.
Looks like we're going into flash. Survasa is push.
Yes.
Yeah. Is it push? Yeah. I might be wrong, but we are going to Survasa for this map 3.
It's Flashpoint.
It is Flashpoint.
I don't blame you though. I think there is a push map that does have a very similar name.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Was it Runasapi?
I can't remember.
I think it was Runasapi that I was thinking of. Legend says if there's a map 4, it's capture the flag.
Dude, that'd be awesome.
I'd love
a little side tournament, capture the flag. That was my favorite game mode.
Capture the flag is fun. 5th one is a Lucio ball if it goes to a map 5.
If they somehow draw this game.
Map 6, Legend says they just switched to Paladins.
Oh no.
Used to be a Koga main. God. Or Androxus.
Now, Survasa is a very, very brawly map.
Yeah.
We're going to be seeing probably some more Orisa, probably some more Ramatra, which is what these teams have been playing anyways.
It is a very nice looking map. I do got to give the Blizzard artists credit where they're due. They do make really nice looking maps.
I agree. We're going to be seeing both teams running Genji. Oh, they were running Genji Sojourn.
Sim for
I think
TP, I would
probably
assume.
for TP. And like I said, Lunar's staying on the Orisa, and Yuo is staying on the Ramatra.
Syracuse opting for Juno and Lucio, both very potent supports that can heal, and notably both speed boost. But Saint actually switching to Kiriko for damage cleansing. They do get to TP out here. It does seem like that Syracuse is going to get there slightly quicker than Champlain.
Yeah, thanks to the TP, they do get there about 1 to 2 seconds faster.
Teams are arriving now. Knee taking an off angle here and get an early pick onto Syracuse Kiriko. This might change things. Not so far. Law also not looking so great. Ooh, Suzu has been used here, so they might use this opportunity for something. But Champlain does manage to take this point here.
Ramatra just punching away.
Pick from Saint onto Knee. Champlain is now down to DPS.
Now, as this fight is going on, the point is ticking up for Champlain, and Flashpoint, that point ticks up so fast.
Yeah.
So Syracuse can really not be waiting around.
And
they
Syracuse
don't.
did not wait around.
Yeah, it really only takes about 2 fights minimum to get 100% charge on a point in Flashpoint.
But with all the flipping we've seen in map 1, this might not be the case.
Right. If we get another map 1 situation, we could be
here a
fighting.
while.
we could be here for like 10 minutes. Comes you. Aggressive push.
Oh, Kitsune is seen.
Lunar looks like
Oh,
they're
and
walking up
ult.
with the Terror Surge.
Lots of 2 picks from Syracuse, 3 picks from Syracuse, and it does seem like Syracuse will be keeping the Flashpoint. Kazuma does use Orbital Ray here in order to stabilize, perhaps.
I think in hopes of keeping them alive, so when their teammates respawn,
So that they can
just
recontest for a
recontest as
final
fast as
push.
possible.
Yeah.
Pretty good split-second decision there from
Will they
Cosmos.
be able to make it onto point is the big question.
99.
So they do manage to touch,
Champlain is capping.
and Azer does get a kill on Kazuma. Ooh, Champlain does.
Lose
Ramatra
2.
does get taken out of ult, so it doesn't get much value from
There's
that.
the point.
Ooh, 2 quick dashes. That was something from the
Am I
Genji.
looking at Necros?
Planktos? I don't know.
Well, it doesn't matter if Syracuse loses 2, because they did win that point. So they're just going to be walking to the next point, which opens in about 17 seconds. We got a Genji Blade from Champlain ready, as well as Overclock just came up. And Syracuse's Overclock
Making sure not
is ready.
to use Fortify too early, otherwise they won't have it for later. Ooh, overclock from Speed. Let's see if it gets any picks. Azer does get a pick here. For focusing the Ramatra is in an unfortunate position here, and Ramatra does get taken out.
Syracuse managing to win the fight with just 1 ult. It was a very, very effective ult from Speed. Just managing to get the 1 pick where it really matters and opening up Champlain, which is seems to be Syracuse's specialty, is opening up Champlain.
Syracuse does have both Tankle and Kiriko ult for the recontest, just in case. But Champlain might be going in for ult here, maybe not. Oh. Kitsune Rush has been used. Champlain's the only one with, oh, he gets dragged in by, nice kill on Rig Pig there, but unfortunately he's taken out by the other Genji.
The knee opening up the fight with Overclock, but falling immediately. And
Ooh, using ult here
Wow.
might not have been necessary, but it definitely did get the job done.
I think that was a good fight from Champlain. They almost lost it there at the beginning with knee falling immediately.
And Champlain is coming up on both support ults, while Syracuse is coming up on just Lucio ult. Ooh, Rig Pig taken out early
pick.
by Syracuse. This might be grounds for a big push from Syracuse. Ooh, they swapped to a Sombra. I didn't notice that. So there is a swap to Sombra in order to try to prevent some abilities like Terra Surge or other stuff. Unfortunately, it does seem like Syracuse might retake here unless Kazuma uses Orbital Ray as soon as they get back to point. Both support ults are ready for
We
Champlain.
got looks like about 10 seconds or less before the second point goes to Syracuse. So Champlain's gonna have to act fast.
So they do get the recontest. Ooh, a hack onto, ooh, coming back to ult. Speed Glasses now has Overclock. Ult coming out from Genji, which does see the Ramatra kill and the Sombra kill.
Syracuse decisively winning that second point with only the Blade, as opposed to Champlain's Orbital Ray, which they tried to use to win out that last fight, but there was just not enough Champlain players on the point to stay alive.
Syracuse is able to make it to point slightly quicker and using Kitsune to cement their position. But unfortunately, Syracuse is taken out here. And it really does not seem like Lunar's in a good position here. But nope, turn it down around quite quickly, and
The boop.
and Annihilation does get.
It gets booped off.
Still was anyone's point here. Plankton taking out the.
It's just the Genji
Silver.
1v1. Oh my god.
Genji 1v1. Oh, and Kiriko just comes in
Kiriko
again.
Freaking teleported
So
in.
Syracuse does get this first contest.
Man, that was
something.
a
Rickfig still haven't used Kitsune Rush yet.
disrespectful Genji 1v1. It was did not respect the 1v1. EMP. Syracuse is trying to hold on to the point here, but it looks like it's...
Syracuse
God.
does get there, and Champlain does manage to take point and is probably going to just clean up here.
It was at like 99% progress for like that entire fight. Now Champlain is
has
getting
really
some,
just been holding on to Kitsune Rush for quite a while.
Champlain's getting some ticks up now, some percentage.
Syracuse definitely does have that beat though. Kitsune has been used by Champlain. Ooh, beat has been used.
Punching Orisa.
Ramatra is very low here. Unfortunately, Ramatra does go down here. Blade is used. Not that much.
Another
Second
one.
blade has been used. And unfortunately does fall off the map. Or two did oh, they both they must have jumped off the map so that they can get back to their teammates quicker. Unfortunately, Sombra is going to be staggered here.
There's
Sombra
gonna be
and
one
Kiriko.
more
So they
fight.
have one more fight left in
One
them.
more fight. They're gonna have Orbital Ray and maybe Annihilation if it comes up, if they do enough damage. But that last fight, Yuya was just punching the Orisa.
Unfortunately, they
not
aren't
dying.
able to even recontest. And this does mean that Syracuse wins 2-1. What do you think, Teddy?
3-0 final match on the Flashpoint from Syracuse. Really, really stepping up and just taking over that last match. Like I said, I think the download was just complete on game 2.
I do think Lunar definitely was a big part of that.
Yeah, Luna was just able to stay alive during all of those fights thanks to the great support. Just really keeping that huge Orisa health bar with the armor and the fortify, just really
Keeping
not
it
going
there.
down. And it was really effective against Champlain because the Ramatra just kept trying to punch the Orisa every fight, and Orisa's health bar was just not moving an inch.
Yeah, it's just definitely very, very gratifying to see Orisa played this well at such a high level. I used to be an Orisa main. Now I'm just a main for any character that ends in the letter A. I like Zarya, I like Orisa, I like Ramatra, I like Ana. Say that as a meme, but now I think about it, it's more true than I thought. All right, looks like we will be going to a break. Stay tuned for game number 4.
Yeah, we'll see you guys later. Be right back.
Arlington versus RIT. Have a good one.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the RIT Overwatch 2 LAN. Today, I'm joined by
Nathan Naptime.
And I am Skyfoes. We are going to be getting back into our matches today. We have UTA and RIT up, and I believe the first map is Samoa.
Yep. Expecting to see some brawl comps here from teams.
Yep, and we just came off of a loss from RIT, and do you remember what UTA's record has been so far today?
No, I'm not sure.
No? No? All right, well, I believe both of these teams are 0-1, so it should be... Nope, I lied. So we see UTA is currently 1-0, RIT is 0-1, so maybe a little bit of a home field disadvantage is what it seems like right now, but hopefully they can bring it back now, so... All right, loading back in, we're going to get ready to see this Samoa map, some nice scenery. Maybe if Frost doesn't pull up, he's going to be the next one on the beach. Not here at RIT.
Looking like some monkey comp coming in from RIT versus a Zarya comp from UTA.
So right now from UTA, we're going to see that Lifeweaver Brig. If that comes out, oh, doesn't seem like it. But it's definitely a little bit of an interesting support comp from UTA. But RIT Orange running that a little bit more traditional Curie Lucio.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the monkey versus the Zarya comp plays. Theoretically, the monkey comp should have the advantage in this matchup.
And we see UTA rolling out on the Juno Brigitte with the Genji and Cassidy. And we're going to see this interesting comp against the Winston versus the Zarya.
RIT takes the bridge early, looking to position forward for dives on their backline.
Yeah, right now, Adbon looking to make a little bit of space. We saw him on the DPS earlier, but now making a lot of space, jumping into the UT Arlington backline, getting that Brig. Oh, the Brig down early. Both of the supports for UTA down.
Adbon is traded.
It looks like UTA maybe back on the back foot, picking a little bit more up. No, we have an even fight on our hands, folks.
Even fight with taking advantage for UTA, but no supports.
Yeah, so with that, we see RIT Orange taking control of the point first here. Clooney going for a little bit of an off angle, but Frost catching Saint out on the off angle.
Monkey going for dive on backline. It's bubbled.
And we see Tress here with a lot of really, really high energy. He's going to be looking to potentially get out here, generating a lot of value for his team. But we see RIT Orange just push them back and making a lot of space with Adbon. Getting the supports really low here. Maybe you're going to lose out to the Reaper, but somehow making it out alive.
Reaper swap coming in from UTA, looking for a better trade, frontline trades into the Winston. Frost goes down, ScoMo takes out Foyon, and things are getting traded out, but it looks like RIT still has advantage.
Yeah, we're going to end up with a 2v2 here. We're going to see Tress walking back to point with a really fairly high energy. Going to be looking at some ults this fight coming up.
Adbon on the side of RIT going down. Clooney stalling point for a moment, but Flip will be going to the side of UTA.
UTA taking a lot of advantage here with their momentum, walking up, going to be getting Frost out and low, and actually picking him off out here. But we're going to see on the side of UTA, they're going to have that Graviton Surge and the Cassidy High Noon, so maybe we should be seeing a big play here.
Yeah, playing into the ultimates of RIT with the Pulse, Kitsune, and Overclock should be an interesting fight.
Potentially looking for an early graph here, but Clooney with that Pulse Bomb, looking for the off angle, potentially going to be getting a pick here, so we should keep an eye out for that. There's the graph coming out.
Kitsune coming out. Beat from RIT. High Noon, Pulse going in, but RIT seems to have the advantage in these trades. Kitsune is such a strong ult in brawls like this.
And we just saw there, both of the support ults from RIT Orange as well as the Tracer ults going to be outvaluing that Cole, Cassidy, and the Zarya grab there. But UTA going to be entering this fight with a little bit of a disadvantage as RIT Orange has two ults available to them.
Yes, UTA made a late swap of their backline and are a little bit down on support ult charge because of it.
We're going to be seeing this little bit of a closer to a mirror comp here. The Reaper ult coming out, going to be taking out two.
Early Reaper ult takes out two, and just some cleanup coming in from UTA. Adbon will escape, it appears.
Saint and Tress on the hunt here, going to be picking up one. Can they pick up two? It does not seem like it. Going to be playing a little bit safer and backing up here.
RIT has Primal to walk in with this fight, but they are going to be playing into a Kitsune rush and possibly a beat if the fight goes long.
Yeah, so RIT forcing Saints out to fade quickly. This is a lot of value that could potentially push here. Also using the support ults, we're going to see the Kitsune Rush coming out. It seems like Clooney going to be dropping low, but somehow it's staying alive. RIT taking some more space back with a Primal.
RIT has managed to kite with a 1-for-1 ult trade. Now playing forward, but they do have a beat to contend with, and Frost goes down to Saint.
Saint losing out both Scomo and Frost and Storm's Eye. Going to be heavily swinging in UTA's favor. RIT looking here to probably build a little bit of that Tracer ult, but ultimately no dice for them.
Clooney does get a trade on the Kiriko, which will make it very difficult for UTA to hold up here. The Kiri will be back quickly, but it should give RIT time for a recontest. The Storm's Eye going left side to point for a touch.
Does it look like she made it on there? I don't think so. It doesn't look like it, unfortunately.
And the first point goes to UTA.
A little bit close there, honestly, 100 to 77. What do you think that RIT Orange needs to change here to make that swing in their favor?
It did look like Adbon was making a swap over to the Hazard at the end there. I think the Monkey is very hard to play into the Cass Reaper, even though you are advantaged into the Zarya. And there's not a lot of shoot in terms of their backline if they're on Kirilu.
Yeah. Looks like UTA is going to be rolling out on the same comp, but RIT Orange potentially making some swaps. We saw the Clooney there hovering the Genji, potentially going to be coming out.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I think Clooney's going to take a TP out of spawn. RIT on the Brig Juno. I expect to see a TP and then a swap to Genji. Looking to play first with the Ram and run over the Zarya comp.
Yeah, and with Adbon on that Ramatra now, they're going to be looking to take a lot of those close fights, especially with the Genji and the Sojourn.
Yeah, and they have a lot better brawl with the Brig Juno. It's very easy for them to just swing on the Zarya if she makes any mistakes. She has used 2 bubbles.
UTA taking the aggression here, using those bubbles on Saint to go in, generating a little bit of outcharge, but going to be finding Frost on the way out. Scomo dropping low, but Adbon going to be trading out with the Reaper, so now we're on an even fight again.
Even fight. RIT does currently lack some cooldowns, but they're playing slow for a moment to get them back. The Storm's Eye will fall, and so will Scomo. No more backline for RIT, and this fight's going to be a cleanup for UTA.
Yeah, Buckle and Tress finding a lot of those good kills there early on, and the fight just ends up swinging in the favor of UT Arlington again. But taking a look here, it looks like this next fight going to be maybe favoring UT Arlington just because of the ult charge. But Tress getting a little bit of poke here, potentially working his way to that grab.
If RIT takes a fight fast, they may not get any ults before the fight happens. We'll see how that goes.
Adbon pressuring a little bit early here. We're seeing both of the abilities slowing down to walk up, taking that space. Kind of uncontested right now, but they got to be aware of this Reaper right now. They're pressuring the Reaper out. The Genji's going in, forcing the Suzu out very early. Very high value, but Saint Atreus, again, just finding that value early. Buckle go there to clean up Jupiter, and back to Buckle again. It's going to be a clean sweep for UT Arlington.
It is, but they did use the Kiri ult even after picks there. If you're RIT, you're maybe not too unhappy with that.
Yeah, it's a little bit challenging, though, because we see that RIT Orange haven't gotten any ults online this entire round yet, but UT Arlington already getting ready to cycle some ult. They got Grav.
They're holding up with the Grav. They are going to take down 3 immediately with that Grav. That was a nice close fight hold from UT Arlington with the Grav.
But we see a lot of that close fight there. RIT Orange not using any ults, not that it had any available there to counter it, but UT Arlington going to have both of their DPS ults coming up pretty quick. So that close fight may honestly be pretty good for RIT Orange.
RIT Orange taking a rotation into right side, looking to play close corridors into UT Arlington's comp.
Frost going to be met by Tress very early, getting poked out early now. We're going to see Buckle popping that high noon. Not going to connect, but Adbon walking up.
Beat coming out for sustain from UT Arlington, but RIT will live through it, and they're going to walk back in with the Juno ult.
Adbon's still alive here, generating a lot of value, but Clooney, who is he? He's in the back line, going to get traded out with Jupiter, but going to be that 2-for-1. That's the value that RIT Orange has been looking for, and those 2 kills didn't even require him to pull that Dragon Blade.
And ults are looking better for RIT here. UT Arlington has the Death Blossom, but RIT walking back in with the Overclock, Dragon Blade, and Rally.
This round, it looks like RIT Orange, for these 2 fights at least, are going to be approaching with the ult advantage, but UT Arlington definitely not shying back, taking a little bit of space on their own.
Walking in with the Overclock. Lots of pressure coming in onto the Zarya. She will fall.
Frost popping that Overclock, going to be getting 1, potentially looking for 2 here. RIT Orange backing up their teammate, going to be getting that second one. Adbon cleaning up also for the tries. Going to be going for 3.
They did get a late pick as well. this will gain them some space while UT Arlington has to wait for respawns.
And right there, we saw that one ult coming out from Frost, able to clean it up, and nothing out in response from UT Arlington. But we're going to see maybe that Death Blossom and that Kitsune Rush coming out here pretty soon. And there it is.
Rally in response from the Storm's Eye and Blade.
But RIT
and
with
RIT
a
will
clean
clean
response. Cooney pulling that Dragon Blade and Storm's Eye hitting that rally. They're going to walk through, and that Kitsune Rush is going to be a Kitsune dead.
That is a 2-for-1 ult trade. However, I don't think you're unhappy with that if you're RIT. UT Arlington coming up on a Grav Blossom combo. This could be very scary for RIT.
Well, but you also got to consider for RIT, they don't really have a great response to that Grav regardless, even if they had those support ults. But staying here, looking for an early angle, potentially going to be teleporting in to use that Death Blossom on their backline. So RIT is going to have to keep an eye out for that. But Adbon pressuring out Tress very, very early, looking for that TP in. Skomo dropping low, somehow makes it out, but Buckle there to clean up. Tress also cleaning up the backline. And it's the Buckle show, but Frost getting a trade out.
Adbon looking to possibly recontest with ultimate here on the point. It will be a struggle for him to live, though.
Adbon generating a little bit of time, at least here, for the overtime. We see Storm's Eye back on that Lucio, potentially going to be able to come in and touch the point really quickly, but...
It is looking like UTA will just be cleaning things up, and that will be the round and the map to UT Arlington.
Maybe sailing in dire straits for RIT right now, but what do you think the problem we're seeing right now from RIT Orange not being able to clean up those fights there?
I think their ult economy was just a little bit rough. You know, we did have several good fights where we used 2-for-1, but when UT Arlington's strong ult combos with the Grav or the Blossom come in, our RIT just didn't have any answers.
Well, and there we go, a 2-0 wrapping up in favor of UT Arlington. And we're going to be getting ready to roll into the next map pretty soon, but RIT Orange, our hometown team, may be on the back foot here.
Indeed. Should be interesting to see which map they pick next. Maybe looking at a King's Row, possibly?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of King's Row coming out. Do you remember what other maps are in the rotation? Are we going to see maybe some Blizzard World coming out?
I think it was Midtown, Eichenwald, and Numbani.
Okay.
I actually may expect RIT to pull out the Numbani here, looking for some Winston dive to force UT Arlington off their comfort characters.
Yeah, we're seeing Buckle on that Cassidy generating a lot of value in the neutral, so if they can somehow shut him down, then it might be free sailing.
Yep. Also, quite a good answer to the Zarya comp, as at least until she gets her first perk, she has very little high ground access. Should be free for the Winston. Just kind of take over.
Yeah, we saw Tress, very high charge for a lot of that map, generating a lot of value, getting a lot of those kills, kind of cleaning up and getting the stage ready for Buckle and Saint to go in and just get those frags.
Yeah, the DPS on UT Arlington doing a great job of making fights go long, letting Trace get that value over time with the beam.
Yeah.
The longer the fight goes on, when your Zarya has high charge, the more likely you are to win just through sheer resource advantage.
Yeah. In those short fights, we saw some glimpses of genius from RIT, getting some of the kills here and there, but a lot of those kills were hinged on them using the ultimates. We saw Frost using that overclock. We saw Adbon generating a lot of that value with the Ramatra, but unfortunately, it just kind of seems like in the neutral, Trice is just kind of melting them.
Yeah. RIT had a couple of good fights with a 1-for-0 ult trade and a 2-for-1 ult trade into good ults, and you usually take this, but they didn't end up with any responses for the strong ult turn from UTA, and so they just ended up losing.
Well,
I think RIT needs to take some fights and win something in the neutral if they're hoping to win maps here.
Well, we saw a lot of that Genji from Clooney coming out. A lot of those kills, but it looks like for this next map, we are actually going to be going to Numbani, a first for the day. What do you expect to see from both teams on Numbani?
I would be expecting to see some Winston from RIT. I haven't seen UTA's dive composition of any sort just yet, but I would expect to see some Winston, maybe Kiri, maybe Ana from RIT, probably with a Tracer coming out from Clooney, and I would expect to see Soldier cast from Frost, possibly Ash.
We saw maybe a little bit of a challenging comp for RIT because they had both support ults there, but not really a great response to with Tress running that Graviton Surge. Maybe not having that Lucio, maybe that's the answer to them. Maybe they can move faster, have that defensive ult, but kind of getting rolled over in the neutral for them, unfortunately.
Very interested to see what UTA pulls out on the dive map here. Because I think it'll be at least very difficult to run the Zarya here on first point.
Yeah, I mean, again, that Zarya is just generating so much value. Maybe going to be holding that bubble if we're going to see the Winston coming out, but who knows? We've seen some Orisa gameplay from the other ones. So getting ready into round 2, UT Arlington versus RIT Orange. UT Arlington with a pretty convincing but fairly close fought win from the first map. So RIT Orange here going to make their stand.
At least in spawn, we're hovering some D.Va on a Brig Ash Tracer from UT Arlington. RIT Orange has got the Kiri Lucio Ash Tracer.
Yeah, going to be definitely a little bit of an interesting comp here from RIT Orange. With that Ash and Tracer, it's going to be hard for them to challenge that verticality, so we might see them fighting a little bit closer and under, depending on what they end up rolling out on. Adbon playing Mystery Heroes in spawn right now, at least.
The D.Va should be looking to just hold pressure on high ground, peel whoever walks in, and look for poke damage from your Ana and your Ashe
and
to win fights.
Yeah, and there's that Winston from Adbon potentially, as you were calling out. So let's see. They're going to be rolling
RIT's
out.
gold here is going to be play very fast and trade into their backline. I think that's their win condition here.
Buckle with that early Dynamite, going to be generating a little bit of all charge there. We see he's already at 15. But Frost also on his own, getting close.
Frost and ScoMo taking a swing onto the high ground into the D.Va. Adbon will be jumping top here. Bubbling, putting a lot of pressure onto Trace on the D.Va.
Frost getting a chance here to swing wide here, but Adbon pressuring Saint out pretty hard. But potentially going to be dropping low here, dropping back to the safety of his team. But Frost finding that one pick, but Buckle trading back out. But Frost, again, just raining hell from above. Going to be shooting the two there.
Very positive trades for RIT Orange. They just need to clean up the D.Va and the Tracer, and the D.Va will be demacked.
Adbon here going to be running into the Tracer, into the D.Va, and Frost is there to clean up Trace. And a pretty convincing first point take for RIT Orange there.
Yeah, no chance of a recontest here. Very little ult charge from UT Arlington either. Their closest is the Bob and the Nano, both at 50%. RIT Orange closer to Bob and possibly looking to play slow and push point while they build it.
You see Frost here with that Dynamite going to be getting a lot of ult charge. He's almost going to be gapping Buckle with that Bob, but RIT posturing here to take a little bit of height. Tress responding on the high ground, burning out Adbon, forcing the Suzu out. Going to be dropping a little bit low here, potentially going to get demeched. And it looks like it's going to be easy pickings here for Adbon. Going to be generating a ton of value, pushing their high ground out, but also dropping low on himself. Got to be careful not to trade out here.
Bob coming out from Frost, looking to clean up this fight.
But Buckle landing some clean shots on Frost, not letting him contest that height out there. But Clooney trading back out, even for even right now. Adbon dropping low. And going to be dying
to the D.Va mech.
To the D.Va remech. And it looks like this fight might be slowly swinging back in UT Arlington's favor, with Clooney looking for a little bit on the way out.
Clooney may be trapped. It's looking like he's going to be getting picked on the way out. The Brig will block the pulse, and Clooney will end up falling late. Storm's Eye also very low. However, they will live.
Yeah, we saw two ults coming out from RIT Orange there. We saw the early Bob from Frost and the late Pulse Bomb from Clooney. So UT Arlington coming out with a little bit of an ult advantage here for this fight. So what do we expect to see?
I think it very likely to see a Nano D.Va, and there it is, immediately one-shotting Frost.
Trace making a lot of that value, pressuring into that back line, going to be dropping out. Buckle and Trace, again, just cleaning up. And Adbon here going to just be sending himself back to spawn as soon as possible.
Good fight from UT Arlington using nothing but Nano. And they will still have 4 ults, although the D.Va bomb is rather weak to walk back in. RIT Orange may be looking for an early ult swing with the Primal or the Kitsune here.
We could also be seeing a huge engage here with the Storm's Eye using that beat from Lucio. They're going to be
early
going to be sending that ball. Clooney dropping low a little bit here. Got to be careful not to get picked out here. But Adbon going to be burning out that Bob.
RIT successfully kites out the Bob and then gets a pick on the Tracer. Now dropping the Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush coming out. Adbon getting the pick, but Frost again popping off, getting those 2 here. Maybe this is that value we were talking about in the neutral here. But Adbon popping that Primal Rage, going to be getting very angry on the Brig. Frost there to clean up just as well. Looking for a little bit more here.
Will not be able to find the on the way out, it appears. And UT Arlington will be able to get a recontest with Nano and D.Va Bomb here.
We saw there those 2 ultimates, though, coming from RIT Orange. Going to be probably a pretty close fight with ETA getting those 3 on deck, but RIT Orange also going to be having those 2 DPS ults coming on deck here pretty soon. We see Frost
RIT
here.
Orange can get this Bob online. They may have a good chance here. Nano coming out onto the Diva.
Clooney looking for Valley. Trace, unfortunately, going to be picking out the Frost, so they're going to be down in here. But Clooney getting a little bit of Valley, but Trace just running rampant in the backline, getting 3 on his own right now.
UT Arlington does win that fight, but it was very expensive for them. They only have the Diva Bomb now, and the Diva has picked that Defense Matrix brick to live longer in fights by regenerating shields. RIT Orange walking back in with Bob, Pulse, and Beat. This should be a good fight to win for RIT if they can get that Bob out onto point and put a lot of pressure out.
We're probably going to be seeing Tress here looking to just use that self-destruct probably pretty early to just get as much value as possible. So they're going in first. We see Adbon on Buckle getting that pick off early.
Bob coming out from Frost.
Frost dropping low, but he got that Bob out, so at least it's even still. Saint going to be running away. Adbon on the chase.
Trace uses Bomb to live, but will they be able to touch? They will.
We see Trace back on point. Adbon looking for a jump here potentially, but a huge stick from Clooney going to be dropping that a lot of damage out onto Trace, and it looks like here all they got to do is clean up this D-Max pilot, and there's second point for RIT.
Indeed, and that was a good fight from RIT. UT Arlington close on both Bob and Nano. RIT has the Beat, the Kitsune, and close on the Primal.
We're seeing a lot more of that value coming out from Frost and Adbon, tag teaming each other and just getting a little bit of damage out at the same time. Bucko going to be switching over to that Cassidy. We're going to see maybe this is what was working for them last round, potentially going to be getting a little bit more value. But Clooney on the F angle looking for some damage here, going to be farming a lot of that out.
Looking to put more pressure onto Adbon, but he will drop the Primal in and go for Buckle. Frost and the Storm's Eye traded in the back in the meantime.
This looks like Adbon's going to be trying to escape with his life here.
UT Arlington now has the Rally, the Pulse, and the Nano to come back into this fight with, into RIT's support ults. What do we expect to see here?
As we can see up on the top there, we see UT Arlington going to be matching the support ults here, so it's possible that we see some 2-for-2 action here. Both support ults getting popped. We're going to see that Kitsune rushing. We see that Nano almost coming out instantly in response. Saint looking for an angle here, but forced out immediately. But Adbon making some value in their backline right now.
The Ana does go down after the Beat was dropped, but the Rally will help UT Arlington to sustain through the fight.
We see Fortune getting pressured out, but Tress making that trade out again with Frost, but RIT making this slowly swing in their favor, but Buckle clawing everything back, but Tress and Buckle again making so much value. We hear Adbon going to be getting a pick out on Buckle, but Tress still getting that value out, getting Skoma out, so right now we see Tress winning that duel versus Adbon.
Trace and Buckle clutching up the fight once again. However, no ults for RIT and only the bomb for UT Arlington. So it should be interesting to see what happens in neutral this fight. We should be looking for Ash Dynamite engages from RIT and general neutral poke from UT Arlington to win these fights.
Yeah, with a minute on the clock here, we're expecting either a really, really quick fight or a really long one drawn out to try to get some ult charge here. We see Scomo stepping back in, join the fray. But it's Frost landing a good Dynamite.
There's that Dynamite Monkey engage from RIT, and they will take out the cast, and the Ana Brig are very low in spawn.
Both of their supports.
Adbon trying to body block, but does not get it, and Frost is traded out by Trace, as is the Storm's Eye by Saint.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of this. Every time Adbon's going in, it just seems like Trace is jumping in the backline, getting Frost out. And Saint, 4gen there to clean up.
RIT will have a recontest here into Nano and Bomb coming up on Rally and High Noon, but they do have the Primal and they will have the Kitsune Rush and Bob mid-fight, so it should be interesting to see what happens here. If they can live long enough to build those ults, but UT Arlington looking to go early with the Nano. Trace, it appears, will not be able to get the value, but will RIT have a touch?
Buckle getting the kill off on Clooney, who might have been the person they were sending out to touch point, but Adbon going to make it on the point here, going to be triggering that overtime. But it doesn't seem like
Kitsune and Primal on the point, but they are down players, and I think this will be very rough to trade out for them. UT Arlington will be preventing the full cap of the map.
Well, with 67.5 meters there, RIT Orange definitely putting up a good fight. We saw that early first point cap, but kind of slowly getting their progress stalled out towards that third point.
Yep, UT Arlington playing a very defensive comp with the Diva on a Brig into RIT's aggression. Will be interesting to see if they make any changes on the attack here.
Yeah, UT Arlington seems like they've maybe found a missing piece of the puzzle We see Trace there every single fight, just going straight into the back line, beelining for Frost. And I think if we were able to see how many times Frost has died, I think it might be all the Trace.
Yeah, RIT picking a very backline trading heavy comp. All 4 members of their team, Admon, Skoma, the Stormzai, and Clooney, going in on the dives from Frost Dynamite. But unfortunately, Frost does not have the ability to trade forward on the Ashe like the rest of them, and he is getting picked by Trace in the backline when they trade.
RIT Orange coming out on the exact same comp. Honestly, do you think this is working for them, or do you think they need to swap something up?
I think this comp is working for them, but I think it's difficult. I think it becomes worse on the defense as well when you have. It's harder to trade forward when you already have the space and you're pushing into the enemy team spawn to do so. UT Arlington coming out on Sojourn, Echo, Hazard, Kiri, Lucio. So they are swapping their comp on the attack here. Looking for more offensive value. They have a lot of poke with the Sojourn Echo, but will it be enough to stop Adbon's dives?
Oh, Jupiter on the Mercy. Maybe we're going to see a little bit of Moth action here with Saint having a little bit of a pocket. And Trace going to be on that, coming out on the Hazard, probably looking to jump that high ground, make some value. But Frost poking out a little bit early. We're going to see a little bit of this duel with Frost and Buckle. Trace taking that angle early, getting a lot of damage.
Lots of poke coming in onto the Hazard and the Echo. Both fall very low, but RIT does not have very much sustain. Both tanks falling low. Trace is 1 HP and does fall.
You see Frost landing a lot of key shots here, but Adbon just kind of going wild on the back line. Going to get 1, going to get 2, and it is going to be clean pickings for RIT Orange this early fight.
I'm not sure if I like the Mercy here. This will make things very difficult for the rest of UT Arlington, even if you are increasing the amount of value your Echo is getting. And we see that there again as Clooney gets a late pick onto the Mercy.
Yeah, Frost honestly doing a really good job at zoning out that Hazard, zoning out that Echo, making lives hard for 3 people on UT Arlington's team, and Clooney just running around for free.
Yeah, Clooney is free to get as much value as he wants.
Frost going to be pushed out a little bit by Saint, looking to back up a little bit, get a little bit of height again. Tress going in. Frost.
Hard engage onto Frost, and he will fall. However, Adbon trades Buckle in the back line. They are looking for the pick on the Echo, and the Kiri TP's forward, and they're going to get the Mercy as well.
We're seeing a little bit more of this action with the trading back and forth. It just seems like Adbon may be making a little bit more of that value. Do we think that we're going to see the Hazard still coming out from Trace here?
I don't know if we will see a swap or not, but I think it would be wise for UT Arlington too, because it's very difficult on the Hazard to make longer engages on a map like Nimbani. The Winston for sure has the advantage in terms of overall mobility over the Hazard.
Look at this next fight. It looks like Skoma's going to have that Kitsune Rush online. Clooney almost going to be having that Pulse Bomb, looking for something potentially in the angle. Trace going to be running around the backline right now. Skomo getting a kill out on Saint.
Just positive trades coming in from RIT. Trace alone on his dive and not able to take out any of RIT's members. Meanwhile, they trade out the backline of UT Arlington very strongly.
Not able to clean up that kill on Buckle, but we saw Adbon making his own counter dives, making a lot of that space, and Skomo, honestly, getting that early pick out on the Tracer is a huge, huge set of value for RIT Orange.
Only a minute and a half left on the clock for UT Arlington.
And a huge
lots of
cleanse.
ults coming out.
You see Storm's Eye, both of the supports going to be dropping low. We're going to stay alive here. We're seeing that Bob come out from Frost, going to be cleaning up the Trace kill here. And UT Arlington using that Hazard ult, but not getting any value off of that.
UT Arlington have made the swap off of the Mercy and the Echo a fight or two ago, and they're going to make the swap to the Diva now as well. RIT Orange using the Bob and the Kitsune Rush in that last fight, and now they must contend with the Overclock and the Kitsune from UTA.
Yeah, we saw those 3 ults coming out from RIT Orange, maybe a little bit of an overinvestment, but they still have that Lucio beat, potentially going to be a huge set of value to be generated here, because we're going to be looking out for Buckle, potentially going to be using that Overclock 4-gen, burning that Kitsune Rush, but Saint dropping low. Buckle going to be taken out early by Adbon. We've seen that counter dive, really, really high value.
The Diva will take out the Lucio, but the Monkey is just better at trading backline in these comps.
Trace getting value. Saint also going to be getting a Pulse Bomb out on a Frost, but we see Adbon going wild right now. Potentially going to be looking for a lot of value here, still kind of uncontested, but dropping low to Jupiter, going to be get cleaned out.
Beat coming out from RIT Orange.
And a match beat out from Jupiter for UT Arlington.
And an overclock as well from UTA, and they will be looking to clean up this fight and take first point. Only 15 seconds left on the clock, however.
Yeah, close hold from RIT, but ultimately UT Arlington kind of just using that ultimate advantage they had there that they generated from that earlier fight.
Yep, and RIT will lose first point. However, UT Arlington only capping, and they only have 2.5 minutes to push second. RIT had a much larger time bank when they capped.
Match is definitely not even close to over right now. Trace going to be fighting out Adbon again on that height. We see Trace on that Diva. That was working for them here. So maybe we're going to see RIT Orange potentially going to have to change something up a little bit with that Diva in their backline.
RIT Orange coming very close to the Kitsune rush, looking for engage. UT Arlington the same. Just poking at the moment as Cart sits on corner.
Adbon positioning around right now, sharking for a jump here.
Adbon has picked the Chain Lightning perk, looking for early poke and fast primals. The Kitsune rush will come out, however. String crash?
I think, yeah, it's possible.
I think we're doing pretty well.
No, it's lit. It's lit. Real good.
I think so.
Apologies for the technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen. Well, in the meanwhile, we can definitely take a look. We see RIT Orange. What type of ults that it looks like they're going to have online here for this fight against UT Arlington?
Both Kitsune rushes traded out. However, ScoMo falling early, and UT Arlington will Kitsune rush back and take the fight. Not sure if any RIT Orange players are still alive. They may be able to get a recontest with the Bob into the Primal. However, UT Arlington does have the Diva Bomb and the Pulse to attempt to shut it down.
We see Jupiter also beating Storm's Eye out on that Lucio charge by a little bit. But both of those beats have been generating a lot of value for both teams. So it's going to be interesting to see what comes out next few fights, especially with Saint having that Pulse Bomb ready. Like you said, neither of the Pulse Bombs from either Clooney nor Saint seem to have been making a ton of impact to this match so far.
Yeah, it's quite hard to get a lot of value out of Pulse Bomb into a Kiri Lucio backline. Anytime you pulse, it's liable to just get Suzu'd by the Kiriko.
Yeah, honestly, maybe if we see Clooney switching to that Genji maybe a little bit later, potentially could be a good call for RIT Orange. Maybe going to be able to fight Tress in that backline more. I
agree. I think Genji has a bit better of a matchup into the Diva. However, I do like the Tracer into the Lucio and the Sojourn. I think it's quite strong. I think if there was anything RIT Orange could change, maybe Frost going over from Ashe to the Sojourn to flip forward with the rest of the team.
It appears we are still working through some technical difficulties, but looks like we're going to be getting back into the game. And let's see how this plays out.
RIT looking to walk back in with this Bob. They will get a recontest.
1.5 minutes on the time block for UT Arlington. Going to be needing to make a little bit of value here, but RIT just kind of letting them push for free. Going to need a contest pretty soon.
They will Bob point to touch. It does get booped. A pulse comes in from Saint. It does miss. Adbon gets the Primal just in time and will go with it. A pick comes in onto Buckle from Clooney and Foyon from Frost, and they will hold for this fight. UT Arlington coming back in with the bomb, the beat, and they are very close to OC. RIT Orange has used 2 for 1, and the 1 was a pulse, so this might be rough for them in terms of ults.
Yeah, UC Arlington coming out with that beat and Tress having that Diva Bomb is going to be potentially going to be a fight changer, especially that Lucio beat. We see Buckle getting close to that overclock. Frost dropping low, potentially going to get picked out here, but enough peel from his own team.
A beat allows UT Arlington to keep going. No C9 from RIT, but Jupiter will fall and Frost will live, at least for the moment. Frost will fall eventually, but he lived long enough.
RIT's doing things back in their favor. We only see Trace and going to be stuck in that baby form, potentially going to be hard staggered by RIT.
Hard staggered, and that will make a recontest for UTA very, very difficult. They do have a Sojourn overclock.
We see Storm's Eye following Trace off of the map. Maybe going to be a little bit of a game changer here, especially with that Lucio beat. But Buckle using that overclock, going to have that available. But Clooney getting an early pick out on Jupiter. And Frost, no overclock necessary.
Beat comes in from Storm's Eye, and that will look like it's the map.
And Adbon with a huge bubble there to prevent any kills from that Diva Bomb. And it just looks like RIT is going to be picking up Trace here.
Big stagger in the last fight on Trace, and this will be the map for RIT, 1-1. Very good map coming in from both teams there. Very strong performances from several players. Adbon making light work of the backline of UT Arlington on the Winston. Trace getting a lot of trades on the Ashe of RIT, but just not enough, not fast enough, and RIT will take the map.
Yeah, we saw on the attack there pretty early. Trace getting a lot of that value with the dives, but RIT Orange able to find that counter value with Adbon jumping into the back line. And looking back at our standings again, we see UT Arlington 1-0 against our hometown favorites, RIT Orange 0-1. Looking for next map. Next map is going to be something that we don't know yet, but
it's going to be a Flashpoint, I believe. Map pick to UTA, as they did lose the previous map. Interesting to see whether they will pull out a New Junk City or a Suravasa here. New Junk City's tighter corridors, they could play harder brawl. Suravasa maybe suits wider, more broad compositions better. Maybe UT Arlington will look for New Junk City as a map to force the brawl, but it may be too brawly if RIT Orange pulls out the Ramatra. They may be able to run them over on the Zarya comp.
We saw a lot of that value earlier on the first map from UT Arlington with that McCree, or the Cassidy and the Reaper, getting a lot of value just off the kills there. And we didn't see the same thing coming out on Nimbani from them at all.
No, they seem to really want to force these hard brawls. Trace looking good on the Zarya. But it will be interesting if they can force the Ramatra to back up, because that character can just take about 4 trillion damage without dying.
Yeah, we saw that hazard play also coming out very early from Trace, but not really holding on to it. A lot of that Diva. And we're getting word that we're going to be moving to New Junk City, so you might have called it there.
Yep.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see a lot of that brawl compositions here. Potentially going to be seeing that Zarya come out again.
Yeah, I would be surprised if we saw anything else, and I would expect to see a Ramatra coming in from RIT. I think that Winston is probably not playable on this map, so would expect to see a Ramatra, and the question is, can they brawl into the Zarya hard enough and fast enough to win fights, or will they let her get enough value over time that they just lose?
Hey, maybe a little bit of insider information, but we know Adbon really loves to play Junker Queen, right?
Ooh, we might see some Junker Queen as well, yes. That'd be quite interesting. Have to play even faster on that composition. If we do see Junker Queen, I expect to see a Kiriko and Lucio coming in from ScoMo in the Storm's Eye. But let's see what they pick in spawn.
Yep. Getting ready to roll into our third and final map of this matchup. UT Arlington.
And you called it. There's the Junker Queen. Junker Queen, Sojourn, Genji, Kiri, Lucio coming in from RIT versus the same comp that we saw in Samoa. With actually, there's a Juno Brig instead of the Kiri Lucio. They're going to be looking to brawl really hard, and RIT are going to be looking to play extremely quickly into this composition and just blow them up if they see any cooldown usage go wrong from UT Arlington.
Yep, and we see that Cassidy and Reaper coming out from UT Arlington on the left here. But Clooney back on that Genji. I'm excited to see what he's going to make happen.
Clooney doing lots of work on the Genji in earlier maps on Samoa and the Tracer on Nimbani. And we have a first fight coming in.
Cross on that. Going to be on that Sojourn again here. Dreading a lot of that early value. Going to be looking for maybe a huge rail here.
Zarya falling low, and RIT are going to be amping in and looking for a pick, and they killed the Zarya immediately.
Going to need to back off a little bit. Adbon dropping a little bit low here, but that early pick on a map like on Flashpoint maps, this first fight means a lot.
Yeah, especially on the first point on this map, it becomes quite hard to recontest. There aren't a lot of good lanes to come through, and we are likely to see Adbon just stuffing this choke as they try and walk in on the Zarya.
Frost with a lot of value there. Saint forcing his way off on the left, but Adbon just kind of walking through, doing whatever he wants. Clooney going to be following up, not getting a kill there, but Buckle finding an off-angle kill off on Buckle. Saint and Buckle just wrapping it up here very cleanly.
It appears Buckle took a flank on the right side, and RIT will fall, but not before they got 50% on the point. No ults from either team yet. UT Arlington coming up at around 60 to 70% ult charge across the board. RIT Orange will have this overclock to come into this fight. If Frost can get a good angle to go for it, they may be able to make something happen early.
Yeah, we saw that Clooney maybe struggling a little bit to find that value here. We saw him jumping in there earlier with Adbon, but not able to find a kill here. Trace kind of stuffing Frost out, but going to be dying early off in that overclock. Saint dropping low. RIT maybe looking to get at the trade-off with Jupiter. It's an even fight again, folks.
Cassidy pulls the high noon on the point, but he does not seem to have a good angle. However, Clooney does fall to Saint. And this fight does look like it'll be going the way of UT Arlington.
Yeah, we see Saint and Bucko here getting a lot of those, just way more kills in the neutral than RIT Oranges.
And this fight, while RIT Orange can get a recontest here, UT Arlington do have a significant ult advantage. Multiple extremely strong ults coming up in the form of the Grav, the Ray, and the Rally, versus the Queen ult and the Rush from RIT Orange.
Yeah, it's going to be very challenging here because RIT, maybe setting up for a little bit of a sneaky play here, but not able to make it happen.
We looked for a late touch on the point, but did not get it. It was Brig Boot.
Adbon with a huge ult, going in, Clooney cleaning that up. Going to be swinging maybe back evenly here. We see an even fight again.
No supports, just a Zarya and a Reaper on the side of UTA versus the Soj Genji from RIT Orange, and it appears both teams will be backing off and playing for the next point.
We saw that all coming out from Adbon. Maybe a bit of an ill-advised use there, not really able to generate a ton of value here because both teams are going to be resetting here for the second point of Flashpoint.
Indeed, RIT Orange coming in with the Kyrie and the Beat. Early Ray coming out from UTA, but it will be kited by RIT Orange. And that's just a free kite, 1-for-0 ult trade, and RIT Orange will be looking to walk back in with the Kyrie Rush as they have cooldown advantage. They are going to be fighting into grab, and they're going to beat in return. Reaper ult coming in and Rally as well. And UT Arlington do look like they're going to be taking this.
Yeah, Trace again, just high charge here. Really hard for Adbon to be getting value with those axe swings against the bubbles.
But I think you are absolutely happy with that. If you are RIT Orange, you have just made a 2-for-4 ult trade into 3 extremely strong ults, and you have the overclock and the Dragon Blade to walk back in with.
Yeah, we see 40% up here on point E in favor of UT Arlington, but RIT Orange coming back with 2 ults to UT Arlington's 1. But Buckle and Saint both able to make stuff happen without the ults, so excited to see what's happening here. Going to be posturing early to take a fight. Clooney going to be pulling that Dragon Blade early. Going to be getting 2 kills early. Frost going to be following up with the overclock. Both of the DPS. It's going to be a clean team wipe.
It is going to be a clean team wipe. However, Frost did use that overclock. I'm not sure about that one as RIT now lack ults. They will have the Junker Queen ult to walk back in here, and UT Arlington doesn't have anything.
Yeah, we saw Buckle sneak that high noon in there, but unfortunately just kind of exploded way too early to get any value off of it. So RIT maybe looking for a little bit of an aggressive fight here for Adbon. Going to be dropping back a little bit, giving a little bit of space. Clooney disengaging here, Frost dropping low.
Giving space, and Frost gets a pick onto Buckle, and they will be walking back in now, looking for cleanup on the back line.
Yeah. We see Adbon walking up, has that Rampage ready. We might see that come out here, but RIT with 50% here, looks like they might not need it.
RIT chases in and gets another pick. That will make last fight very rough for UT Arlington. They are coming up on the Grav and the Ray again, but will they be able to build and get them off in time? And will they be just countered by Adbon's Junker Queen ultimate?
Yeah, we see UT Arlington walking up with 80% on the clock. Not a lot of time for them to make stuff happen, even with the one trade off of there. Adbon falling with the Rampage out. But UT Arlington still has a touch point.
UT Arlington does lose 2 players. It is now an even fight between RIT and UT Arlington. They do have the Ray. They're going to pop it. Foyan is 1 HP. Frost gets another pick onto Saint. The Storm's Eye falls. And it's still an even fight. I think we're going to see a bit of a regroup as RIT Orange is going to walk back in. Trace comes back with Grav, and they're going to have a rally as well. But if Adbon can get a solid connection on this Junker Queen ultimate, UTA does not have any answer. And there it is. He did not hit anybody that wasn't bubbled. but he will get a trade on the Juno, possibly? No, the Juno lives.
Trace, unfortunately, walking through the backline, just getting a ton of value here. Frost getting a kill here, going to be popping that overclock, getting 1 kill off of Buckle. Can he look for 2 here in the back? Doesn't look like it.
Frost unable to get any more picks. The rally does come out from Jupiter, and that will be another point going the way of UT Arlington. A very close point. RIT looked to be favored for the majority of that point, especially after the 4 ult use fight from UTA. However, they do clutch it out and win in the end.
Yeah, UT Arlington here, we see going to be coming up on those DPS ults, but Clooney, we saw those Dragon Blades pulling some value here.
Clooney walking in with the Dragon Blade, and additionally, UTA does not have any support ults into 2 support ults from RIT Orange, so RIT Orange looking to be advantaged in this fight here.
Yeah, we got to make sure that RIT Orange, they got to make sure that they aren't overvaluing our support ults here. Going to be getting a huge cleanse, but Saint killing 4 with that Death Blossom.
Massive Death Blossom and a 5k coming in from Saint. Only the rush used from RIT Orange and to the 2 DPS ultimates of UT Arlington. However, they do get the fight win.
Yeah, we were talking a lot about that 2-for-1 trade for the ults that you mentioned. This is pretty good for RIT, but they got to make sure to be capitalizing off of this because right now UT Arlington not coming up on anything soon at all.
Adbot making the swap over to the Zarya. He will be mirroring, and they will have a bubble for that Dragon Blade from Clooney.
Clooney getting 1.
Making short work of the backline, it appears.
Getting 2, getting 3.
Clooney just
trading 1 out.
All over the backline of UT Arlington. ScoMo will be traded, but this fight will be going the way of UT Arlington. Although it ended up being very close. A cap from Adbon and Clooney in the end, and RIT Orange can walk in back with the beat. Trace coming very close to this Graviton Surge again.
This point fight, whoever wins this next fight is going to be pretty important because we see UT Arlington has 58%. If they win this fight pretty cleanly, it's going to be tough for RIT Orange. They're touching last fight territory.
Yes, indeed. UT Arlington, if they do win this fight, will have multiple ults for the next, and it will make things very, very difficult for RIT Orange. Adbon falls early. Foyon traded in the backline. Both supports traded in the backline. No more supports from UT Arlington. However, they do not. RIT Orange does not have a tank. UT Arlington wants to play this fight fast while RIT wants to play slow, and Frost gets another pick onto Saint. Grab coming out onto Frost from Trace. But
Storm's Eye flying in with the Graviton Surge, getting that
with the beat for the Graviton Surge, and they will live. Incredible fight turn from RIT after they lost their tank early. UT Arlington using the Grav, they will have this Ray and close DPS ults for this next fight. RIT Orange looking to hold close and prevent a touch, and it appears that they will not get one.
Oh, it looks like UTA has given up all hope, setting up for next one. But finally, a point flipping for RIT's favor. Buckle going to be
Frost does get
out.
picked on the way out, and it appears RIT may have made a mistake pushing forward this far, and they will get picked on the way out. They should be back in time to recontest for next point. UT Arlington, and they will get trades. UT Arlington will have this Ray and this High Noon for this next fight into the Graviton Surge and Overclock from RIT Orange close on the Kitsune Russian Blade. RIT Orange probably looking to go early with the Overclock. Maybe get some picks before Ray can get value.
Yeah, we see Saint actually swapping over to the Genji there from last fight. Potentially very interesting because did you think that the Reaper was a bad pick?
I think Genji is just generally a better character right now, especially if you're looking to receive Zarya bubbles. Ray coming in early, Frost isolated on the side into the Genji.
But Frost getting that pick off on the off angle. ScoMo dropping low, but able to stay stabilized. Frost using that overclock. Going to be trading out the Buckle for the High Noon.
Adbon will get a grab on 2 people underneath, although he will fall, and the fight will be cleaned up by RIT Orange. The Juno falling, and now the Zarya. And Cap's going to go the way of RIT.
And how many ults was that from UT Arlington? We saw the 2, the High Noon.
The High Noon and the Ray into the Overclock and the Grav. A 2-for-2 ult trade, but a fight win going to RIT. And now they're coming back in with Rush and Blade. Possibly looking for an early Blade here. Rally will likely come out from Jupiter, and we'll see what happens after that.
Yeah, we see Saint also potentially going to be having that Blade online soon. Very similar in charge to Clooney. So potentially going to be looking for a large Dragon Blade.
Both bubbles used from Trace early, and we're going to look at a fight turn swing from RIT. Clooney with this blade so deadly, and the rest of the front line will be cleaned up by RIT with the help of the Kitsune Rush from ScoMo.
Yeah, we saw that 2-for-1 trade, except this time it's that 2 from RIT for that 1 from UT Arlington.
Jupiter will be making a swap over onto the Lucio. With this Juno Lucio backline, you are going to be looking to play extremely fast into RIT to just run them over, make use of your speed. Trace coming up 93% in this grab, and they will have the blade as well. This will be a very difficult fight for RIT to win, because they don't have any ults at the moment.
Yeah, we see that Graviton Charge from Trace, potentially going to have to be a huge one here. But getting 2,
Chucked at the back line and ends up getting 3. And this fight will be going the way of UT Arlington. However, RIT is 99% on this point. Adbon gets a trade.
Getting himself high charge as well, so we're potentially going to be seeing that Graviton Surge from Adbon this next fight, but we also have that beat from Storm's Eye.
Yeah. Adbon building around 50% to Grav in that fight. They do have to contend with the blade from UT Arlington, but they have a beat for it. RIT Orange likely looking to live through the blade with the beat and then win the fight with the Graviton Surge. UT Arlington just going to be looking to win the fight as fast as possible so they don't have to go long into it.
Frost dropping a little bit low here. Saint going to be pulling that blade, but RIT using that beat, kiting back. Doesn't look like any value. Saint dropping low, going to be get picked off here with that blade.
RIT up 1 and with ult advantage. UT Arlington no ults at the moment. Trace gets a pick onto Frost. Adbon falling extremely low. Huge grab from Adbon, 3 in it, and this will be the fight for RIT and the point as well.
4Gen going to be making their way out. But point
honestly, quite a close fight considering the ult advantage that RIT had. UT Arlington now coming back. They will have grab for this next fight. Saint looking for a point touch actually. Will get it, but will fall immediately.
Almost immediately, and we're going to see Jupiter also coming back, falling a little bit quicker.
And the flashpoint is now 2-2 for UT Arlington and RIT Orange. UT Arlington coming back in with the Ray, High Noon, and Graviton Surge, and a beat as well coming through. Lots of ults coming through here. RIT Orange also very close on everything except the grab. Will be very interesting to see how this fight plays out, especially because, as you said, first cap on these points is so important. They tick down so quickly.
Yeah, ult charges here right now definitely favored for UT Arlington a little bit. So the ones that RIT have are they're gonna need to make value. Going to be throwing out their Graviton Charge. Going to be finding 2. Going to be finding 3. But Clooney going to be finding that trade out. But no ults out of RIT Orange. So this is potentially a pretty good fight for RIT.
1-for-0 ult trade from UTA, but they did get heavily traded out towards the end, which will make this a rather even fight walking back in for RIT Orange, but potentially getting rid of the disadvantage from losing early fights on this point.
Yeah, Buckle with that High Noon here. Really going to be out to making a lot of value. We haven't seen a ton of High Noon value from the Cassidy there.
Yeah, it's very hard in the mid-fight in these comps that just want to run you over and play so fast to get value from that High Noon, which you kind of want to go slower with. Dragon Blade coming in from Clooney, Ray and Beat coming in from UT Arlington. Trace gets a pick onto Frost in the Mayhem, and Clooney and Skoma will fall as well. 50 to the point cap from UT Arlington, but a heavy ult investment. They still have the High Noon, and they're coming close on the Blade. However, RIT Orange has several ultimates to come back in with.
Yeah, Frost.
And a solid touch as well.
Holding on that overclock with both of the support ults from UT Arlington. This fight is potentially going to be a big one for Frost if he can stay alive here. Looking like he's getting pressured out quite a bit. Going to be
Rush coming in first from RIT Orange.
They're going to be finding 2, going to be finding 3.
A rush only and a clean fight win. That's big from RIT Orange. 99% on the point cap from UT Arlington. They are going to just be looking to build up ultimates and win one fight to take the map. RIT, however, are going to be looking to ult cycle them as long as possible. They have the grab, the overclock, and the beat. They're probably going to be looking to milk this beat for as long as possible into the Genji Blade of UT Arlington, so as not to lose the fight, because this is last fight if they lose.
Yeah, we're going to see Frost here. This overclock is going to have to be big from him.
The overclock is pulled into the High Noon.
So
one pick with the Sojourn E onto Saint, and the Cassidy is 1 in the back, but does not get anything with the High Noon. However, Adbon falls extremely low, but it won't matter. RIT Orange up 1, and that's a 1-for-1 ult trade, but a win from RIT. Trace coming close on this grab. They're going to have Grav Blade, but only Grav Blade in this last fight into Grav Lucio Beat from RIT Orange. It's very possible that RIT Orange will just win this fight through sustain from the beat if they can make it quick.
Yeah, Adbon looking for an early grab
fast
here.
Grab from Adbon, and a quick pick onto the Genji will prevent that blade value from coming through.
Tress here still looking to potentially have this grab here. It might be coming online very quickly.
The Storm's Eye will fall. And Grav coming in.
Low.
Trades coming through from both teams.
Trace making a ton of value here. We see Jupiter and Trace making a lot of value. Adbon hiding for his life here. Maybe going to be coming back.
Adbon will fall, and that was an extremely close last fight, but the map will go the way of UT Arlington, and that will be a 2-1 scoreline for the match between UTA and RIT Orange.
Yeah, very, very close and hard fought there. We saw RIT Orange really pulling it a lot back towards those back 3 points. But
Indeed.
UT Arlington just managing to make enough value.
5K Reaper ult play of the game from Saint into that Kitsune Rush.
Yep.
Just a very close match in general.
Yeah.
Good one.
Wrapping up RIT versus UT Arlington, we're going to be getting ready to load into our next maps pretty soon, but a close-fought victory for UT Arlington. Definitely not making it easy for them.
Yeah, very, very close last fight, but it will go the way of UT Arlington.
We saw a lot of that value coming out of there from the DPS, but at the very end, really unfortunate that some of the players on RIT Orange got caught out, maybe not able to convert on those ultimate charges that they had. But again, very, very close and well fought from RIT.
And now we have the standings. UT Arlington now 2-0 in the round robin. Syracuse and Champlain colleges both 1-1, and RIT Orange 0-2.
And just a reminder to everybody who is not familiar, these standings only affect seedings for tomorrow, our double EM bracket, because we only have 4 teams at our invitational today. So while this does matter, RIT Orange is not out for the count yet.
Not just yet, but last seed may make things difficult tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely.
Depending on how the rest of today's matches go.
Yeah. Well, thank you everybody for coming in. We're going to have a couple of matches ready again. UT Arlington just taking the victory off of RIT Orange, but we're going to see Champlain and Syracuse battling it out again. We see UT Arlington actually fighting out against Champlain again, and maybe we'll see if they can keep that win streak going.
Welcome back to the RIT Invitational LAN. My name is BiteNote, and
my name is Teddy.
And this is going to be our 5th game, second to last game of today. We have UC Arlington versus Champlain, and it's shaping up to be a really good match. I'm very invested in this match so far, and especially the last game between RIT and
Arlington.
And it was very good to see. It came really down to the wire, and I'm looking forward to seeing some more of that later down the line.
Let's see if Champlain can be the ones to finally take down Arlington. See if we can break their 2-0 streak. Or Arlington can stay on the top and go undefeated. That would also be very exciting.
While we're waiting on the maps to be chosen, I've been very enjoying this. Seen a lot of Sojourn being played. Sojourn is currently very strong, but I like the variety of seeing Numbani picked, Samoa picked. There's a lot of King's Row and
King's Row does seem to be
and Ilios, yeah.
Very common pick. I've been liking seeing a lot of different tanks being played. We saw some Diva. We saw Orisa, we've seen mostly Ramantra, but some. It's not just been all the same tanks every game, which is good.
Yeah, it's nice.
I remember when I was kept up with Overwatch, it was a lot of the same tanks every game. It was when Juno came out, and it was just Juno, Brig, Ramantra every single game.
With the addition of the perk system recently has definitely changed a lot of things and made a lot more play styles more viable as before previous. Like as an example, Zarya, previously she didn't really have any way to get onto high ground. And with the addition of the minor perk that allows her to boost off of her blast bubbles, I call them, she is able to access those high grounds more quickly.
Yeah, I've been noticing a lot more Pharah because she's got a perk where she can move in her ultimate.
Yeah,
because that also used to be
strong.
That was always her one weakness was her ultimate, being very vulnerable during that.
Yeah. Looks like our first map is going to be Lijiang Tower. It's going to be Troll. Oh.
I like Lijiang a lot. When I played tank for a little bit, and Lijiang was my Doomfist map. It was my fun map.
Unless you're playing like less mobile tank like Ramantra, then that bridge becomes your nemesis. As there's Lucio, and then there's a Doomfist booping you off, or some sort of crowd control to get you off the map. Let's see what's going to happen. Let's see
There's
what
the
everyone
bridge.
chooses. All right, looks like you're getting Lucios on both teams.
A Bastion.
Yeah,
That's there. We've not seen a Bastion yet this tournament, I don't believe. Can you confirm?
No, I do not believe we have seen a Bastion. Never mind, we are still not going to see a Bastion here.
Oh man.
Do like playing Bastion personally. Very fun, especially, but it's definitely a larger hitbox.
I'm looking forward to seeing if Jupiter or Kazuma can hit the Lucio rollout. Let's watch
the Sim
the
rollout.
teleporter. The Sim rollout.
Definitely making it onto point.
We can see Arlington's going to be trying to set up into the room there on the side.
Ooh, early pick.
Unfortunately, Champlain losing their tank really early in this fight. They're going to be struggling to get their footing back. Arlington is probably going to take this point. But Champlain is not giving it up. They're fighting for this. Plankton trying to get a little flank.
Plankton on the Flankton, if you will.
Big
Ooh,
boop
there
on Zarya.
there goes Trace, booped off the map.
Though it didn't give the kill credit. Pause.
Unfortunate.
Well, continuing on with the theme of today's stream is pause after every team fight.
It does seem that Champlain was able to take this, and with Plankton sitting at 54, Plankton sitting at 54% ult charge. Does seem like they'll be able to get an early Pharah ult to possibly hold off on next team fight.
Yeah.
Near the end of next team fight.
That team fight was starting off looking pretty bad for Champlain with, I think it was
The early pick on Winston.
Yeah, Winston tried to go in a little too aggressively on UTA. They had a good setup, and they were able to just insta-kill Winston almost.
Yeah, that was unexpected to say the least. Usually you don't see the tank go down immediately. It's usually either a support or DPS, seeing as the tank just naturally has more health.
Yeah, but, you know, Overwatch is just a very fast-paced game. You know, if either team slips up and makes a mistake, like the supports need to reload, they can't keep pumping up Winston with those healings, then you could just die.
Especially in the very high elos, there's a lot of stuff that can go wrong.
Champlain is on the defense now. Let's see. They're going to. Arlington's going to be taking this side path. They're going to opt to not go on the bridge to avoid getting booped off.
Ooh. Trace getting dived, same thing. Really right here. And it is looking like Rig Pig and Kazuma are both coming up on support ults relatively soon. But will it be soon enough to make a difference?
Plankton's on 10 HP.
Rig Pig does get taken out here.
Champlain is 2 down, 3 down. Arlington capped the point. They're just trying to clean up now. Let's see if Kazu can get out. Nope.
Kazuma unfortunately does get stalled.
Let's see. Has Champlain has not switched up their team comp at all. There
Pharah
are
coming up on first perk.
Yep. Unfortunately, Plankton got stuck on the map geometry, and Bucka was able to find a pick. And the Winston tried to go in.
There are a lot of ults on the table here. Nearly all 5 ults are ready for both teams, with just the Pulse Bomb and Primal Rage not ready. I have a feeling this is going to be a big fight. Oh,
High Noon comes out, and the Grav. Oh my gosh, the beat. That is a huge High Noon.
Big High Noon.
He was able to just charge it all the way up. Did not even matter about the beat drop. And that was just, that High Noon instantly won the fight for Arlington.
3 ults from Arlington and 2 from Champlain. 4 ults from Arlington, my bad.
The Graviton Surge with the High Noon, just locking them down so it could charge up to max damage. Arlington's Kitsune Rush comes out on the defense. Knee just gets 3 with Overclock, showing that Sojourn dominance.
They did use 3 ults there, or was that 4? Was it? I think it was Kitsune Rush used?
Yes,
So yes,
Arlington Kitsune Rush.
I believe 4 ults were used in that altercation. So now ult economy is relatively stable with the exception of Pharah, who does still have Rocket Barrage.
The Barrage and the perk, which she's going to be able to move through the Barrage to really make sure she's keeping that good positioning throughout the entire thing. Here we can see Yuo just poking from the side with the long-range Winston cannon, a new feature in Overwatch 2. I'm saying new, but it's like 3 years old now.
Ooh, Pharah does get taken out.
That's a high charge Zarya. We're going to be seeing if Champlain can defend this down 1 player. They do have Plankton coming back now with ultimate. They seem to be defending it pretty well. Pulse Bomb misses. Here comes the Barrage. It finds 1.
And it seems like it's just clean up for Champlain right now. And Champlain did not get the recontest.
Champlain with the first point on this Lijiang. Are we going to be going to the center? Yes, I think so.
There we are. Back when Overwatch 1, I used to go all the way up to that little ledge in the left over there and just high noon. It worked half the time, which is a lot more of time than I would have thought.
It works
Half the time, it works all the time.
50% of the time, 100% of the time.
Exactly.
We are going to be seeing Saint onto Genji now, and the tanks have, Yuyo has swapped to Ramattra. So we're going to be seeing some punching.
Notable is the rig pick on Ana, trying to go for more long-range sustain.
Ramatra's running into the back line.
Ramattra about to run out of Nemesis form, but Jupiter does get a pick onto the Ana, and the tank, so I do believe that Arlington should be able to take this.
Arlington able to find those key picks onto the back line of Champlain, taking out the Ana. Will be able to shut down the healing and just make this fight over. But
Ooh, Trey's being heavily jumped
Trace
here.
is trapped into the slowing field from Ramattra and really just
Ooh, yeah.
being slowed.
Seems like Farah picked the perk that it reverses the concussive blast. Instead of expelling them outwards, it brings them in, which should help for damage-wise. They can
I feel like that's a really good combo into Graviton Surge.
Sure is. See if they can make it work.
Kitsune Rush is coming out from Arlington. They're going to be running in here with High Noon as well. The Speed Noon. Just making space. High Noon is a great ultimate.
We did grab the perk that says if your ult runs out, you get 40% return. So we will have ult later.
What a shot.
Using more for zoning.
Let's see if Sojourn can get out of this. Waiting for Slide to come off cooldown. There it is. It's 32-32 right now on the point progress. And ultimates are looking like they're in Champlain's favor.
Champlain has 2 ults coming in on 2 more, but their tank did just get taken out. But now both
tanks are out. There's Barrage.
Barrage gets 2.
Barrage gets 2.
Suzu's just been used.
See if Champlain can clean this up.
Seems like Champlain cleans it up.
Gets the point back, but not without 62% for Arlington. So
Buckle coming up on another High Noon quite quickly. So 4 ults for Arlington and 3 ults for Champlain.
Champlain looks like they're going to be trying to hold this closer to Arlington's side, maybe looking to pop the Annihilation early.
And Arlington might be looking for a Grav Blade.
Here comes the blade.
There goes the blade. There goes the beat. Unfortunately, unable to secure the kill on the far.
Grav comes out after Genji's dead.
Beat and Annihilation used.
That's
High Noon used.
There it is.
Unfortunately, High Noon does not get value here, and Champlain is able to.
Out of the chaotic fight, when the dust settles, Champlain is on top with a point.
But Arlington has pretty much nothing in the way of ults to save Kitsune Rush.
No.
And neither
Genji's
does
really out of
Champlain.
position. Genji gets killed. This is looking bad for Arlington.
Ooh. The Ramattra might be in a bit of a pickle here. Yep,
Ramatra's
Ramattra
dead.
is taken out.
Arlington could bring this fight back.
Kitsune Rush onto the Kiriko. Kiriko is out of Suzu, so Kiriko is very close to death here. And Kiriko does die.
Wow.
So Arlington does retake.
I honestly, this is still anyone's game.
Farah now does have the only one with a high enough ult percentage to be used immediately. This fight does go on long enough, however, we could see a Kitsune Rush from Champlain.
Let's see how Champlain can get onto this point. They're going through White Room. Ramatra's running out with Nemesis form, running right into the backline, speed boost. Team's following up. But Arlington is staying strong.
Ooh, he gets melted. Trace gets melted via the barrage.
Champlain is
also not
it's
looking so
overtime now.
great.
Champlain capped the point.
Brick
Arlington
Pick
needs
is
to move.
close to Sune Rush. Might use it immediately. Yep,
There it is.
Unfortunately, the high noon came a little bit too late.
Oh my god, it's Doomfist.
And it does seem like Champlain will be taking game 1.
A very good performance from both teams, but Champlain was able to weave their way around these very scrappy fights and come out on top.
Let's see this play.
This was Nee had a really good performance on Soldier in this game.
Yeah.
Good job.
All right, well, that certainly was a sight to see. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm super excited for this game too. I'm gonna see if, or we're gonna see if UC or UTA is gonna switch up their team comp to really adapt to how Champlain is playing this.
Personally, due to personal bias, I would like to see Bastion played. I saw them swap to it, and then they changed their mind, and I'm just like, come on, just give us a little Bastion, you know?
They're teasing us.
Teasing us. It's like, Bastion is fun to play, but he is definitely harder to protect because due to his large hitbox in these team comps, even though the value he provides with his raw damage output is quite large.
Yeah, and in these brawl comps, everyone's picking characters that can kind of move around the fight very fast, quickly reposition and rotate around. And Bastion really does not have any movement abilities except for, shooting the grenade at the ground, which is a very, kind of a waste in some situations.
I mean,
really
you
need
say
that,
that, but there is also Zarya, who doesn't have many movement abilities besides the bubble, and that's with the perk. Without the perk, it's slightly faster than running, but yeah, like this is just different niches for different things.
Yeah, Zarya is really dependent on having a support for that speed boost, either Juno or Lucio. Whereas other tanks like Ramantra, when he enters Nemesis form, he gets a little speed boost, which combining with Juno just lets him run in.
Yeah.
And
Definitely movement speed is the name of the game. It allows you to pivot from target to target really quickly, which is definitely very valuable at this level of gameplay.
Exactly.
All right, seems like we're going back to King's Row, our beloved.
King's Row, yes, my beloved.
Hopefully we're gonna see maybe we'll get a Widow pick here. Maybe we'll get a relatively quick first point. Who knows? Could happen. But will it is the question.
Yeah, last time, what was, not UTA, the other team.
The other team?
I'm forgetting. Champlain. Yeah, last time Champlain was on this map against Syracuse, they were having a little trouble getting in.
Yeah.
So let's see how they can manage versus UTA. If UTA's defense is as powerful as Syracuse.
Personally, I think they should run, I don't know, Sigma, Sombra. No, I'm just messing. I don't know.
I've not seen a lot of, I guess, yeah, Sigma's
Sombra.
Sigma's kind of, you just see him on like a couple of maps.
Sim, May, we
God.
need Mercy,
Oh God.
we need, let's say, Lucio, but no healing. Then we need Maga. It's gonna be great.
I saw someone playing Maga earlier.
This can't be. This must have been a trick of the imagination.
I must have been hallucinating.
Hallucinating.
Well,
All right, well, let's see if any of our predictions come true.
King's Row again, but different time of day. It's nighttime now.
Yeah.
So it's a completely different map.
Well, is it time of the day if it's not day? It's time of the night? I don't know. Let's see what they
Something is
chose.
Going on. Everyone's clapping.
All right. Well, there is the Widow pick, and looks like it's pretty standard team compositions all around, with the exception of Torbjorn here.
I mean, we've seen Torbjorn on defense on this
Torbjorn,
map.
but we haven't seen it as often as some of these other picks.
Torbjorn's going to be setting up the turret in the corner behind the hotel as usual. And let's see if anyone is ballsy enough to peek this Widow at the beginning. But probably not. These players are very patient.
It's a game in numbers, really. How much ults you have, how many people you have.
Exactly. I have that.
All right,
I
let's
have
see
that
if
spray.
Saint can do the impossible and get a pick.
Ooh,
Ooh.
he was peeking. He's ballsy.
He's about to get picked off himself. Ooh. Oh, the jump shot.
That was close. That was close.
Would have been cool if it happened, but back to the action.
Raja's just running circles around the statue. Doing some poking for some ult charge. Looks like UT Arlington is going to be trying to push through this hotel to kill the turret. They're turning around. Genji is turning around. So
Knee is getting a lot of ult charge here, as is Foyjon. Ooh, that's a big burn.
Arlington is running around the back, going up the stairs through this alley. Oh my gosh.
A nice pick from Buckle. 2 headshots back to back, able to
Huge
take out
anti-nade
Ash.
though. It looks like it's even.
I favor
Arlington's
UT
down.
Arlington a little
Support.
bit here, but Champlain is going to recontest.
Champlain down Ana.
Ooh,
Orbital ray
early
comes down.
orbital of 80 seconds in, very quick build. So it does seem like Arlington is going to take this without much
Yeah,
resistance.
I don't see a situation where Champlain comes back to defend this point. They're just going to be setting up, preparing for the next fight in this.
And for the cost of
around the
only
corner.
one ult, seems very nice.
Now, on this second point here, we're going to be seeing some fighting around this bookstore around the corner. It's a really tight choke point. We're actually seeing Ramatra playing a little bit more aggressive here, fighting
In
around
order
like
to try to keep the show.
yeah, just keeping them off of the corner so his team can set up behind. Nano
Oh,
boost coming
Nano.
out. Are we going to see the annihilation? Looks like it's not going to be needed. Just staying on the cart. If Champlain can keep up their defense around this archway, it's going to be really difficult for Arlington to come in. Unless they come in with a huge grab.
Grav getting the Cosmo, who was about to have orbital ray, which might change might have changed the fight in their favor.
Grav comes out, but what is going on?
That is a lot of stuff. Bob's used, High Noon's used as a sort of, what's the word, measure.
It looks like Arlington came out on top, and they're pushing the payload now.
2 ults to 2 ults.
There was that last fight seemed to be taking place in like 3 different spots. It was a little bit scrappy.
Arlington pushing up very far here, trying to take as much space as possible.
We got Buckle is going to be looking for the flank. A little McCree versus Torbjorn 1v1, Cassidy versus Torbjorn 1v1.
Orbital ray does come out. Or both orbital rays come out as both support ults from Arlington are out.
And Champlain turns it back into their favor. They got their footing back with the Juno ultimate.
With
And
this, Champlain also does have Nano and Molten Core for next fight, while Arlington only has Dragon Blade, but is coming up on High Noon.
we're going to see. They're probably going to be putting the Nano on Ramatra again, just for that sustain to keep him up. Someone is hiding. Oh, the turret can go on the wall?
Yes, that is one of the new perks. One of the Torbjorn's tier 3 perks. You can now put the turret on walls and ceilings. Definitely very annoying to
funny.
contest if you don't know where to look. Ooh, a nice pick onto the Juno by
It's like
Buckle.
Arlington is.
And Buckle seems to be cleaning up with only 1 ult invested here. 2 ults invested here. Just to clean up the kills on the last 2. And those will be staggered.
Champlain had to send the message with the annihilation there.
But both DPS ults as well as Grav are nearly online. Ooh, a nice pick by Saint onto Knee. this might open up things. I would like to maybe see a grab here. That might be it.
Get ready for a big fight here. We've got 2 ultimates up. Molten Core coming out early here, but Genji's jumping on Torbjorn.
Ooh, anti into headshot. That's got a sting.
Impeccable Torbjorn aim.
You can.
Arlington is, there we go. They got the checkpoint.
2 minute 30 left to take it the rest of the way there. Buckle being extremely aggressive and
That
managing to
is
stagger knee
very
quite
unfortunate
heavily.
for Champlain. This is going to get them a lot of momentum around the first couple of bends on this last point. And
Foyon coming close to Orbital and knee coming close to Bob.
really momentum is the name of the game here on Payload. If you're able to keep up the push and stay alive, looks like it's going to be, Arlington is going to be able to take down 2, 3, oh. Bob is able to sneak out and get 3, 2 with Bob, and Nee can finish off the last one.
Bob finally did something. Who would have thunk it?
Champlain managing to break the push of Arlington and get their footing back. The momentum is now in their favor.
Trace coming up on grab. Buckles somewhat closer coming up on. Oh, there's a pick on Knee again. Knee is not having a good time here.
Nano comes down,
Nano.
and Ram is just
Really
running
split up.
a
Running down
mess
the
in their
Zarya.
back line.
And using the ult just to confirm
Again?
kills. And Trace does go off the map, doesn't want to give them any more ult charge that they might need.
Yes, jumping off the map is a great way to
To prevent
Make
the
sure-
enemy
yeah,
from
prevent-
getting any ult charge.
prevent that ultimate charge, especially when you're playing a tank with a lot of help. Let's see if Sojourn can get a pick. The turret is on the ceiling again.
That turret
That is
should
ridiculous.
not be there. Using
High
High Noon
Noon
as a
coming
zoning
around.
ult.
Let's see if Buckle can find anyone. Both teams are playing very
It's going to
tightly.
be a last fight. It's going to be 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Plankton might want to use his Molten Core as soon as they can.
Just to really kind of split up
There it
Arlington.
is.
Able to split off Ramatra. They really need to keep Ramatra alive if they want to
Saint
win
coming
this
in with
fight.
the counter clock. Counter clock, is that a thing? Let's just say it is. All right, Baptiste coming in with Immort, which might make a big, large difference. Or no, not more amplification field.
Arlington is down.
It really
their
depends on who
Sojourn.
gets their ults first. Kazuma is really close to the orbital ray.
Champlain just not able to heal their Ramatra behind the cart. This is looking.
Gold ray for the recontest.
This is
Buckle
looking
too,
bad
doing
for
a lot of
Champlain.
work.
They need to. Arlington needs to make sure they don't C9.
UT Arlington to 3 ults. Champlain coming up on 3 as well. It's going to be definitely a tense fight with a lot of ults here. Nano Annihilation. Ooh, Bug
Oh my
Bug is
gosh.
taken out before the High Noon can go through, and it does seem like. Yep.
Does Annihilation just do like 200 damage instantly? Like it just
Not
killed
to do
everyone.
a lot of damage, but
it
he
just
was nanoed.
killed everyone instantly. That was crazy.
He was nanoed.
Arlington not able to go all the way to the end. Only 65, almost 66 meters. So Champlain could push it all the way to the end for the map victory, or if Arlington is able to hold it, it'll be 1-1. Kings Row is a. They could hold it at the beginning. Kings Row is very possible to hold just that first point there, if you're just able to keep stopping the push before it can get to the point. We're gonna be seeing Hanzo.
Hanzo, not something that you see. I believe is the first time we've seen him this tournament.
I think so. Let's see what Saint can do. Saint, let him cook.
Let's see what happens. Who needs a Widow when you've got a Hanzo?
Yeah, I mean, we could be seeing a kind of sniper duel at the beginning here. Just peeking around the corner. Hanzo shooting the tree trunks out of his bow.
For large burst damage, yeah. Large burst damage potential. They're all grouped up on the low ground, which is, I believe, somewhat unusual.
Yeah, we don't see anyone from Arlington going to the high ground.
Oh, never mind.
Yet.
They're all going to the high ground at the same time. As soon
Oh well,
as I say
movement movement creep is a real thing in Overwatch. Everyone.
that. So you can get a headshot.
Yeah, they were just really spamming out this Widowmaker. Ooh. It's a body shot.
Oh, Saint does get a kill on Plankton.
Let him cook. There's 2 from Saint. And the Widow swap to, I think,
Ooh, Saint
Farah.
does get taken out here, but Nee does get the reverse trade.
so far Arlington is able to hold this first point with only 1 casualty.
Ooh,
Oh my gosh.
nice javelin from Trace there.
Champlain's Winston having an advantageous position behind in the middle of the team fight. Let's see if the hinder is going to be very detrimental to that Winston. Juno trying to keep the team alive while the team fight
Saint doing a lot of damage there.
is over. Champlain just trying to get out alive here, trying to regroup.
Ooh,
They
Saint
take
did
Saint
overextend a
out.
little. UT Arlington relatively close to 4 ults.
Champlain is just trying to break Arlington's defense. Just 1 pick is all they need. Champlain is able to get into the
Ooh, Terra Surge coming
building
out.
on the side.
Ooh,
High Noons comes out.
Ryan comes
Zoning.
out, will they be able to capitalize? But they are using it to zone.
Plankton is a little bit, could be caught out here, out in the open, just flying. The rest of Champlain, 3 of them are
Looking for a
caught out
dragon.
from the rest of the team. There goes
Ooh,
Juno.
Cosmo does get zoned by the dragon.
Bob comes out in the hallway, able to find Buckle. And
This fight has been everywhere except the point, in my opinion.
Exactly. Winston dying like pretty far past the point, just behind. However, Champlain has been able to make the space
Yep, they're contesting
with the
orbital.
distraction of the Winston. But Plankton goes down.
They might try to recontest with their own orbital as well, though. Champlain.
This could be bad for Champlain. They got the point, but they lost it again.
They did get the nano off, but Rigpig does die. They're down both supports now.
There's
But
2.
you and Nee each get their own kills, so there's no supports right now.
3-4.
Ooh, Champlain seem to be in a relatively stable position.
Champlain
but
down both of their supports, manages to just barely squeeze out the win.
I
with
do not think they have a recontest
with a-
here.
Great, really good Winston ult to finish off the last 2. Champlain is going to be trying to... Champlain missed their opportunity to really get as much space as
Champlain
possible.
swapping to Ramantra. Interesting.
See, Orissa's holding close around this corner, really not trying to make sure that Champlain cannot get any
this is
progress
prime,
on this payload.
What's the word? This is prime dragon corridor. They might just send the dragon down the corridor.
Oops. All right, we're back.
Well, I sure would have loved to seen where that dragon went. Champlain is now down all their ults, and UT Arlington has multiple ults. Using Terra Surge here. Is not able to find anyone, but they does get the kill.
Terra Surge
2 kills.
opening up Champlain to get 3 picks on their players. Nee is just stuck behind. Can they get an exit
He
pick? They
does
can.
get a pick.
That might be helpful next fight for Champlain, because the respawn for the defense team is really far away, honestly. It's kind of brutal on this map, dying on defense. So hopefully we're going to see Champlain trying to take advantage of the long respawn, pushing the payload and getting a better position.
Muffled and Jupiter both with their ults. Kitsune ult is used. We might see a quick high noon. Taking advantage of the movement of Kitsune Rush, or we might not.
Knee is just getting up all in there, all in the back line of the enemy team.
Yeah. Seems like Champlain will be able to either take point right here, or it will be a really tough contest for Arlington.
This will be a really tough contest for Arlington.
Might not be as tough as you think, though, because Foyon is coming up on orbital. There we go. High Noon and orbital both used.
So much space
for the contest.
It was a really good use of High Noon to get back onto the point.
We got a nano overclock. 2 more ults invested by Champlain. Ramantra coming up on Annihilation.
Wow. Orisa just got melted. Really great use of that vacuum concussive blast to just suck them up off the ground.
Concussive suck, if you will. You might not have to, though.
So yeah, Champlain able to get that checkpoint. They won the fight.
Ana.
With 2 minutes left on the clock, Champlain only needs to get it to the end of this checkpoint, which is easier said than done.
Yeah, pick on Jupiter. Might change things up here for this fight. Saint does have Dragon. Might try to use it at an optimal time in order to zone some people. Ooh, that's unfortunate for Saint.
Plankton's just able to find that angle through the window with the Pharah rockets and take out Buckle.
Ooh, slept out of the High Noon as well. It seems like Champlain is going to be able to take this relatively easily.
This is looking like Champlain has
like
won the fight, and
0.03 centimeters contest.
There it is.
And it does seem like Champlain is going to be the one to dethrone Arlington. That was an amazing.
Wow, they did it.
They did it.
So Arlington can bleed, we've learned today.
Seeing all those really nice punch hits from Yu-Yo.
Was this a 5K? It was a 5K, wow.
Congratulations. Well, what do you think about that?
That was a really great performance from Champlain.
Yeah, Arlington was able to hold their victories up until now, but they have not been dethroned yet, but they have lost. They have lost their undefeated streak.
They've shown that they are capable of losing.
They are mortals.
They are mere mortals. So yeah, that was a really important win for Champlain. Just kind of a mental victory as well, showing that despite the fact that they were going against an undefeated team, that
still able to make it through.
They were still able to make it through. Very impressive. Good job, Champlain.
Especially Saint on the Hanzo there. That was definitely something. Not something we had seen before in this tournament. Hanzo was getting a lot of picks and a lot of value out of those dragons, especially the dragon on first point where they split off Juno from the rest of their team. It's very, very optimal usage of ults and using ults in their ways, which is to be expected as they are a team. Yeah. But it is still gratifying to see all of these ults coming together. All right.
Our final match coming up is going to be RIT versus Syracuse after the break. So go get hydrated or something.
Get some beverages, get some drinks, do whatever you want to do. Just be back here in a bit, and then we'll be taking it to the last match.
Don't miss the last game.
Don't miss it, or you'll turn into a square.
I'll see you guys.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome to our 6th and final match of the day here at the RIT Overwatch LAN. We have a special guest with us today, Winton, and yeah, we're gonna get right into the action.
Yeah, so we have an interesting final match. We have currently a two-way tie for first in map wins, but currently Champlain, because they have the map differential above the UT Arlington, they are in our first position. Syracuse, if they win 2-0 against RT right now, they will take the second position. If they win 2-1 against RT, they'll take the third position. And if they lose the match, they will take the fourth position for our double elimination bracket tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot of action.
Yeah, interesting game.
Yep, very interesting game. We're going to be starting on Lijiang Tower for our first map. We've seen a lot of that today.
A lot of Zarya on this map, a bit of Monkey. I don't remember exactly what Syracuse has played, but I'm assuming we have a different tank this time for RT. We have Seb back in tank.
Yeah, we've had different tanks all 3 games basically today.
A lot of subs for RT. We'll see if maybe this sub will be the thing they need to win a match.
This roster will finally get it done because so far RIT are winless, which we want to get a win.
Yeah, it is our home team disadvantage here.
Home team
today.
Disadvantage, yes.
And we're about to start soon. Lijiang,
yeah. So RIT, not sure exactly what they want to play. I feel like they want more of a brawl, as Seb does like brawl tanks a little bit more than to dive.
Yeah. So we open up.
So here we are,
Control Center.
Our last match of the day, getting ready. All the players anxious to see who will come out on top.
It seems RIT is opening with the Ramatra, the Fair from earlier, which they didn't pull up on this point, but they worked very well against them. Maybe they're trying to recreate that effectiveness. Syracuse is opening with the Orisa instead of the Ramatra, and going for the Brig Juno instead of the Lucio Kiriko. So a bit of a different strategy from both teams. Pause early.
Another pause in anticipation of the game. So,
bit of a technical difficulty, I believe. I think Winton might have some notes, some speaking points.
He doesn't have a lot
Insightful. Short but insightful.
He's a little camera shy today.
Yeah. It's been a big day for him. You know.
It has been.
He's had to go.
He hasn't been played a lot, though.
I would like to see more Winton in the games. I do like a good monkey.
Moving on from that, we saw, what did we see? Brawl from both sides. Different form of brawl, though. One side favoring the Ramatra, the other favoring the Orisa. We're gonna see how interesting that is to compare.
Yeah, Syracuse also did have the Symmetra opening, so they're most likely TPing on a spawn. They might hold it to try to control the white room underneath the awning.
Yeah, interesting. RT Orange did not seem to want to TP out of spawn. They were on a Pharah instead of who usually would be the one to TP out. Flex DPS. Yeah. Maybe Soj is his job.
Maybe Soj, but neither of them were on Symmetra to begin with, so maybe not looking for the TP.
Yeah, if they keep that, then it'll be Syracuse. Syracuse will be in a bigger advantage.
Yeah, another interesting. Syracuse was on the Brig, and we have seen Brig get caught out a lot by the Ramatra form, especially with the punching through shields.
Yeah, Brig is definitely harder to play into Ramatra.
In these close quarters rooms, especially on Control Center, it might be a bit tricky. And
here we go. Final match of the day kicking off.
Both teams seem meeting at White Room. They did switch off Symmetra onto Genji for the actual fight, and they're fighting over the White Room.
Yes, they are fighting over the White Room. Orisa getting a little bit of an early advantage, pushing the Ramatra back. Now, Orisa trying to create some more space for their team to start aggressing. Soj finds a rail onto the Genji. Will be taking down Kiri Suzu forced for the side of RT Orange. So as long as there's not as much sustain. But then RIT Orange will be able to collapse onto Syracuse. They lost Adbon, but it didn't seem to matter as...
Those early 2 picks on the supports, on the Juno Brig, definitely solidified that fight in RIT's direction. But 2 big staggers.
Yeah, 2 big staggers. I'm not sure.
This is very deep in with no fortified.
Lunar,
she might fall.
Lunar definitely taking a lot of damage, yeah. Another pause. Today has been a day of pauses.
A lot of pauses.
Definitely a bit of a weird fight coming out for the first fight. It looked like RIT had the advantage, but then they somehow lost 2.
They did lose 2 at the end. I think the Lucio is definitely in deep at the end and got picked off.
Who else did they lose?
They lost their Sojourn, I think.
Maybe, I think.
They lost another DPS. So they were down 2 entering that fight.
Yeah, so what seemed to have been a winnable fight is all of a sudden favoring the side of Syracuse.
They have the full regroup, and the Orisa sustained that damage. She got very low. If they had picked that Orisa, it probably would have gone towards RT side, and they would have had really solidified that like second or half fight that was going on. But now that Orisa's alive, directly on point with the full team to support her.
Yeah, definitely coming back with a team around them
RT
will
will
help.
need to play smart to not get overwhelmed with the bit of a backwards position they have, the back-foot position they have, especially with the 2 coming back from spawn.
Exactly, and they might not even be able to cap the point. They looked like they were going to be able to, but if they don't cap the point, they won't be able to start building percentage. And a long fight just to lose. Yeah.
It has been a long fight, but it's still an important fight. The first cap here is very important. Control center is difficult to push, especially if RIT can get the Pharah set up correctly on the high ground. We saw how it was effective against them earlier, and if they can set up in a similar position, it probably will shut down most of Syracuse's attempts at pushing.
Pharah did get early picked. It was the first to fall on the side of RIT Orange. So they will be back, but it might be a little hard to get a lot of value in such a scrappy fight for the Pharah if everyone's moving around. And yeah.
Still, it was a close fight nonetheless. I mean, the fact that I got those 2 picks shows that this last match will be a very hard-fought
victory for both sides.
To the end.
Yeah, we've had a lot of close games with the RIT. Champlain, not that close, but versus UT Arlington, they went all the way, and a couple misplays and going their way would have made the series go their way. So. And
this series, this LAN as a whole is very close. All the teams are very equally matched. I mean, Syracuse did beat Champlain earlier in the
Yeah, no team
series.
is undefeated, which is interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely not leaning towards any one team. It's going to be a very interesting day tomorrow to see how the double elimination goes.
Yeah, it's a double elimination. So if you lose one match, you do have a cushion, which will be interesting and good for the team.
And we're on pause. Oh.
We're unpausing?
I guess we're not unpausing.
We're not unpausing?
It seems like RIT did not say ready. Ever.
Which
bit of miscommunication.
Yeah. So we're back. Again, paused.
Lucky for you guys, you get to look at us instead of the Overwatch game.
We're just building anticipation for this match. It's going to be such a close match. We don't even want to start it.
Yeah. Building up hype. We've been told to blame Miguel for any errors in the...
Miguel is our... who is he? Who's Miguel? What is his title? I know who Miguel is.
He's a member of the E-board.
He's a member of the E-board.
He's messing up this match right now, so we can blame him entirely. No one else is at fault here.
It is all on Miguel. Now, what do you want to talk about?
I don't know. So we did, you were saying about the double elimination bracket tomorrow. So
yeah. So basically, depending on the seeding, there's going to be 2 teams going against each other, and then the loser of those 2 matches will face off against each other in another match. So there is a bit of a cushion there to. So if you lose one match, you don't immediately lose the chance to fight.
You have a chance to fight back for the win.
Yeah.
So you have to lose 2 matches to and inevitably lose this, be eliminated. But so it gives a lot of opportunities for comebacks
And upsets.
And upsets.
Yeah. Although I'm not sure how many upsets,
Yeah. Usually
how much of an upset it would be if all the teams are so evenly matched.
Yeah. You'd think at a point in the series of this, you'd have very clearly what team is in the lead. But even though RIT is down to, they brought UT Arlington to 99-99 on the last point of the last map.
It was extremely
Very close.
Yeah. And there have been other close games as well. I think Syracuse versus
close
Champlain was pretty close. Syracuse ended up winning and taking the series, rather, which was a little unexpected. It looked like Champlain was the clear favorite coming in and off the first match, but apparently that was just a warm-up for them. Yeah.
A lot of strong performances today, especially from you. I mean,
we're going to talk about how I was in the game.
We do have a player with us casting today. We have actually 2
We
players.
have multiple players. Yeah, Naptime was on.
Naptime was
Nathan,
also casting.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't have 3 like 4-man blades, but that's besides the point.
4-man blades. He had a big grab. Remember
He did
that?
have a big grab.
Huge grab.
It was play of the game, a 4-man grab.
He also didn't have to fill air or fill time on the casting
No, he
seat.
did not.
He did
so
not.
You might also be showing your casting talents well above what he can.
Yeah,
possibly
we might
imagine.
be a better casting duo.
And the other caster earlier, Miguel, is the one causing all the issues.
Oh
so
yeah.
I don't know how that reflects.
He wants to test us. Wants to see how well we can think on our feet.
Exactly.
What more is there to talk about in this tournament?
No clue.
Let's talk about Overwatch.
I love Overwatch.
I love Overwatch too.
I think perks are very fun.
Yeah.
The like tendency to, and especially in ranked, you see a lot less counter swapping, especially from the tank side.
Yeah, because if you counter swap, you
lose your
lose all
perks.
your perks, and
It still can work, but playing on that, you do play with an immediate disadvantage on counter swapping. That kind of softens the blow a little bit. So
perks were definitely an interesting idea out there. I remember at first there was a lot of mixed feedback, thinking, what are these? What are they going to offer to the game? Are they going to ruin the game? But they didn't. They enhanced it a lot.
Especially, in competitive play and team play and ranked, it definitely made the game a lot more interesting, dynamic.
Yeah. You got characters that can do things that they otherwise wouldn't be able to, and therefore be used in situations that they might not be conventionally thought to be used in. Like Zarya, for example, we've seen a lot of that today. One of her perks allows her to jump higher and get higher ground, which makes it a lot easier for Zarya to...
Yeah, we saw that on the Ilios. Was it UT Arlington Syracuse, I believe?
Maybe.
They were holding on Ilios well, very close to the high ground, because Zarya could just hop up there whenever she wanted. And it made that map played very differently, more brawly than the dive that
you wouldn't expect to see Zarya there per se.
It does also add some funny perks, like the Farah barrage moving still throws me off a little bit.
A little bit. It makes her barrage a lot more effective. When it used to just like sit there and like you were basically a free target whenever you popped it, made the ult, like you'd be disinclined to use it, which is a little counterintuitive because it is an ultimate. So
it's like you need to be in a perfect position at all times to use it, but now you can be a bit more aggressive. And we are unpausing back to the match.
Finally, we are going back into the action. No.
No.
Oh no, we are not unpausing.
There seems to be some arguments on stage.
There seems to be a lot of chaos going on.
We haven't been told yet who's to blame for this one, but it's probably Miguel again.
Probably Miguel again. Just safe to blame that one on Miguel. A lot of the players seem to be
up in arms a little bit.
Up in arms. That's a good term to use for that. They seem to be getting up, talking amongst themselves.
We should do an interview. We should bring someone to interview.
You want to interview? We don't have anyone to interview.
We don't have anyone
currently.
to interview. Winton. We could interview.
We cannot
Winton.
interview.
We could interview Winton.
We can't interview Winton.
Anyway,
let's talk more about Overwatch.
We should talk more about Overwatch.
More about Overwatch, the game we love,
and
the game we play. We've been playing for 9 years. At least that's how long it's been out. I don't know if
I've been playing for 9 years. I was 10.
I think I've been
I was
playing.
10 years old when I started
think
playing.
I was 11. So
a child.
we were children, and now look at us.
Basically children.
Still children. What else?
I don't know. Oh, speaking of competitive Overwatch, both of us are on a team for RIT,
That is true.
playing for Playfly. Our Playfly match is in 2 weeks, about a
Yeah, a
week
little
and a half.
self-advertising.
And both of us are in the finals for our respective divisions.
Yeah, the grand finals. So
Should be fun.
should be fun.
They're going to lose. My team will definitely win. His team
We'll see
might
about
not.
it. We definitely will. We just run it down.
Run it
Much
down,
like a lot of RT strats seem to be.
running
just
down
run it
mid
down.
does work.
And yeah. So, showing me something? Yeah. What do you want to talk about now? You can
I don't
talk
know.
about how's your day going?
It's pretty good. I mean, I woke up at like 7 a.m.
I
to
woke
be
up at
here.
6:30.
That's,
Insane, a little bit.
as a college student, I don't want to wake up before 10 a.m.
Before the sun rises.
Yeah, it's horrible, in
Yeah.
fact. There's been a lot of construction on my building every morning at like 7 to 9 a.m., which is unfortunate,
That is really unfortunate.
especially on a ground floor window where you can hear
You're on the ground floor?
well, second floor.
At least you don't have to take the elevator.
No, second floor, so we do have to take the elevator because the stairs don't work.
What do you mean the stairs? How do the stairs
We
not
can't
work?
access the stairs from outside. We have to go in.
Talk about it.
Oh, and here you can see our standings.
Once
for the
again,
team.
we're going to explain it again for those that didn't hear.
Yeah.
If Syracuse win this match, they will be, depending on how much they win this, they will affect what their seeding will be. So if they win it by 2 points, clean wipe, they're going to be second seed. If they win it by 1 point, 2-1, they're going to be third. And if they lose, they will be fourth. And RIT will take that spot.
And for the double elimination bracket, the way we have it is the first seed. So if, let's say Syracuse loses this match, it'll be Champlain versus Syracuse in our first double elimination bracket match with UT Arlington versus RIT Orange. And the winners of those two games will play against each other, and then the losers of those two games will play against each other.
To still compete in the tournament. So, yeah.
And it should be very interesting,
It is going to be an interesting day tomorrow. Looking forward to a lot of close matches.
especially seeing what happened today. And also the double elimination will be a best of 5 rather than best of 3.
Oh, really?
I think
Is
so.
the grand finals best of 7?
We probably have access to this
Adam?
information. But
We're going back in. Oh,
Oh my goodness.
Grand finals is best of 5. That's what I was
Okay.
informed of. Now, going back into the match, if you recall,
Terror surge immediately,
Yeah, if
and
you-
Adam and Seb fall.
yeah, big
into the
terror
fight.
surge. Syracuse finally taking back this point. RIT did actually get a lot of percentage, or a little bit of percentage, which is not nothing if you're trying to, if it comes down to the wire.
Adbon, we do see switches to the Symmetra on RIT side. So a bit of a different strategy here. And they're going for some TP strats.
Kiri comes out, Kitsune comes out really early, trying to catch this Orisa. Form is popped and slow, but Adbon on the Symmetra is taken down by the Genji Azer. So now it is a DPS for a tank, but Seb, being a Ramantra, is able to just collapse onto the rest of the team, being down their Orisa. So RIT taking back the point almost. Genji here to touch, trying to avoid the flip. Kiri will be traded out, but RIT finds 2 in response. Oh, it's turning into a huge scrap. The Ray comes out for the side of Syracuse, looking to capitalize on this objective, and now Seb is the only one standing for RIT, and they will be able to flip it back for Syracuse.
A pretty mirror result of what happened the first fight, where they win, they take the point, and then lose enough where the respawning Syracuse players can just come back and take the point or overwhelm them
Yes,
and
RIT
take the
is
point back.
not taking a clean fight. Adbon finds an opening pick onto the Sojourn. Now Orisa deep inside the enemy lines and will be taken down for it. Now Seb looking to find the cleanup on Syracuse, and
Then
now the point goes back in favor of RIT Orange.
And RIT finally can set up with a actual position now that they're not down. We do have a big ult fight coming up. We have 4 ults from each side and the Kitsune coming up very soon for the RIT Orange. So it will be a very chaotic fight, I believe.
All right, Sojourn ult to start the fight. So 2 will Brig pop their ult. Now RIT able to kite back. Not really finding a lot of value for Syracuse out of these ults. And now RIT Orange has ults of their own. Pops the overclock, but Blade and Beat popped, or no, just Blade for Syracuse, finds a trade onto the Sojourn, but RIT making it hurt, making it really scrappy, will pop the Kitsune and looking for any other final blows, and now Syracuse will be eliminated. What?
Okay, so we still have the Ramatra ult from RIT and no ults from Syracuse, so it's coming to very last fight territory for this first point. RIT does have the advantage with their Ramatra ult, and especially if they can find this Tracer. They force that recall early.
Yeah, Syracuse Tracer looking to touch the point. Lunar, the tank for Syracuse, taking down Frost. Now trades going back and forth for both teams, but it is looking to favor Syracuse as they get up back onto this point. RIT Orange sort of fell apart again, got picked apart, split, and now Syracuse taking RIT Orange's point.
That was a very good fight for Syracuse to win. They now have a massive ult advantage with most of them over 50%. With RIT, not even a single player over 50% of their ult. And only 30% left on the point for Syracuse.
Desperation may swap. This is going to be into final side territory. Ray comes in. They want to go first. Syracuse wants to make it hurt and take out any RIT Orange players really fast, but the Ray is not able to find a lot of value.
RIT can recontest here. Looking for a wall early on the tank, doesn't find it, but they get the Juno.
It is a big wall onto the Juno. Looking for the supports now. Syracuse down supports. This is final fight, so unless Syracuse can clutch, RIT is going to take this point. RIT looks like they are going to clean up this fight and take the first point. Tracer will be able to touch, but it is just one Tracer versus the world, and they will be taken down.
Lucio on the point now. They're staggering in. There is a chance for this to come back, but it's looking rough.
Yeah, Adbone picking up 3 at the end. I may have doubted the May at first, but it definitely worked out at the end.
A good first point win for RIT, although it was very close.
It was very close. It seems both of these teams, it could go either way yet again.
Very close match, very intense match. This will be a fun final match of the day.
Yep.
We'll see if there's any swaps for this next point. I believe we're on Night Market. Yes. A swap to Kiriko from Syracuse. We haven't seen a lot of Kiriko from that side, I think. So nearly a mirror matchup except for the tank and the single DPS. Still back to the Orisa. It looked good. There's a few fights where I think RIT was able to force the fortify very early and capitalize off that. But
Ram just seems to be a little better in terms of the brawl here.
A bit more sustained for these longer drawn-out fights.
We are currently looking at a map that is not taking place. Oh my. Let's find the fight. There we go. Now
their matcha falls very low early in the fight, has to force Form to live.
Yep.
And they rotate to point.
Yes, so RIT is anchoring point right now. They are going to want to defend this point to the last drop. Now RIT, Sev falling low, will be able to get healed back up, top back up, but a big spear to Frost off the map.
But a trade on the Lucio, it's still even, 4-4 for each team, and Syracuse is down to support, which does.
RIT able to find a lot of kills, but they are also able. Syracuse it's just making it very scrappy, this entire map.
Syracuse is continuing to able to trade over and over again these drawn out fights, and not giving RIT an inch here.
Yeah, no one has capped this point yet, meaning no one was gaining percentage, and it was just a long drawn out fight. Look at the ult.
Both Kiriko's almost to Kitsune. We're going to see an ult fight early in this map. They find the Tracer in the back finds Adam early, and that gives Syracuse a massive advantage for pushing this point.
Clear man advantage for Syracuse. They're going to try and push this fast and make it hurt for RIT. Kitsune comes out for RIT. Seb finds the opposing Kiri, but they were able to get Kitsune out on time, and now A pulse bomb comes out,
From
trying to
Syracuse.
find a pick, but does not end up finding anything.
And a terror surge from Syracuse. A lot of ults dumped in this fight, but they're down. And I think RIT takes it pretty. They
Yet
used
again.
Pulse, Kitsune, and Terror Surge, but couldn't find much with it. Well, RIT only used Kitsune. So it gives a big advantage to this next few fights with RIT having almost all their ults except Kitsune.
Yep, definitely for RIT. Will be building a ton of ults, but ooh, a Sojourn gap. A little bit. Now Sojourn is going off. Frost, just very oppressive on this hero, is killing the entire team basically on his own.
Going to the spawn even.
Yep, now RIT good at weathering the aggression.
No ults used. A very good fight for RIT to hold this point, and we're getting to the final fight territory for this. If Syracuse can't cap, they do make a last-minute swap to Ramatra, so. But they will be down on perks, as we were talking about earlier. The Ramatra has 0 perks right now, while Seb on Ramatra has both his perks.
Now Syracuse pops the overclock from the Soj, trying to find anything, open this fight up for Syracuse. But in the meantime, they have flipped the point, so they are going to get percentage and maybe make this more than one fight for them. Barrage comes out on the side of RIT Orange, looking to cleanly wipe this team. And now it is 90%, but that flip may have bought them enough time to maybe get a recontest.
Build some ults. They are coming back with beat. There could be a big beat touch coming up. The Tracer gets a touch.
Tracer recall forced. RIT has to focus on a single target. Now we'll take out down most of Syracuse. Pops the ult, Seb,
The Lucid does die with beat.
Yep, they just seem to have more ults. And when you have more ults in Overwatch, it's going to be very hard to recontest.
So the first map goes to RIT. Starting off strong for our home team, but not a bad fight by Syracuse.
Yeah.
They did seem to have the same issues RIT was struggling with that Pharah on Night Market.
They
just not allowing them to push at all.
They also seem to have the same issues that RIT was struggling with in terms of not being able to clean up a fight quickly and concisely. Now,
both teams definitely had a lot of drawn out fights that just led to a lot of percentage gain from either side.
And when fights are drawn out like that, it really favors mechanically good players like Frost, who was popping off on the Sojourn that entire round.
Definitely a strong showing for RIT. But it's not over yet. Syracuse does have the map pick. We saw RIT when they had their hybrid map pick, they chose Numbani and looked strong. But I don't think Syracuse will want to play into that dive style that RIT seemed to like before. But it's still different because they do have the tank swap. But I'm assuming we're going to see another King's Row, sadly.
Another King's Row. King's Row is a very good map. It's a very Overwatch-centric map. When you think of Overwatch, I think of King's Row.
And if we see King's Row, I'm assuming we're going to see a lot of Ramatra gameplay again. Most likely the Orisa again from Syracuse.
Now, RIT, thing to note, this is the official D1 roster from RIT. So their synergy, they have been practicing. The other compositions that
had subs,
so maybe that has something to do with RIT's, somewhat dominance this match so far.
Definitely.
They know each other.
They do know each other. It does help.
They know how each other play.
The first 2 maps, they had 1 or 2 subs, 1 sub each time, and that definitely can throw off the
synergy, yeah.
And we did see Adbon on tank for the second match, which also can hinder your ability, because while he is on the team, it can definitely throw the teammates off to hear or see your DPS player in a different position.
Yeah, definitely. And Seb looked great on the Ram. He knew when to aggress, he knew when to back. He was able to really take the tank duel and win it most of the time.
I think a lot of that map did come up to the DPS and supports, living or dying, because the tanks did seem to sustain for quite a while.
Yeah.
Especially that last map.
If you're a tank, most important job is basically not dying. And if you can do that, then, you set your team up pretty well. And now we are going into the second map of the series, King's Row, as we call it. I wonder if we'll see a Widow. pick. Like,
Most likely we'll see a Widow pick from the offense. We have seen it nearly, I think every single King's Row,
yeah.
we do see a Widow at the
We
start.
have yet to see someone actually hit a shot.
There's the Widow.
There's the Widow. There it is.
Okay, yes. Okay, so Seb was doing a little bit of trolling. Oh, no.
Maybe a little bit more
no.
trolling.
For those of you who know Seb's gameplay, his ball is infamously atrocious, to say the least. But yeah, we do see the Ram pick. Same comp from RT Orange. Almost the same comp. We do see the Genji come out for Syracuse. That Genji has been strong, has had a lot of good plays.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think Genji's a very strong pick on this map, especially to break that pretty dominant high ground positioning the supports can set up on. But I don't think we're going to see a lot of that from the supports, just the Sojourn.
And here we go with the Widow. Let's see it.
Ooh. And the shot hit. I think that's the first shot hit, though.
Body shot bandit. Yeah, that is definitely probably the first. But
And
we're
they're
keeping the Widow.
Keeping the Widow for the first time. This is going to be very interesting. The backline is going to have to be very cautious for RT to avoid that Widow.
Oh,
and she
but
finds
the Widow
early
finds
pick
the
to
pick
open up
onto
the
Curie.
fight. That gives a big advantage to Syracuse.
So maybe teams should just play the Widow a little longer.
I agree. And Syracuse does take control of the point.
Yeah, RT really going to back from that, off the back of that Curie pick. They don't have their main source of healing, so they can't go. And as a result of that lack of Curie, they
lose their
Farah, they lose it.
Syracuse is going to have a pretty easy time getting at least 2 ticks. RT Orange is going to have to have a very difficult fight to try to retake this point if they want to. Or they seem to be
giving it up.
They seem to be giving it up to hold for this next
has the cap.
area.
Yep.
Ram form and Fortify early is also interesting, so this is going to be a very long build up to this fight.
Yes, Ram was forced to use Fortify, so
We do
now
see
we just see both teams trying to poke each other out, maybe build some ultimates real quick. ScoMo is really close to their Kitsune Rush, so maybe they want to go with that.
Yeah. We didn't mention this, but there was a swap to Farah from Syracuse to an off Farah from RT Orange to the Cassidy. So a bit of a comp switch halfway through this map.
Azer just good for it again on ScoMo. There goes their Kitsune Rush that they have played so long to build, and as a result, RIT just falls over again.
Another pick on the Farah Kiriko just does not let RT Orange take a single full fight without losing or getting picked early.
Yeah, I mean, that was just the pick they had hoped for. That if any pick, that was the one because she had ult.
Yeah, Azer is doing a very, very good job of completely shutting down ScoMo on Kiriko.
Yeah, Azer has been good for it both series.
Oh,
and now
a massive spear from Lunar, pushing Adbon off the map, his 3rd death of the map.
Adbon actually now on Cass, sorry, decides he does not want to take that smoke from Azer.
And it just seems like RT can't get their bearings. They're falling early every single fight.
Now
Kitsune forced early as well.
Kitsune definitely forced
Or
early.
not Kitsune, Cleanse.
Nano onto the Orisa. He's going to try and create a lot of space. Finally, RT Orange able to use their Kitsune, going to look to aggress off the back of this. And finally, RT seems to have gotten their footing set, but again, it is a scrappy fight, so it won't favor any side. But we beat
with only one alive. The Ana was alive, but the Orisa was half health, and we force beat. RT is not looking as strong as that first map.
Yeah, they seem to have lost a little bit of their composure.
A bit flustered after that first point.
Beat definitely not needed. So now they're only going to have 2 ults. Meanwhile, Syracuse, they are coming up on 2 as well, but
a bit further behind. RT
so it isn't the worst.
Does have the advantage in this fight. We're going to see a little flank from the Tracer. A double flip. Both Tracers flanking. We're going to see a little bit of a duel.
A little bit of a duel. Adbon, generally good on the Tracer. Going to be marking. Does not want this Tracer to get set up onto his backline.
Yeah.
But the backline is definitely very mobile.
Orisa pushes forward. No real big abilities coming out yet. There's Fortify and a nade on the Ram.
Kitsune is forced. RT Orange finds a pick onto the Tracer. Maybe trying to look for more aggression, but no, they will just say, that is enough. You're down a player. You can't push into us.
Yeah. A great pick from Frost there. Massive nade. The cleanse goes out early, so they will not be having cleanse for this fight. Syracuse might want to look to push faster. There's the overclock.
No, their overclock pop from the side of Syracuse, looking to find picks. Is the opposing Sojourn is very low, finds a pick onto the Lucio. Now is really just going to clean up. Speed glasses, just good for it with the overclock.
Massive overclock. The overclock Nano too. A lot of ults used for Syracuse. No ults except Nano. No ults used by RIT at all.
Yeah,
So
interesting
they
choice
gave
there.
up that point with not much of a fight, it seems.
Interesting choice. They may have just been caught off guard, didn't plan on using any ults, and so didn't want to use all of them reactionary.
Yeah, but now they do still have these 3 ults coming up.
Adbon on a bit of a mystery hero journey is on Sombra,
And they
but
find-
Orisa ult does come out onto, catches the Kiri again, so RIT will not have a lot of sustain. Obviously this Ram is going to take a bit of a beating, but will eventually fall.
They're another fight down. 1 ult used. Adbon is on the Widowmaker now. Another swap.
Very
much,
mystery
Oh, and a
heroes.
very late pick on the Ana makes a big stagger. It's going to be
Wow.
last fight probably, or last few fights.
Adbon trying just looking for it, but Seb does take down the Lucio early. That is very big, and Kitsune Overclock is also a very big ult. And now RIT Orange finally able to stabilize.
Yeah. They do have the Nano coming up, but still there might be a Nano Blade.
Now
Will
Adbon,
Shogun Apple's favorite ability combo.
Adbon on the Torb now. We've seen how many heroes from him this match?
Farah, Cass,
Really showcasing his deep pool pool.
a very flex support.
Very flex DPS.
DPS, clearly. The Genji is looking for that blade, definitely. They don't have any defensive abilities besides the cleanse for the blade.
They will have Nano.
Oh,
But
oh.
if the Genji just falls early, they won't be able to use the blade. Gets a little too concentrated on finding a good target and is able to get caught out.
So a bit of reset. Only a minute and a half left. I would assume they had more. It felt like they had more. It's a long, drawn-out map. And if only maybe 2-3 more fights max for Syracuse to finish this cap on third point
With-
icon.
Now Nanoblade coming out. Frost will die. Sojourn down. Now Nanoblade finds 1. Now Seb looking to stall out the payload on the Ramatra.
Has no support, and they take him down, and then their RT's on the back foot, playing for recontest immediately.
And they did use the Nano that fight and didn't get a lot of value with, so they won't have a lot to recontest this point. RIT in desperate mode Tracer will touch, but will be taken down, and now it seems like a matter of time before Syracuse is able to capture this point with time.
Yeah, and that's the point. So they did cap with time. It's under a minute, so even if RT caps at 0 time, they still can play for the overtime points. But that was a rough look for RT right there.
Yeah, they immediately lost the first point, lost the second point. Well, they were able to hold it for a little bit on the second
third.
point, but and then a little bit on third. But if you lose a bunch of fights, their Kiwi got picked a lot in the beginning of this match, and that can just like snowball you into losing the rest of the fights.
They
the
did
following
feel like
fights.
they were just being pushed back and back with not really able to take the aggressive position the Ramatra comp kind of favors, especially with the Lucio speed. I mean, we didn't really see a little speed engage at all, really.
Yeah, and Adbon didn't really seem like he knew what he wanted to play, and as a result, was not really able to build any ults, I don't think.
But I do see a monkey in the top left. So Seb
wind.
is on the monkey, which guarantees the win, I think.
Yeah, just play monkey here and we win. You win.
Oh,
Now he's on Czar.
Zarya. So a lot of switching. We don't know exactly what RT is going to pull out for the beginning. Still 20 seconds.
Frost on the Widow. Will he find an opening pick, or will he stay on it?
It did seem to work. That little push definitely caught Skomo off guard.
Yeah, was not expecting a Widow for that long.
Yeah, Azer did hit the shots he needed to and got the picks to win the fight, win the first point.
Yeah, Azer has been really good for all his matches so far.
No, not even a shot for the Widow. They're getting out of
Not
there.
even a shot.
And Seb is back on the Ramatra. He's teasing us a little bit with the hero picks.
Yeah, trying to bait us out a little bit. Now Seb falling a little bit low. Will have to back. Gets healed up, but
Quick pick of
Frost
Azer.
finds Azer, the Genji, and now this is a big pick. Much like Syracuse did on their attack. RIT is up 1. As long as they don't lose the Sojourn here, which could very well happen, and it does. So now Ram, a little split from his team, just going to have to back.
They do manage to take the hotel position, and Syracuse is a bit less set up than they'd like to be. But a late pick from Speed Glasses on Adbon does push RIT all the way back towards their spawn.
Very nice shot from Speed Glasses. Seb really won. Syracuse looking to finish off this fight cleanly.
Syracuse is looking at the Terror Surge from the Orisa, from Luna on the Orisa, and only RIT has the Kitsune Rush to match it. So it should go either way, not an ult advantage on the other team.
Kitsune was forced immediately. Now that Kitsune is forced, Orisa can aggress, but RIT responds with a Kyrie ult, is looking to aggress off the overextension of this Orisa, and will find it.
The Nano Orisa Terror Surge got nothing, but the Ana falls late. And if they get, the Kyrie barely lives, but losing that Ana is a bit scary.
Just a scrappy fight from both sides, but it does look like RIT Orange will be in favor of this, and you know, attacking spawns are way closer than defending, so they will most likely be able to find this cap.
I think Syracuse is playing for the recontest. Orisa does touch point. The Ana is set up a little bit on high ground, looking to be contested from Adam.
But the Orisa just walks in and finds a pick onto the Sojourn. Now it's going either way again.
Very even.
Both teams are just fighting it out in a death match. Bob comes out. That might be the key to sealing the deal, as
Syracuse.
it is just a tank just shooting constantly. And now Syracuse can finally find some room to breathe.
But not even, as the Seb pushes back and Frost finds an early pick on Speed Glasses.
Just when you think one team has an advantage, the other will find another pick on the opposing side. Once again, Azer finding a pick onto the Kiri, but will be traded right back. And now Seb finds a pick onto the Orisa, and it looks like that's that.
That was a very
hectic
point. It was swap and a big stagger on the Ana.
But we'll get traded.
But the trade is fine because Ana has the very late spawn all the way in the back of third point. So Syracuse is going to have a little bit of a rough setup if they want to hold anywhere close. But they seem to be vying to play a little bit back, wait for the Ana to get back. And RIT's not really wanting to capitalize on this space either. So they're just going to vie to hold the first corner bookstore.
Yep, they are going to want to go early with this Blade probably, and they have Kitsune Rush to back it up if they need. Now we see the Blade coming out. Nano onto the Genji. Will just get gapped. And now Genji going deeper, and now the Syracuse just wins the fight.
With a Nano Blade. Or not even, did he Blade? I'm unaware.
He didn't Blade. He just had the Nano and killed the opposing Genji during Blade.
Yeah. So now RT just has Kitsune Rush to win this next fight against the Beat, which could easily shut down that rush if it goes towards RT's side.
Now Genji Lucio trying to mark this height, doesn't want to give it up. Now Genji looking for revenge, will almost find it. Kiri is Kitsune Rush, but the TP right back into the Orisa ult. And now Syracuse in a good position here to continue holding this point, bleeding off clock. RT Orange only has 2 more minutes.
So once again, ScoMo makes a little bit of an overextension and gets picked out.
A little bit of a misplay, yes. TPing back into the ulting Orisa.
Not the general look from Kiriko.
Yeah, but
RT does have the beat.
RT looking to go first off the back of Seb's aggression. They beat push, now trying to catch the fleeing Syracuse. But Syracuse is able to just kite. The beat sort of does not find much value.
And now they're looking for overclock, but Syracuse can respond with their own ults. They have a Bob and Nano. But the Ash falls early, unable to use Bob.
But also the Soj falls early, unable to use overclock. So now it's just really up to this Genji with this Nano. Was really good with it before. Now maybe he's going to try and pop the Blade or just trying to win with a neutral Nano.
Finds the pick once again with the Nano on Adbon.
Adbon seemingly, I don't know, getting a little
gapped by the
Getting a little gapped. But he will have he will swap onto the Symmetra. So again, a story of swaps from Adbon.
RT takes his forward high ground positioning above the motel, I think.
Adbon,
No, motel.
Bob coming back. Kitsune Rush used, but the Bob really just did a great job at zoning RT Orange, and they weren't able to use this Kitsune Rush as they were getting shot from the back from the Bob.
They were.
They were getting shot from the back.
And I think that Bob just really split. They had someone on high ground, but they couldn't do much because their team got pushed back by the Bob. And we're still looking at Overclock, but Blade comes out early.
Blade looking at this Kiri, does not have another dash, is sort of fumbling this Blade, but does find an opening or an exiting kill onto the Sojourn.
So right there, Law found the pick on ScoMo again, resetting the dash. So Azer could close the gap, and he finds a long stagger on the Seb, on the tank. Syracuse has a great position, looking for a spawn hold.
Yeah,
Here.
now Frost does not like that, but he dies.
Shut down.
He popping the overclock. It is overtime. RIT desperately trying to get onto the point. Seb will pop Annihilation. Is getting a lot of value with this Annihilation, and Syracuse seems to not be able to respond, and they seem to have just gotten a little too aggressive.
A really important fight win for RIT Orange. They can maybe pull this map back. They do have a few ults coming up. They have Wall and Beat, so a few defensive ults to hold this position. But they still have to cap this last little bit, which always can be tricky.
At the same time, Syracuse has a Nano coming up, probably going to look to Nano the Genji. He has been really good with it so far.
And if they can find another pick on the Curie or Sojourn of RIT early, it might just be over for RIT.
Now, here comes the final fight. Actually, Nano onto the Orisa will find a kill onto, now both DPS are down for RT Orange, and it just ends.
And so that's map 2 complete, a 1-1. Syracuse, a pretty dominant showing from Syracuse, a very flip the script. We saw a stronger position from RT, I think, first map, but RT kind of fell apart. I mean, a lot of misplays that just left them taking fights down, and you can't really win without your Kiriko or down a DPS way early.
Yeah, Kiriko constantly got picked first, and if you're down your Kiriko, as you said, you can't really take a strong fight.
So that was a bit rough.
A bit rough for RT, yeah, but very good from Syracuse. Very good discipline on kiting, on re-engaging, and that ultimately led them to win the fight, or the match.
And a lot of good picks early. The Azer and Genji was very, very strong today. I mean, on all of his characters, he got a lot of early picks, which really allowed Syracuse to take advantage of RT's mispositioning and really win all the fights that they needed.
Yeah, would constantly find an opening pick, a pick late in the fight, always evening up the fight for Syracuse. And now, you want to talk about Adbon, why he was swapping so much?
He did play at, I think, 6 or 7 different characters. Couldn't really get into the groove. I guess when you can push back like that, you don't really have that opportunity to set up on DPS and gain that confidence you need to continue
Yeah,
playing.
it definitely speaks to the confidence level, as if you're constantly like searching for answers, maybe hero swaps is not the answer.
I don't think it was the hero pick that was the issue. It was just a bit mispositioning, misplays from RT that just left them vulnerable and allowed Syracuse to get these almost free opening picks to win fights early.
Yeah, and yeah, so the next match, or the next map, will be a Flashpoint. There's really only 2 options, New Junk City or Servasa. Both of them, they are played very differently, though. New Junk City more favors like Queen, Brawl style. Servasa can favor some Queen, but also some dive or just, it's a lot more open.
I think we're going to see a bit of mix-up on both comps here.
It is RIT's pick, so they will be able to play into their strengths.
And Seb did, although his team... Who are they asking?
Joe. They're asking Joe if they want, who wants to play.
Thinking about making
Blackjack.
a sub for RT Overwatch to Blackjack, which is one of our flex supports.
He was on D1 last semester. Decided to take a break from the game.
Retired.
Yeah.
So they might bring back... He is on the sub roster, so that would be allowed.
Would be allowed.
So we might see a bit of a support sub. Another sub for RT. They're definitely a bit very flustered after that last map.
I mean, they looked good on Control. They looked like they had it together. They were finally getting into a groove. But, you know, between the hero swaps from Adbon, the constant picks from ScoMo, it seems that they seem to have lost their confidence a little.
Definitely.
Maybe get a reset going into this next map. Maybe Blackjack is the reset they need, but I'm not sure. I think ScoMo just had a rough map that map.
It definitely was a rough
Just
map.
chalk it up to, you know, everyone has those maps.
After those first 2 picks, you lose a lot of confidence in yourself, and it probably just didn't help. Maybe a bit of mental loss was the main issue of that last map.
Yeah, you definitely lose a lot of confidence in yourself. You're like, why am I playing this? Like, why am I getting picked? Why is it? Yeah. Are they just better? But I think as long as you know, stick to what you were playing, you know, be confident in yourself, you can, you know, come back to this. I don't know if sub is the answer.
Well, either way, it's still map 3. We still are going to map 3. It's going to be a close final match of the day.
Speaking of map 3, that means Syracuse, no matter if they win or lose, they can only be seeded 3rd at best.
Yes.
Since they were not able to get a clean sweep.
A clean sweep. They did lose control. So
RIT and Syracuse fighting for the 3rd position now. You would definitely want to be in that 3rd position because first is Champlain, and as we saw, they are defeatable, but it will definitely be hard. So you don't necessarily want to go against them first.
Arguably, Syracuse might want to get that 4th position because they did beat Champlain earlier, so they might have the confidence to beat them again. It could go either way. I think no matter what the finish is, Syracuse does find themselves in a very good position for the next the next match in the double-ation. So we're going to New Junk City for
our 3rd and final map of the day. It's been a great series. There's been great series so far today. This one looks to be shaping up to be one such series. Hopefully, you know, we'd love to go all the way.
I think this will be a good final map.
Yep.
Probably see. I think RT can really excel if they just lock in on the mental. Maybe the sub will help. I don't know if they actually made a sub, but the sub could potentially be the thing they need to just gain that confidence back.
Yep. They definitely want to regain their confidence. So now, getting word there is no sub, and it's just going to be RT Orange running it back. I think this is a good decision from them. Just chalk it up to, another pause.
No pause.
Yet again. No pause. No pause. All right. Well, as you can see, ScoMo is still in the lineup. It's the same lineup as before. And we're looking to see what RIT Orange can do.
So we're seeing the Junker Queen from Syracuse, but I think RIT Orange is going to stick with the Ramatra. Seb does look very good on the Ramatra, but his team needs to be there to support him, definitely.
He definitely did. On that last fight on Kings Row, he single-handedly won the fight for his team, giving them another chance, but they just couldn't capitalize off that in the next fight.
So we see the TP potentially out of spawn, or we'll stick with the Symmetra. It could go either way. If a good, strong Symmetra setup could be very dangerous for the Junker Queen, especially in that first little doorway.
Definitely. Sim turrets will chunk down this Junker Queen, but they seem to be avoiding them.
The Sojourn falls very low on Syracuse, and the big Ravenous Vortex from the Ramatra.
Yeah,
gets
huge Ravenous Vortex, and now trades again. Syracuse and RIT Orange both down a player, 4v5, but Syracuse lost their Lucio, so they won't have a lot of speed. They're going to have to commit or just leave. Now they're wrapping around the point.
The Junker Queen flips entirely around the map and looks for the axe on Seb. They find both supports.
So now RIT Orange seem to have gotten a little split, a little confused on who to go on, if they wanted to chase or if they just wanted to go to point. And as a result, Syracuse was able to capitalize on that and win the fight.
A very good look from Syracuse. The wraparound definitely flustered RT, and I think the Speed Glasses Cassidy was wrapping around the backside.
Yeah, so if you're indecisive in that moment, down their speed. You could have capitalized, but if you're indecisive, you will end up just being split off.
The Sojourn falls very low early on. But
oh, big wall from Adbon, who's now on Mei. Cass ult to counteract, force back RIT Orange, and now they won't be able to follow up on that big wall from the Mei.
Seb falls once again, and I think that might be the fight. Adbon falls, and yeah, RIT flees back to spawn, and Syracuse confidently holds this point. It's going to be very tricky for RIT to push that little choke, especially if they have to force the ram form early.
I don't know if they want to touch. It is 80%, so if RIT wants to touch, this is going to be final fight. Syracuse has the Kitsune ult, probably just going to want to pop it as soon as they come in, and they do. Now looking to split off RIT from their tank, chunking down this Lucio, trying to find the pick. Kitsune comes out, free Junker Queen ult, but no, they don't want to use that. And now RIT will eventually find the flip and the team wipe.
Very good fight for RIT. A late pick on ScoMo again, though. They do trade out the Lucio, or the Sojourns. Not the Sojourns, the Kirikos.
The backline, yeah. So, but ScoMo and Jade, both very fast, or Storm's Eye, both very fast characters. So they will be back. So not sure how much value that those picks will actually receive. Now, Syracuse going underneath.
I'm looking for Adbon with the walls of the Junker Queen. He responds with the Rampage, but doesn't find anyone.
Yeah, big wall. Oh, but Seb pops his Annihilation. I don't know if you needed that, and it doesn't get any value. Now Seb falling dangerously low. Will be able to get talked back up from this Kiri, but Syracuse be engaged,
aggressive
re-engage.
Trying to find the Sojourn.
Trying to find the Sojourn.
They do
find the Sojourn, but it is in a compromising position for the Sojourn. And now this High Noon finds one somehow. They have to kill this Cass.
Another trade for the DPS, and just the support's alive for Syracuse.
It is a tank.
Oh, tank.
But tank is back too. But Seb, just good for it, finds the Kiri, and will eliminate Syracuse's chances at recontesting this point.
Yeah, Seb's big ram punches crushed the feeble little Kiriko that was hiding in the corner, and Seb bravely pulls the fight back towards RIT's side.
Getting a little fancy with the wardage there. Now, Syracuse is fighting in their spawn. RIT Orange just decides to back up and take the fight on point.
And we're looking for Kitsune from Orange side, a bit of an advantage, but Anderson Frost dies early on the Sojourn.
Yeah, off the back of a Kiri pick. So now RIT down their key damage dealer, and now they, as a result, they would just fall to Syracuse, who will get the first flip.
Another early pick from Syracuse wins the fight before it really starts even. And no ults used from either side, so we're kind of on another big ult fight. Especially if RIT does have the advantage with the Ram ult and the beat. But it could go, it's definitely not a heavy advantage, especially considering Syracuse also is nearly to beat and Kitsune.
Yeah, RIT definitely does not want to use all their ults at once. So they start out with the Kiri, matched by Syracuse, but before Kiri can support their team, the Junker Queen is gone. Now looking to aggress. Now they are just cleaning up the fight, RIT Orange, and they will be able to flip this point finally back in their favor.
A good fight by RIT.
Trying to stagger out this Lucio.
If they can find that stagger, it might just be...
Either they can find it or they just let him get away.
They do
they don't let him get away.
Massive stagger from RIT. That was a very good fight. They used only the Kitsune, a very... they were very smart with their ult usage, not over-ulting. They matched the Kitsune, so it was a 1-to-1 ult trade, and they took the win, especially with that early pick on the Queen.
Yes, and now RIT Orange will have 3 ults. Probably not going to want to use all of them. Either start with a Blizzard or an Annihilation. Oh, but a big wall from Adbon. Huge. We'll find the Lucio. And a blade popped from Syracuse, but will not find any value. Azer, a rare fumble from him.
He's looked very strong, very conservative with his blades in the past, but he just seemed to think it was turnable there. Unfortunately, he did use the blade, and that puts Syracuse at a very rough position.
Yeah, RT Orange has the defender's advantage. It doesn't look like Syracuse will even be able to touch. No. And so RT will go up 2-0 on this map. Only need one more to finish out this fight, get third seed, and bring home a win for RT.
Definitely. RT does also have 4 ults for this fight. If they keep playing smart and using their ults correctly, they could just secure this point for them at this first fight. Yep.
Now, looking probably going to go early with overclock. Genji falling low. Frost pops the overclock and beat in response. But a later beat from RIT Orange using 2 ults. Frost not able to get a good angle. And now, so both ults did not find a lot of value. Now, Seb able to freely pop this Annihilation without the beat. And so
finds 3 with that.
Yeah, so Seb really disciplined with his Annihilation usage.
Mostly.
Bit
late stagger once again on the Kiriko. RT.
And a Seb just going off, finding these late kills.
They're not letting Syracuse to get any momentum here. They're just pushing them back and back, clearly taking notes from that last game.
Yeah, now
the Mentos seem to recover.
Azer on the Tracer decides Genji was not working.
And we see they have Terror Surge Kitsune. They might look for, try to catch out the Lucio or Sojourn with that Terror Surge.
Syracuse in a little corner. Now, this is not very good because Adbon has the blade or the freeze, and as you can see, will wait out the Orisa ult and throw down a Blizzard after, but won't be able to find much value with it. Syracuse's Sojourn popping the ult, but won't find a lot of value. Takes down Seb, but the rest of his team is just gone, and now just the Orisa, and then RT basically one fight for Syracuse, maybe.
We're getting to the last fight. Neither team has any ults. It's going to be a very neutral fight, so
it's going to come down to mechanics.
Final fight. We do see a swap to Juno Ball.
Juno
for
falling
Syracuse.
dangerously low. RT trying to find the final pick. That would really seal the deal. Now, Ball onto the point. Tracer falling dangerously low, trying to find this health pack. Is traded by the Lucio.
They're still even. No ults yet. The Tracer did die with Pulse, which is unfortunate.
But Adbon finds the trade onto the tank, and now Syracuse down players won't be able to touch, and it is a win for RT.
That great recovery. They definitely seem to figure out that issue, the glaring issue on Kings Row, and pick it back up.
Yeah, great adaptation. As you can see, stick to your what you're confident in, your composition. No swap necessary.
Definitely. Okay. A great final match. Very close. The momentum shifted very.
Throughout the series.
This
This map was not that close, honestly. It was more just favoring RT.
They definitely recovered that mental loss in the second map and showed up. They after the first point, which is a bit rough, they definitely very handily beat Syracuse without even really losing a fight on those last 2 points.
Yeah, they were just really clean with the ult usage, really clean with the finding opening picks, not getting traded as much.
And it definitely helped.
Yeah.
Not taking these extended fights. They're very much more precise, I would say. Like the not getting staggered out and getting early picks definitely helped them and show up with the mechanical skill that they all clearly have.
Yeah, ScoMo cleaned up his game, had a lot of value on the Kiri, constantly good Kitsune rushes. And so here are our standings for day one. The round robin is complete. We're going into double bracket elimination playoffs tomorrow.
Yeah, Champlain leading our tournament in first position. They're going to be playing Syracuse for our first match, I believe. And then they'll be followed up by UT Arlington and RT Orange. And
and Champlain will have a chance to get their revenge on Syracuse, or Syracuse can prove that they are actually just the better team.
So both these matches will be very close. We've seen them go. They easily could go either way.
Yeah, and UT Arlington versus RIT, it was extremely close. Came down to one fight. So both matches tomorrow are going to be very interesting. Stick around for that. Definitely want to tune into that.
It'll be good. We start at 11 tomorrow. 11 a.m. is our first match tomorrow.
10 a.m.? 10, I think.
10 a.m. is our first match, so that'll be exciting.
Yeah,
And then,
definitely.
And then a quick series.
Yeah, and then just
6
matches
games?
throughout the whole day. Championship Sunday.
Championship Sunday. We're aiming for about 3 to 4 for start for the final match.
Yep, and they're all best of 5 this time. So to win a series, you will have to get 3 points instead of 2. Makes for a longer series.
Bit longer series, a bit more intense, closer.
And a bunch of them might go into that map 5, seeing on how close a bunch of them were today.
Okay, we've been
Never
told
mind,
just
it's just grand finals.
is best of 5.
That
but
makes
still.
sense, a little bit. It would be too long if they were all best of 5.
Well, either way, there's no clear. Even though Champlain is in the first position, they did lose to Syracuse, and it's not going to be a very.
It's not going to be one-sided.
I don't think any of these games will be one-sided. I think they'll be very close, both sides. Now every team knows what each other's playing. Plenty of time to practice tonight.
Every team knows their play styles, what they want to run, how to counter them, and there's definitely going to be a lot of thinking about what they want to run.
A lot of new strategies. You might see new heroes, different maps, depending on what each team thinks they're confident with. I hope to see a bit of a change in strategy from every single team here.
Yep. All right. So
that's it for today.
That's all for today. Tomorrow's going to be definitely interesting, and so you'll want to tune into that 10 a.m. start.
Thank you for watching, guys.
Yeah, thanks for watching, everyone.